Good morning. It is the big election day. It is the day that gives journalists butterflies in our stomach. So I can't even imagine what the netas are feeling. I'm Barkhadat. You're with the Mojo Story. Through the day, we will have special election analysis, a panel of experts, and voices from the ground. All parties are getting ready for what might the verdict mean. These are five states that are up for grabs, but the consequences and the aftermath is going to be national. Whatever happens in these five states will give you a clue as to the direction of politics in the lead up to the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. India's most politically significant state, Uttar Pradesh, is a state where the BJP is looking for a historic second term, at least according to the exit polls. The rise of the Aam Aadmi Party as a national alternative to the Congress in the opposition spectrum is very, very plausible if the polls are correct about a landslide victory for the AAP in Punjab. There is, of course, Goa, Uttarakhand, and Manipur as well. For the Congress, there could be existential moments here. Like I said, these aren't only state elections, these are state elections 2 years before the Lok Sabha election and could determine the fortunes of a lot of political parties. Let me welcome our guest to the special broadcast today. Before we bring you the first set of leads, Dilip Cherian, well-known analyst, brand guru, a keen inside track of politics is when you go to Dilip for insights. So welcome to the program, Dilip. Great to see you here. Nilanjan Sarkar, one of our best political analysts. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Policy Research. Nilanjan, it's great to see you this morning. Sandeep Ghosh is with us. He's a political analyst. Every time I call him a BJP supporter, he corrects me and says he's a supporter of Prime Minister Modi, and it's not quite the same thing. So I'm really keen to see his insights today. And we also have here a veteran journalist, Chandar Suta Dogra, who I believe knows Punjab better really than anybody else. So really a very interesting panel. And as we go along, we'll also have voices coming in from Goa, and we'll also be taking a closer look at Manipur. So welcome everybody. And without further ado, as we bring up the first set of leads, I just there you can see them on your screen. Punjab, you can already see the Aam Aadmi Party well ahead in the early leads. Please remember that the first leads that come in the morning are postal ballots. But even with that health warning, can we go back to Punjab, please, and just stay on that? Just stay on Punjab for a few minutes, and I'll ask you when we need to move to the next state. Take that off as well. All right, there it is. You can see the Aam Aadmi Party very clearly in ahead in the early leads. Chandar, no surprises there. Your first comments?
Yes, absolutely. This is exactly what we had seen on the ground also while reporting on Punjab. There was this huge uh, call for change, and the Aam Aadmi Party actually positioned itself as an agent of change, unlike the Congress, which did try after getting rid of Amrinder Singh and putting Charanjit Channi in the chief minister's chair and bringing in Navjot Sidhu, etc. They thought that they would also be project themselves as agents of change, but apparently it didn't really work because again it was the same stale old faces and also the same old style of working. The Congress party didn't have anything new to offer. Besides, it also retained some of the tainted leaders of the previous Amrinder Singh government, which was pointed out even by Navjot Sidhu. So all these things I think did work on the ground, and the people didn't really, even despite having Charanjit Channi, a Dalit, as the chief minister, which was looked at as a game changer for the Congress. But the people weren't really taken in by this because they knew that even if Charanjit Channi is made the chief minister, he would again, follow the Congress line and the old way of functioning and wasn't really offering anything new, wasn't even offering anything new for the Dalits. He wasn't talking about Dalit issues.
I
So,
mean, Chandar, you're
it was
talking
the
like the election. Chandar, you're talking like the election is already over. These are early
no,
leads. You're
yeah, but
obviously very
just looking at
confident
the
that this
leads,
is this is
yes,
going to be the
yes.
direction of the result.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, this is quite obvious. And even if you look at what's happening on the ground in Punjab since yesterday, the celebratory mood is in the Aam Aadmi Party camp and not so much in the other parties. I mean, of course, it's the exit poll results, but then I think most parties have done their own little internal the groundwork also, and they can get a sense of which way the wind is blowing or has blown. So I think, I mean, it does appear as if the Aam Aadmi Party will do well, certainly. I don't know whether they'll cross the finishing line. That's another thing.
Okay, that's actually what I want to take to Nilanjan as we take another, go back to the Punjab numbers for just a moment, and we're going to have to be shuttling between states. But Nilanjan, if I can just get an early comment on the Punjab leads, and we'll just look at them again. Like I said, the AAP is already in saddle position. This is what the polls have been predicting. But Arvind Kejriwal during the campaign did have some moments of anxiety. He was worried about a hung assembly situation. He thought, Nilanjan, at that point that it might mean that everybody would gang up, that you would see. I remember one psephologist said you could see a repeat of Maharashtra, by which this psephologist meant that you could see a kind of Shiv Sena meets Congress meets NCP formation in Punjab just to keep Kejriwal out. These are early leads, but it looks like the AAP may not need that. Nilanjan.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting differences from 2017 to 2022 is that the Aam Aadmi Party did something counterintuitive. It essentially liquidated its state unit. The party was run on Delhi model, on Kejriwal, and Bhagwant Mann came in very late, was actually a popular face for the party. So in some sense, it became very hard to pin anything on Aam Aadmi Party. We know that in 2017, the jibe that Aam Aadmi Party was in cahoots with those who were pro Khalistan really hurt the party, especially among Hindu voters, especially in urban areas. And at least in our discussions on the field, that doesn't seem to have happened this time, despite an attempt to gang up, exactly as you said. So I think what we're looking at here is perhaps what we started seeing in 2017, manifesting itself in 2022. What happened for the Aam Aadmi Party is the places where it stuck, even in 2017, it actually did reasonably well. But its penetration was low, and its penetration to urban areas was almost zero because it had done so poorly among the Hindus. This time, it looks like it has rectified those problems. And if the Aam Aadmi Party is to either sweep or even get near the majority mark, it's going to require a collapse for the Congress party. And just one little data point I always like to give people is that after the 1997 debacle for Congress, the Congress has always gotten at least 38% vote share. Besides that 1997 mark, it has always gotten at least 30% vote share.
And as
What?
you're
Yeah,
speaking, I'm so sorry I'm interrupting, but
go ahead.
as you're speaking, the AAP is just marching ahead. We just saw that update on our
Absolutely.
slide there. And, it's just interesting. It's marching ahead. It's already in the lead in 43 constituencies, Nilanjan. So I just wanted to update you on that. And please complete your point, and I'll get Dilip and Sandeep to come in for reactions. Yeah.
No, I mean, this I think bolsters the point. If the Aam Aadmi Party is to surge ahead like it looks like in early leads, it's going to mean decimation of the Congress, right? That's what the exit polls suggested. And we know something, my colleague Rahul Verma at CPR also likes to say, is that, once the Congress moves out of pole position or out of a competitive position, it never really comes back. And so, is this another state in which the Congress once was in power, is falling out of power, never to really be seen again? And I think that's going to be the big question if these leads hold.
Okay, Dilip, you want to come in with early thoughts? The Congress campaign in Punjab, a series of blunders. Some would say Captain Amrinder Singh was displaced too late. Channi was brought in too late. He was declared the chief ministerial candidate too late. Navjot Singh Sidhu was allowed to stomp all over Charanjit Channi's dignity, his authority. You had Sunil Jakhar sulking in public. He even left the campaign to go abroad at the peak of the campaign, and he was in charge of the campaign committee. These numbers are no surprise then, Dilip.
You know, I don't think it's a surprise. Punjab is one of the few states where I had a team on the ground. In fact, the only state of these five. And their reading was that the Sidhu factor, which started some time ago, led to a kind of domino effect as far as the Congress was concerned. And I'm not surprised that Aam Aadmi Party is leading all the way so far. We do recognize that these are early leads. We do recognize that, however, that this is a trend. And once this trend begins to gather steam, it's unlikely that it will completely reverse. So they're barely 16 seats away in terms of leads from being close to a majority. And I think that what we are seeing is the result of the vote share of the Congress shifting in a major way to AAP. And that is probably going to be the message of this election. And this means that if AAP forms a government in Punjab, you're talking of a party which is barely 14 years old being in power in two states in the north. And that, I think, is the big political story going forward into 2024.
Absolutely. I think if these leads hold, the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be the story of the day. And the other story of the day could likely be if Yogi Adityanath manages to grab a historic second term. We'll turn to UP in just a moment. I do want to get Sandeep in. Sandeep, go ahead. And then we have an early reaction from Bhagwant Maan. He started his day like Charanjit Channi with the Matha take at the Gurdwara. Go ahead, Sandeep.
A very quick one, Barkha. One is, whatever, it may not be a very good analogy that, whatever I think we talk about Congress, it is like a patient who is in ICU and, family members are concerned. If they see some movement of life, they get very excited. And that's what has happened with Congress. If you see even in Punjab, people thought, it's a masterstroke getting Channi in. People thought Channi is the future. All that happened. But I think that will set to rest. And my own hope, I wouldn't say feeling, is that this is going to trigger the changes which people like Manish Tiwari and others were waiting. So Congress's space cannot disappear. Who will occupy that space? I have some reservation if AAP is totally in a position to take that space everywhere.
We'll talk a little bit about that as we go along. In early leads, Captain Amrinder Singh is trailing in his own Gad of Patiala. I'm again giving a health warning. This is an early lead, but in the early leads, he is not ahead. The AAP is marching ahead. Bhagwant Maan has this early reaction speaking to our colleagues on the ground.
पंजाब ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਦਲਾਅ ਲਈ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਦਲਾਅ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਪਹਿਲ ਦੇ ਢਾਲ ਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ
surrounded and mobbed by cameras. He said in Punjabi that people have voted for change. We'll come back to Punjab and what it might mean for national politics. I want to quickly bring up Uttar Pradesh. If we can switch our focus there. Punjab, we now have AAP leading in 47 seats. But let's get a quick macro picture of Uttar Pradesh there. Can we take the banner off and have a clearer look? Please, can we take the banner off? There it is, 133 for the BJP. These are leads. I have to underline again and again also that the morning is postal ballots. 69 for the Samajwadi Party and its allies, just 2 for the BSP. The Congress yet to open its account at all. Nilanjan, can I bring you in on these early leads in Uttar Pradesh?
Just before Nilanjan comes in, Barkha, at this point in time, ECI is showing only 3 leads.
I don't know the story of the Election Commission. And when we talk about Uttar Pradesh, let's talk a little bit about the fact that you've had a very strident Akhilesh Yadav accusing the BJP of EVM theft, of this being a democracy attempt to manipulate the election. And we'll come to all of that. But I just want to focus on the numbers first. Can we have the UP numbers up on our screen? The BJP ahead in 133, the SP and its allies in 69. Nilanjan, go ahead.
So look, these are still early leads, but if these early leads are like this, it perhaps doesn't look like the massive 300 plus seat sweep that we saw 5 years ago and what some of the polls were predicting. Obviously, it's still early. What I like to caution people about when you're looking at leads, especially for a state as big as Uttar Pradesh, is that vote shares converge before seat shares. So your way of sort of understanding is, let's say in about an hour and a half, maybe by 11 a.m., take a look at the vote shares. And what will happen is systematically through the afternoon, as general trends start to converge, the seats will start pulling towards the way that the vote shares are going. That doesn't always happen, but it happens 95% of the time. So I think what we want to see is as these results start firming up, if the BJP's vote share is north of 40%, meaning higher than 40%, the question is how much higher? If it's right around 40%, then we're looking at the BJP perhaps 240, 250 seats. If it's hitting around 45%, then the kinds of things that were predicted by the Axis poll, 300 plus, is going to start happening. One other just very quick thing to keep an eye on in terms of vote share. All of the exit polls actually picked up the Samajwadi Party kind of doing what it was supposed to do. 35, 36, 37% of the vote. It's just that the BJP's vote share either stayed the same or went up, which it was going to have to require to fall. Now, if that is what's holding, that's the other story, right? Which is that UP has genuinely become bipolar and BSP will be decimated, right? We'll
Yes.
have to see as the leads come in and as the numbers come in, but that's sort of my initial take on these numbers.
And do you want to come in before I open this up on the fact that hours before the votes were being counted, you have Akhilesh Yadav basically accusing the BJP of having manipulated this election, and these images of these EVM machines being transported, and of course the explanation is that while transport protocols and guidelines were not followed, these were machines being carried for training purposes. Nilanjan, what did you make of this whole controversy? And do you actually believe that we could see a situation, and it's never happened before, where the Samajwadi Party refuses to accept the verdict, whichever way it goes?
I don't think it will come to that. I hope it won't come to that. My own sense on these things, obviously, it betrays a certain nervousness the Samajwadi Party has about these results. But it is also the case that, this is playing to the galley. A lot of people on the ground, I know, Barkha, you've experienced this as well, do not trust the election commission, even if what it is doing is fair. And so, just simply playing to the galley in case results are bad, I would take it in that spirit, and I hope it doesn't get to the point where actual results are being challenged, especially if the election isn't particularly close. So that's sort of how I see it. I do think, just one quick comment here, the election commission should bear some of the blame for the current state of affairs. There are a lot of confidence building measures the election commission could be doing that it is not doing, and I see that even among BJP supporters, you see an increase in the distrust of the way that elections are being conducted, and that's something that needs to be dealt with.
Okay, let's just bring in everybody else now. This is the Uttar Pradesh latest picture: 147 ahead for the BJP, 69 for the SP, the BSP they're at 2. And Chandra, I know you focused on Punjab, but if you do want to come in with anything, do please indicate that to us. But we'll come back to Punjab also in a moment. Dilip, this is very interesting. What it looks like right now is that while Akhilesh Yadav is all set to really improve his position from the last election, uh, the party that he's actually decimating in the process is the Bahujan Samaj Party and not the BJP.
That's probably the message that the vote share story will also say, and I think that's a story we should be watching. For Mayawati, this was an opportunity which she lost. She never really wanted to, she never really wanted to show any initiative, which is typically Mayawati style. But her vote bank seems to have been waiting for someone to come to their rescue, and it certainly wasn't going to be the BJP.
And
So
I'm sorry, I'm taking you away for half a second from UP, but we just got an update. The Aam Aadmi Party has reached the 50-seat mark in Punjab. So that's it. It really is surging ahead there. Sorry, Dilip, go ahead on UP.
So I think that the fact that Mayawati made a misstep very early on was very clear to everybody on the ground in UP. And if she doesn't really make a mark in these elections, it won't come as a huge surprise. But what will be interesting to see is whether this huge moment for Yogi Adityanath, in terms of being able to break the jinx of Noida, of all of that, of coming back a second time, is going to work for him, and whether these early trends are going to hold as the day proceeds. Your health warning needs to be taken seriously, because I remember an election not so long ago in Gujarat when there was a slip in the BJP vote count or the seat count, and the stock markets, which have begun a little while ago, took a huge tumble till such time as the results showed that the BJP was back ahead. So that health warning applies even to the markets who are watching these elections very closely, because they have in some senses factored in that Yogi Adityanath is going to rule UP once again.
Okay, Sandeep, if you want to come in on that, and can we have the latest UP numbers on the banner, please? We do now have, I think what I last saw there was 178 leads. Can we quickly bring that up on UP? Sandeep, go ahead, please. We do have
So
the BJP leading. I need the
yeah,
banner, please. Go ahead, Sandeep.
since Dilip mentioned the stock
150
market,
now, 150 and the SP in 69. Go ahead, Sandeep.
so
Yeah.
since Dilip brought up the stock market, it has jumped 1150 points since the
Yeah.
morning. So that seems to be supporting the exit polls so far. But as he says, the stock market is extremely fickle. It'll go on changing through the day. But the point he's saying is, it's a question. I doubt very much if the absolute results will vary in terms of BJP winning UP. But the question is, this margin which everybody is talking about, whether it's a close call, whether they're below 250, or really, as you said, not going all the way to what Axis has predicted or Yogi Adityanath himself claims. I think that would be interesting to watch there. And in terms of Mayawati, my feeling is only when you get really an idea of the split of the votes, that is what is going to tell us the interesting story, to what extent her core constituency has shifted, if at all, and or what really has moved away from her and what still remains with her.
Okay, I just want to take us through the other states. There's Goa, there's Uttarakhand, and there's Manipur. Uttar Pradesh and Punjab are marching ahead in terms of the leads coming in quite quickly. It's only 20 minutes past 9 in the morning, and at this rate, we might have a clearer picture before we thought. But let's take a look at what's happening. Uttarakhand, like the exit polls forecast, is in a neck-and-neck battle. Just let's stay on this slide for a moment and register what's happening. The BJP is ahead in 28 seats, and the Congress is closely at its heels in 24. So at least right now in the early leads, it's not a write-off. It's not a write-off for the Congress in Uttarakhand. It's a neck-and-neck race. Can we switch our focus to Goa? Nilanjan, if you want to just come in while we turn to okay, we can do both of these together. Here is interesting. The Congress and its allies are ahead in 20, and the BJP is actually a little bit behind in 16. The Trinamool has nothing to show for it, and the AAP, interestingly, is actually ahead in four seats. So, in fact, it would be interesting to look at Goa and Uttarakhand as the two small states together, where many polls have forecast a hung assembly. Nilanjan, any thoughts on both these states? Sorry, Nilanjan's on mute. Can we unmute him, please? Yeah, go ahead, Nilanjan.
Sorry about that. So, I mean, look, right now it's conforming to the idea that it's neck and neck. I mean, right now, given that it's very early and it's a small state, I'll be very cautious in terms of predicting too much. Let me just make one quick point here. The one thing that we are seeing, we've been talking about Punjab. People sort of have not mentioned that at least in Uttarakhand, Aam Aadmi Party was actually getting a fair chunk of vote share, even if it wasn't converting to seats. We know that in Goa, the TMC had entered, perhaps won't do as well. Aam Aadmi Party as well. Right now, they're showing a lot of early leads in contrast to the exit polls. But, this is suggesting that even where the Congress is doing well, or where there was a lot of anti-incumbency against the BJP, that it isn't as if it's automatically transferring to the Congress for the average voter, that these new entrants, right, especially Aam Aadmi Party, which is, I guess, an old new entrant compared to TMC, is able to actually draw some vote share potentially, right? And that they are being seen as somewhat important in the opposition space, even if it means that the vote is not going to the Congress and that it might be spoiling a vote to get rid of the BJP. So this is something that I think is a larger development to look at, and we won't see it in the seats. Obviously, AAP is not winning Uttarakhand. Obviously, AAP is not winning in Goa. But what is their vote share going to be? And how much of it will it play spoiler for the Congress, right? As we have this sort of neck and neck fight. That's really, to me, where a lot of these questions.
And we have a new update from from Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party in early leads has already in a position to actually form the government if these leads hold. I am saying if these leads hold, but these are the leads right now. Chandar, I want you to look at these numbers on your screen. It is 62 ahead for the Aam Aadmi Party, 17 for the Congress, 12 for the Akalis, and the BJP and its allies, which also includes Captain Amarinder Singh, is 3. Chandar, go ahead.
So, well, the AAP, as we can already see, is surging ahead, and quite according to what the exit polls also said and whatever we saw on the ground. But if you look at the BJP, which actually entered this election wanting to expand its footprint, and it had two other alliance partners, so 3 of them together, a breakaway group of the Akalis and then the Amrinder Singh group. So their combined might, and BJP, mind you, has contested on roughly 70 seats because of the Amrinder group could not get enough candidates. So then the BJP fielded its own, and that's how. And despite that, it doesn't seem to be doing as well as was projected because, the BJP actually did a lot to, it reached out to the Hindus, of course, its core constituency, and it also reached out to the Sikhs, to the Sikh organizations. It wooed several top Sikh leaders from different parties. And just 3 days before the elections, if you remember, the Prime Minister Modi had called leaders of some Sikh organizations to his home in Delhi, some from Punjab and here there. So he was reaching out to this, and there was also talk that he would probably, the BJP would like to interfere or get into Sikh religious politics as well. That is, the SGPC elections are coming, etc. But it doesn't seem like any of that has worked, if these trends are what we are seeing.
Yeah.
And then
sorry, can I interrupt? I'm actually seeing Dr. Ahluwalia from the Aam Aadmi Party joining us, and I just want to bring in a quick reaction from him. Dr. Ahluwalia, it looks like if these leads hold, the Aam Aadmi Party will form the government. But again, मुझे कहना पड़ेगा ये leads हैं, लेकिन leads के मुताबिक आपकी पार्टी बिल्कुल comfortably आगे है. अगर आप अपना first reaction इस पे देना चाहें, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not sure that yes, yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. First reactions on what looks like is going to be a huge day for the Aam Aadmi Party, both nationally and in Punjab.
As predicted by the exit poll and as predicted by our party volunteers and everyone here in Punjab, it was very clear that Aam Aadmi Party is going to make this time, and with a huge majority, as the people of Punjab has already decided some days before that they are going to vote for change, they are going to vote for good governance, they are going to vote for a Delhi model, they are going to vote for Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann. So things are very clear now, and as we can see on your screen as well, that you are showing that Aam Aadmi Party is leading with 62, and even in Goa, we are heading for a change, and we may win good seats in Goa as well.
Well, Dr. Ahluwalia, during the campaign, your party felt that all the other parties would have ganged up to keep you out. Agar hung assembly ho jati, तो Aam Aadmi Party का कहना था that everybody else would come together, even if the Congress and Akalis, if they had to. That is why Kejriwal made that appeal of please give us 80 seats. So do you think that fear was misplaced? Or the celebrations, the shots of the celebrations are in. You can see that Punjabis don't waste a moment in falling into dance and song. Go ahead, Dr. Ahluwalia.
Right, ma'am. Definitely, it was only Arvind Kejriwal versus all of the above. So if you say whether it was from Congress or it was from BJP or it was from Akali Dal, everyone clubbed together and they were just saying that only vote for, except Aam Aadmi Party, vote for anybody. So even in Punjab, we have seen this, like last time, they were all together, and now this time also, but everything failed this time. The clean model of Arvind Kejriwal has made it clear that in Aam Aadmi Party is going to win.
Dr. Ahluwalia, would the Aam Aadmi Party supporters now start demanding and wanting a national role for the Aam Aadmi Party? Will that be the natural sentiment?
Definitely, madam. We are looking forward. See, as the vote share, if you see the vote share, not only in Punjab, but even in Uttarakhand, where your screen is showing that we are not winning, some people are trying to, make out a clear things in the mind that we are going to wait for change and we are going to vote for Aam Aadmi Party. Maybe in 2024, you will see what will happen in the national politics as well.
Well, I think there we have a clue for what will be the push on Sandeep, if you want to come in there, and Dilip as well, on what will be the push on national opposition politics. Dr. Ahluwalia, an Aam Aadmi Party leader from Punjab, says now this is a prelude to what we are going to be eyeing in 2024. Now, in strict numbers, Punjab and Delhi may not add up to the kind of clout that Mamata Banerjee enjoys, but in perception, if the Trinamool doesn't do well in Goa and the Aam Aadmi Party actually takes the state of Punjab, the pivot that Kejriwal will be able to claim for himself will be very, very different, won't it, Sandeep?
It will be, Barkha. My comment is, first of all, on a positive note, I think Kejriwal has shown a lot of patience and longer term thinking. So, even after his Delhi success, he didn't try to expand too soon and too far. He has tried to very carefully build from his strengths. And so, to that extent, I think Kejriwal shows a greater degree of maturity than some of the other opposition parties who seem to be in a hurry, essentially thinking that Congress is out, and so the space is available for various people for someone to go and occupy. Personally, at this juncture, I would also be very surprised if Kejriwal tries to take the pivotal position. He could be in 2024, because he's also conscious about retaining his own identity. So you'll find that he doesn't jump into alliances so easily. He would rather, even if he doesn't have the power, he will try to be the kingmaker, or somebody who's decided, or at least calls the shots, rather than dilute his identity going with others. And one last comment: BJP is.
I just wanted an update that Charanjit Channi is trailing in one of the two seats that he was contesting as the Aam Aadmi Party actually sweeps through the Malwa region. So what was forecast for the AAP in 2017 is actually seems to be taking place for real in 2022. Sorry, Sandeep, quickly complete your point. I think Nilanjan wanted to come in with an observation, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, so I was saying BJP also, when you look at Punjab, it would be wrong to see them only with the specs of this election. BJP also plays for the long term, just like they're playing in the south. So their idea of separating from SAD and going it all alone, and whatever outreach Modi may have done just now, I think that has a longer term implication. They would have been realistic to know that these elections they won't score, but they will also look at 2024 and the way ahead. Going forward. So if SAD gets eliminated, if Congress gets eliminated, then it could become something bipolar between AAP and BJP going forward.
Dilip, if you want to come in, and then I'll go back to Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party. What I found really interesting was that Dr. Ahluwalia, as a Punjab AAP leader, is not confining his engagement with his party to Punjab. He now sees the AAP placed to springboard from here into some sort of national expansionist dreams.
Dilip? The dream that Arvind Kejriwal has been in his head for a while, having seen the party and the individual quite closely. I will say that he is the kind of leader who looks for an opportunistic gap in the marketplace. So Punjab is something that he tried. He should have made a huge change in 2017. He understood that he had the mistakes he has made, and he decided that he's going to start with a clean slate, which has worked very well for him. So there is no doubt that what Dr. Ahluwalia is saying is correct. The question is, where is AAP going to put its flag in next? Is it going to be the Haryana elections? Is it going to be as leader of a united opposition? Is Arvind Kejriwal naturally a kind of coaliser rather than a single individual? These are the questions he will have to come face to face with. And certainly in that arena, his style is distinctly different from Mamta's. So he's not a confrontationist as far as national politics is concerned. He has done that once, and he has learned that it's
that is just what I was going to ask you, that I never thought the day would come when Arvind Kejriwal would be described as non-confrontational.
Yes.
How things change in politics, right?
He has changed that, and he has consciously done it, and you can see that in almost every measured statement he makes. So a head-to-head kind of opposition leader, he's not going to be till such time as we see him in the first 6 months of Punjab. So I'm again putting a health warning here, like you do, that we don't know whether he will mold into a new kind of leader after a full and real government in Punjab for 6 months.
Okay, I just want to bring in Nilanjan as we look at those Punjab numbers. Bhagwant Mann, if these leads hold, will be the new chief minister. Dr. Ahluwalia, sorry, Nilanjan, let's bring you in first. 69 ahead leads for the Aam Aadmi Party, 18 for the Congress, the Akalis at 10. So if this continues, actually the Akalis have, and the Congress may end up in the same bucket because the last mile usually goes, as you know, from numbers in elections to the victor. So you're going to see this gap only increasing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait for the numbers to firm up a bit more on the vote share. But I mean, the early trends look quite extreme here. I'm not sure that the gap can be closed yet, even at this point. We'll have to see. But yeah,
is there anything here that could still be a surprise according to you, Nilanjan?
I mean, right now, the biggest surprise is the extent to which the Congress is decimated, right? I mean, I think we all picked up that there was a lot of anti-incumbency. But as you said, if we're looking at the Akalis and the Congress in the same boat in terms of electoral outcomes, that's a big surprise. Everybody on the ground knew the Akalis had no chance of forming the government. So if the Congress is performing like that, that's a very bad sign for them.
Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia, sorry Nilanjan, I'll just get a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party leader and come back to you. Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia, what has happened? क्या हुआ कांग्रेस का? अगर आप एक लाइन में बोलना चाहे, is this Captain Amrinder Singh's shadow on the Congress performance, or is it that Mr. Channi, whom a lot of us thought was a very intriguing political figure and seemed to be a grassroots person, also failed to impress the voter? What do you think as an opponent? How would you assess this, speaking from the victor's chair today?
Madam, basically this was a fight between Aam Aadmi Party, not with Congress, neither with Akali Dal. It was fight with the drugs, it was fight with the unemployment. See, in last 5 years, what Captain Amrinder Singh has said, what Congress has said, that we are going to change this. Nothing happened with the drug case, nothing had happened with the Bjp Mamlas, nothing happened with the employment, nothing happened in Punjab. If you can see, there is only the mafia which are growing. The bus mafia, the liquor mafia, the cable mafia, every mafia is in Punjab. Why? Only because of these politicians. What they are trying to show. Even with Channi, his relative was caught with 10 crore rupees in cash. Can you believe this? And when CBI is going to raid Arvind Kejriwal, they only get 2 mufflers out of it, or 10 mufflers out of it. They are getting 10 crores from his house. So things are very clear that people have make up their mind, and people were very clear. We were very clear that we are going to win more than 90 seats.
And I just want to say the Aam Aadmi Party is now leading in 75 seats. So if this continues, this election is pretty much done in Punjab. It's kind of over at 9:38 in the morning. If this gap looks far too big to be able to be breached, I will still give the health warning that these are leads, and we've all learned the hard way that elections can turn on a dime. So I'm still not calling this a result, but this is what it looks like.
I want to add one thing here.
One minute. One more update. Charanjit Channi is trailing in both of his seats right now. He's trailing in both of the seats that he contested from. Dr. Ahluwalia, please complete your point. Yes.
And you kindly check Navjot Sidhu as well. Even he is losing his seat from whom? From Jeevan Jyot Kaur. Who is Jeevan Jyot Kaur? See, Navjot Sidhu used to say so much things, and everybody, it was the competition. It was the main battle between the Navjot Sidhu and between Majitia. But see how Jeevan Jyot is performing there. You will be astonished to know that Jeevan Jyot is even leading in that area. Channi is losing 2 of his seats. The chief minister is losing. So you can be very clear what the results will be like. So that is all we want to add.
Okay, sorry Nilanjan, I want to bring you back, and then Dilip and Sandeep. Sandeep, you had some misgivings, I know, about Kejriwal's national ambitions. Chandar is there. Sorry, can I go to Nilanjan and then Chandar, please, and then I'll come to the others. Nilanjan.
I'll just clarify, it's not misgivings. I think he will do things on a sure-footed thing. He's not going to get too greedy to... See, among all the others, Barka, he is the youngest. Okay, by others, I mean the other opposition contenders. he has time on his side. So others see after 2024, their sell by date will be gone. Kejriwal, as people say, his real ambition is to be the prime minister of the country someday. So he will move in a sure-footed way. That's my only submission.
Okay, we do have news coming in now, as Dr. Ahluwalia alerted us that Navjot Sidhu, the head of the Punjab Congress, is trailing in Amritsar. Charanjit Channi, the chief minister of Punjab, is trailing so far. This could change in both of the seats he contested. Nilanjan, again, these are leads, at least on the individual constituencies. I want to underline that. But in terms of the big picture, I think it's quite clear now that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to form the next government. We have leads now for 107 seats. So I think that's a reasonable number of leads. It would be very, very surprising if there were any big changes here. Nilanjan.
Yeah, no, I just add to that. I just looked at the Election Commission website. Aam Aadmi Party is getting around over 40% vote share. Congress is near 20%. I mean, 20 percentage point gap is going to be very, very difficult to close right now. So no matter how the seats sort of shuffle around, it looks like Aam Aadmi Party is consistently holding around 40% vote share, which means it's going to be an upsweep. There's no way that it wouldn't be with those kinds of numbers. So we'll see how the seats finally turn out. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think these seats are going to be indicative of the results. Just very quickly on the opposition point, I think that we should be clear about the empirics of it versus the narrative. It is still the case that in so much of the country in national elections, it's BJP versus Congress. In 2014 and 2019, the BJP won more than 90% of the time. There's a strike rate of over 90% against the Congress in head-to-head contests. Opposition unity or not, everybody understands that if that happens again, the BJP is up near a majority of seats before you can even blink. So the question about Kejriwal being in the opposition or Mamta being in the opposition is not a question of opposition unity or disunity. It's not even a question about whether you can win in 2024 because so much is dependent on how the Congress performs nationally. It's a question about who takes up the mantle as the opposition voice. And I think that's one of the roles that Mamta has played, despite being a bit player in terms of states, West Bengal, Meghalaya, Goa, being a loud opposition voice. Now, the question is, can Kejriwal form, as somebody mentioned, a non-confrontational but powerful opposition voice, even though he may only control Punjab and Delhi, breaking into Uttarakhand, Goa? Do you become an important player in the opposition space? And this is a question beyond 2024, as I said, because 2024 is an empirical question. If the Congress is losing 90% of seats against the BJP, no one has a chance anyway. We don't need to even ask the rest of the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll come back to the national politics in a moment. But I just want to take a pause and look at this astounding Punjab result. It's actually a clear sweep. Chandar and Dilip, I want to bring you in. The Aam Aadmi Party is now leading in 79 seats. We have leads for 110 out of 117 constituencies. Chandar, you have been saying this, I know, through the campaign, even when there were people who believed that Charanjit Channi, as Punjab's first Dalit chief minister, could make a mark. What this basically shows is that the Dalit vote even has not gone to Charanjit Channi. Both the chief minister and the Congress head in Punjab at the moment trailing in their seats, as is Captain Amarinder Singh. There is, as Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia said, a complete rejection of the Congress brand, because I don't think Captain Amarinder is being viewed as a BJP ally right now. I think it's still a Congress hangover at the moment that's being rejected. Chandar?
Yes, certainly. The Congress could not. I mean, they tried to ape the Aam Aadmi Party and project themselves as change, but they weren't able to fool the people, because at the end of the day, it's the same old party, it's the same old style of functioning, which Arvind Kejriwal and his group. And I have to just make one point about the Aam Aadmi Party here, that they started out with a disadvantage. They did not have a great state leadership. A lot of their volunteers had left. Half their MLAs, which they had won in the 2017, half of them had also deserted the party. So they started out from a position of real weakness. And how this party built itself up, I think they did a lot of ground research from what you can make out. And this whole charge against them that they are outsiders, they are Biharis, they are UP walas, etc. And why should we allow them to come into Punjab? I think that is something which has worked for them, because the people have said that, look, we don't mind if an outsider comes in, as long as you sort out things and give us good governance, good administration. We don't really mind. And everyone was actually looking at Delhi and the things which the party did there. So the Aam Aadmi Party, I think they picked up on this and they projected it before the people, which seems to have worked. I mean, it's worked brilliantly for them. So from a position of weakness, how they overcame all those problems, I think that's also something which we need to look at, how this party did it.
I absolutely, and I need to switch to Goa in a moment from now. But if Dr. Ahluwalia, please, if you want to come in on what do you think of the criticism कि ये भगवंत मान की नहीं है, ये केजरीवाल की remote control सरकार होगी. Dr. Ahluwalia, please unmute him. Sir, can you hear me? Dr. Ahluwalia? Okay. All right. Let's try and reconnect with him.
Dr. Ahluwalia, whenever he comes back.
Yeah. Sandeep, go ahead. Sandeep, go ahead with your question.
One question to him is, how would he explain the AAP's win is largely in Malwa and not in northern Punjab? How would he interpret that, if at all? That's my question.
Okay, I will get back to Dr. Ahluwalia. I need to go to the other states. There are lots of leads suddenly coming in a flood. Can we quickly change the slides? Okay, Uttar Pradesh. The BJP is ahead in 186 seats. So Nilanjan, those numbers now, that gap is increasing. There's a handsome increase. I'm saying that there's already, as we've been speaking, numbers have changed again. The BJP has crossed the 200 mark in Uttar Pradesh. Nilanjan, as we update those numbers, you can see early celebrations in the BJP workers as well in Uttar Pradesh, in Lucknow. Let's bring up that slide there. That's the latest slide now. 201 leads for the BJP, 77 for the Samajwadi Party. Nilanjan.
Yeah, I just looked on the ECI website as well. The BJP is firmly holding around 42-43% vote share. SP plus RLD is right around 35 to 36%. What this suggests to me is that the exit polls were basically right on. Most of the exit polls are picking up those kinds of vote shares. So I see, based on what we saw on the field and based on what the vote shares look like in the early going, I see nothing surprising as far as the exit polls have predicted. Again, we'll have to see, does that number creep up to 45, 46% for the BJP as Axis had predicted? Then obviously it's an overall sweep. If it stays in this range of 40 to 43%, then we're looking at still a strong BJP win, but probably sort of a 2/3, 1/3 split between the BJP and the SP alliance.
So UP is early days yet, but I think, Dilip, it is safe to say, when I say early days yet, I simply mean the margin of the victory. We do not know how much the BJP will fall. If it falls, we do not know what the gap will be between the two formations. But it is safe to say, Dilip Cherian, that the two stories of the day are Yogi Adityanath and Arvind Kejriwal. To me, it seems that those are going to be the two big winners of the day so far. I don't know how much, where the UP number will finally settle, but that seems to be where we're headed. Dilip?
I think with the usual caveats, that seems to be the number. Punjab seems to be fairly, settled in a sense. And while it may be too early to say the same about UP, I think UP's going to be Yogi Sarkar, that there seems to be no doubt. In terms of national politics, here are two individuals who are going to dominate not just today's news, but news going forward for the next couple of years. So I would say that you are talking about a new trend in politics with Yogi's lead indicating that he is going to be jostling for national airspace now, and that UP is something that he has in some senses shown with confidence that he can break the jinx which others had with since Pansab. We have not seen a repeat of ever of a UP chief minister being able to stage a comeback.
Yeah, so this is very interesting, and I want to bring in Sandeep as well on this, and then we'll turn our attention to Goa. Sandeep, you know, the whispers in the lead up to this moment were that the BJP at the center might prefer a weakened Yogi Adityanath, that Yogi Adityanath is the one chief minister that the BJP high command could not replace, displace like they could with chief ministers of other states. If Yogi Adityanath manages to form the next government in Uttar Pradesh without a major drop, we don't know that yet. It's still early days. Can we just bring up that UP slide one last time? Sandeep, what does it do to the internal dynamics? Dilip Cherian then believes that Yogi Adityanath is then a national player. And there will be a certain kind of churn in the power dynamic even within the BJP. Sandeep?
I think, Barkha, I had written about this 2 days back at the exit poll. I think I totally agree with Dilip that going forward, beyond 2024, these are the only two politicians we have to watch out for. Not only two, these are the two people who will be front runners, and we have to look at them. Personally, I don't subscribe to these theories, of the 180 club kind of theory, which was floated earlier, that, if BJP doesn't have those numbers, people will replace Yogi with somebody else, just like they used to talk about Modi being replaced by the 180 club with Rajnath Singh or Nitin Gadkari. I don't think so. Right now, I definitely feel Yogi knows his task is cut out for beyond 2024. And for staking claims in the national scene or national airtime, as Dilip was saying, he has to also deliver UP for 2024. And Mr. Modi will have his plate full despite these victories on other issues, the economy, the foreign policy, and the rest of it. So he will also have to focus on those things to deliver 2024. So I don't think there is a conflict there right now. It could have been there much before the election, but you remember the defining moment when Modi Modi doesn't do anything casually. Everything is planned. That shot which he walking with his hands over Yogi's shoulder, I think that is what you're going to see at least as the public optics going forward.
Okay. Okay, we also have Frederick Nerona, a senior journalist from Goa, joining us. But these are the images that are coming in from Lucknow. We have Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. From us, the Aam Aadmi Party is all set to form the government in Punjab. In Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is right now comfortably ahead, but we're waiting to see where that final tally settles. I just want to turn our attention to Goa now, if we can, for a moment, if we can bring up the Goa picture where polls had forecast a neck-and-neck battle, and that is the Goa picture. Can we take a very interesting little detail from UP? BJP is actually leading in Western UP, where it was forecast that the anger on the ground among farmers would lead to a different kind of trend. That's not happening. But let's turn our attention to Goa, and this is interesting. The last we checked, it was neck and neck. At the moment in the leads, the BJP is comfortably ahead. All right. Can we get Mr. Nerona in with first comments?
Hello.
Yeah, Frederick, go ahead.
Yeah, Barkha. So since morning, it has been a very close fight, and the leads keep changing, and the trends are changing. Also, which seats you take up first and which seats you're considering would kind of influence your perception of what's happening. So early in the morning, there was this feeling that the BJP was getting beaten quite badly, but along the way, it has picked up a little. There are some few trends which are quite surprising, like the Chief Minister Pramod Sawant not doing well in his constituency. But these are leads, of course. These are leads. Yes. And I must say that, people are looking in terms of 2-digit leads, not even 3-digit leads. So things can change.
Yeah, I agree. And in Goa, Frederick, it's famously said that people vote not for the party, but for the candidate. Given these leads, and yes, you're right, absolutely, to come in with that health warning, what is your own sense? Is Goa going to remain neck and neck? Because in small states, as Nilanjan has also pointed out, things literally change every minute. Every 10 minutes, you have a different picture emerging.
Barkha, actually, what's going to happen is that we'll know the real picture only much later in the day, or maybe after a day, because we have to see who has taken over, how much of the vote, whether the vote has got split. The real story is in the details. The real story is in the details, and very often with the with your breaking news kind of thing, you tend to overlook the details. So we have to see who's cut into whose vote, whether the strategies of having multiple parties in the fray have actually have made an impact. But at first glance, it looks as if there is a strong negative vote against the BJP, and Congress, which was virtually down to a single MLA, one or two MLAs after all the defections, has been able to garner quite some negative votes. I think there are negative votes against
what is confusing, Frederick, about Goa is that the chief minister is trailing, but the party is ahead. I mean, I don't know. How do you make sense of that, Frederick?
There are all kinds of things, Barkha, in the sense that there is a possibility that dissidents within the BJP, and we might see a bit of it when it comes to if there is an issue of the BJP chief ministership and all that. So it could be some wranglings within the party, which also took its toll in 2017, though it's not much talked about.
Okay, Nilanjan, do you want a quick comment on Goa, and we'll go back to UP and Punjab? Nilanjan, I mean, as I think Frederick is warning, this is changing minute to minute. The chief minister is trailing. The party is ahead in these leads at this hour at 9:56.
Yeah, I mean, look, Goa is going to be very difficult. Again, I just went on the Election Commission website. Unfortunately, the leads actually hide a lot of information, right? So TMC plus MGP are around 12% of the vote right now. Aam Aadmi Party is around 7% of the vote. Congress is 20 something, and BJP is up around 33. So you can imagine all of the possible combinations as we see small vote share shifts this way and that, especially in a small state like Goa. So I think Goa has always been difficult because it's a small state and there's a lot of horse trading. And now with the addition of new players, you're going to see very, very small shifts in vote share having huge changes in seat share. So that's all I would say. I wouldn't read too much into
I think it's
the
just
size
far
of the
too
lead right
early
now.
to get a sense of what's happening in Goa. Before we turn our attention to the other states, we have Uttarakhand, where actually the BJP is in a significant lead if you look at the numbers now. And there was one exit poll, at least, Dilip, if you want to just jump in here, that had predicted a win for the BJP in Uttarakhand, the Lok Niti CSDS poll. Again, I think with Nilanjan's health warning, the small states, the leads change quite quickly. And I wouldn't put my neck out and say what's going to happen. We're only sticking our neck out right now for Punjab, where we're pretty certain that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to form the government. In fact, we're calling it for the AAP in Punjab. Dilip, Uttarakhand, any thoughts?
I would say that Uttarakhand actually is surprising. The strength of the leads, the strength of the BJP's vote share there. The vote share I'm not so surprised by, but the kinds of leads we are seeing, I'm surprised by, because the reporters who came in from the ground, people who you talk to, pollsters I haven't talked to, but the exit polls showed that there was a lot of confusion in the electorate as to which way they wanted to go or which way they wanted to indicate the state should go. So I'm saying that like Goa, we should not hang on to the early leads story in Uttarakhand, and there's bound to be some changes as we go along, is the sense I'm getting, even with these leads.
And I think you're right, because both the key protagonists of the Uttarakhand battlefield are actually trailing in the leads. So both Chief Minister Dhami and Harish Rawat are trailing, but in very similar to Goa. And this is what happens in small states. Round to round counting, things do change. But one of the things, Dilip, I'd like to say is that Harish Rawat, in an interview to me before the results, sounded very crestfallen. And he said that he had tried to convince his party to declare a chief ministerial candidate, and the party hadn't agreed. And so there was some sense of a kind of demoralized Harish Rawat. He also did a series of tweets calling out factionalism within the party. So I don't know what's going to happen in Uttarakhand, but we do know that Rawat wanted to be declared the CM candidate, and that did not happen.
Usual Congress folly, and either they declare the wrong person, as they indicated in the case of Punjab, except that they finally came out with the Channi name from a bag. But I think that this is probably part of the whole introspection that is necessary if the Congress wants to remain relevant. But as we are saying, the relevance at the end of today is going to be Arvind Kejriwal and Yogi Adityanath. And we need to keep our eyes very firmly on the implications of that and the scale of that.
Yeah. Sandeep, do you want to come in on Uttarakhand and Goa?
See, Uttarakhand, I would, give that rider its early days. But if the difference comes the way it has, I think it is the Modi factor. There was anti-incumbency against the local MLAs who were the sitting MLAs, and a lot of them had been given given tickets. And that is the factor on which I think a lot of predictions had happened that BJP won't score. But overall, BJP's equity was good. And there was a lot of resonance in many things which the center has done, whether it's in development, infrastructure, or the points which were being made on how things were working out on the fronts of the temples, etc. Now, if that swing has happened, it has happened due to Modi, and but still, I would keep my we should wait for having a much more clearer picture before we comment.
Okay, sorry, I'm interrupting because it's 10 o'clock. It's the top of the hour. Both Dilip and Nilanjan have to go. They'll be joining us again in the day. So I want to get...
Point, Barkha, in Goa. If Pramod Sawant loses, I wouldn't be surprised. There were a lot of predictions about his losing, and it might actually help BJP to be able to stitch up alliances, because he was a block in getting a lot of
Sandeep,
people
just
on
hold
board.
that thought for a second. I just want to get quick last words at the end of this hour. I think Dilip has already left, so we'll get Dilip back later in the day. Nilanjan, I know you're joining us again later, but a quick thought on what we know so far. At the moment, it's the AAP all the way in Punjab, and the BJP is leading in the other 4 states. That's what it looks like. The health warning is Goa and Uttarakhand change minute to minute, but at this moment, that's the story. Nilanjan?
I think that's right, and that actually tallies well with this time. The exit polls seem to have acquitted themselves quite well. Perhaps they didn't see the scale of the BJP victory, but the other way to look at this is that in places where the Congress is the key opposition, or even where Congress was the incumbent, it's underperforming. And this is, a phenomenon that we have seen, obviously, the national election, and now it looks like it's leaking its way into state elections. So that's going to be the story to sort of keep an eye on, is compared to what we thought, is it the case that Congress is underperforming across the board?
Okay, Nilanjan, thank you for that. And we'll see you later as our analysis continues on the Mojo Story through the day. If you've just joined us, it's 2 minutes past 10 a.m. and we already have some exciting updates for you. Bhagwant Mann is all set to be the next Chief Minister of Punjab. It is a wipeout for the Congress in Punjab. We have leads for all 117 seats in Punjab, and the Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 84 seats. Give him 80 seats. Well, the voter seems to have listened. If these leads hold, that is Kejriwal's wish coming true. But even if these leads change a bit, the margin is now so wide that nobody else can actually form the government. AAP has quite literally swept with its Jhaadu. Never was a party symbol more apt for a state. The AAP Jhaadu has swept Punjab. So that is the story from Punjab. Let's turn our eye to the other states now, if we can, one by one, and then we'll introduce our guests again. In Uttar Pradesh, the BJP at the moment is ahead in a 221 seats. We have leads available for 320 seats out of 403. And the Samajwadi Party and its allies are definitely improving on their performance from last time, but at the moment, certainly not enough to catch up. If that's the case, it is going to be a historic consecutive second term for Yogi Adityanath, and that could mean all sorts of things, even for intra-BJP politics. So that is the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's turn our attention now to the other states. In Uttarakhand, the BJP is comfortably ahead at this point. We have leads available for 70 out of this 70 seats. I'm being told we have an update on Uttar Pradesh. So can we go back to that slide and then we'll take a look at Goa? Uttarakhand, the BJP is leading in 43. And if we can switch back just for a second to Uttar Pradesh, we have fresh updates where Yogi Adityanath is at the moment leading in 229 constituencies. And there you can see those updated figures. So let's go through these states again. Uttar Pradesh, the BJP ahead in 229, the Samajwadi and its allies in 88. Let's turn now to the next state. if we can. The Congress, by the way, in UP was leading in 6. So we have to see where that number actually settles down. The last time it had about 7 seats. In Uttarakhand, 43 ahead, as I mentioned. Which is interesting because the chief minister is trailing, so is Harish Rawat, but these are small states. Everything changes minute by minute. Goa, the BJP is ahead in 20 seats. And this is interesting. The Trinamool and its allies, but it's Trinamool and allies. So, this could well be the MGP, but this is the Trinamool. And it is Trinamool Plus is ahead in 4 seats, the AAP only in 1, the BJP in 20. But again, for Goa and Uttarakhand, we will give a health warning. These are small states and the counting changes quite swiftly. Manipur, the polls had always forecast would go to the BJP, and that is what you're seeing reflected in the early leads. Let me introduce our panelists who are just joining us at this hour. Sandeep Ghosh is with us, political analyst. Chandrasutta Dogra, expert on Punjab politics, is with us. Frederick Narona, veteran journalist from Goa, is with us. Dr. Sanvi Ahluwalia, Aam Aadmi Party leader from Punjab, is with us. Kartikeya Batra and Shivam Shankar Singh, political analysts, are with us as well. Thank you in particular to Kartikeya and Shivam who are just joining us. But Dr. Ahluwalia, ये आपका दिन है पंजाब में, तो आप ही से शुरू करूंगी कि let's switch back to Punjab, please. आप ही से शुरू करूंगी कि आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे. नाच गाना तो शुरू हो गया है, सेलिब्रेशन शुरू हो गई है और मौज मस्ती शुरू हो गई है, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री सुपर सीएम क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल रहेंगे कि ये भगवंत मान जी की सरकार होगी? डॉक्टर आलूवालिया.
मैडम, ये बिल्कुल सरदार भगवंत सिंह मान की, इट विल बी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ भगवंत सिंह मान, बट यस, Arvind Kejriwal, who is our national convener, he will guide us because he has already given the model in Delhi. So the good governance will be repeated in Punjab as well. So things are very clear. The Bhagwant Singh Maan will be our chief minister, and and our Arvind Kejriwal, the national convener, he is going to guide us because he is already given a good model, good governance model in Delhi. So we are trying to repeat that model in Punjab as well. And now we are a national party. We are going to repeat in other states as well.
I talk a little bit about that, Dr. Ahluwalia, about AAP's national ambitions. Punjab is one state in the bag. You now believe that the AAP is the natural pivot for opposition politics nationally? Is that what you're saying?
See, when we see the percentage, even in Goa, what we are looking at your channel only, that you are showing that we are in 4 to 5 seats, we are leading. So the final results will tell. But in state like Goa, where there are always two parties, the Congress and the BJP, so they have given the people have given us the chance over there. So we are sure that we're going to make a mark in the national politics as well. If you see the Uttarakhand as well, there are a number of votes which have been, people have voted for Aam Aadmi Party. Though we are not getting any number there, but now we have become a national party.
Yeah, now you have become,
And
sorry,
in
you just said now we have become a national party, right? That's what you said. Yeah.
You will see.
Okay, sir, you don't have the greatest line, but I got
What
the
is
most
going to
important. You don't have the
happen
greatest
in
line, so we're going to reconnect to you.
Indian
But I got
politics
the most significant thing you
as
tried
well.
to say. Can we reconnect with Dr. Ahluwalia? But the most important thing he said was the Aam Aadmi Party is now a national party. Chandan, you have actually known Arvind Kejriwal really well. There was a time when you even experimented with politics in the Aam Aadmi Party before returning to journalism. Can I get your early thoughts on what Dr. Ahluwalia just said, that the Aam Aadmi Party with Punjab in the kitty is now a national party? Not quite literally in terms of numbers, but in terms of perceptions and imagination and where Arvind Kejriwal might position himself. He's always had national ambitions. He competed against Narendra Modi when he, fresh off the India against corruption wave. What might Kejriwal be looking to do now with his party, given that you know him so well?
Yes, certainly. Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party does visualize a national role for itself. But I think having suffered a defeat in 2017 and various other setbacks which the party has had down the years, I think this is a more mature Arvind Kejriwal, a more mature party, and they will not be rushing to do, those kind of things which we had seen them doing in previous years, shooting of statements, etc. And I think They will first move to Himachal Pradesh, try and expand their footprint there because elections are due at the end of this year, and Himachal Pradesh will take a cue from Punjab because two adjoining states and populations, at least in lower Himachal, a lot of Punjabi speaking people over there too. So I think that will be their next step. And then I also think that the party is going to expand itself from the grassroots. For instance, in UP also, if you see, they have started contesting elections at the panchayat level, councillors, municipal elections, etc., trying to build itself up from the ground. Unlike their previous model, when they thought that they would win 2017 in Punjab and then just sweep onto the national scene, a top-down approach was what they were looking at earlier, but that hasn't happened. And I think this is a lesson for the party. They waited for 5 years in Punjab and they've got the kind of victory which they were looking for, a kind of launch pad now for national politics. But it'll take them some time to reach where Arvind Kejriwal wants to reach. It'll be a slow and steady movement. But yes, they are certainly going. They've learned their lessons and they know now how to negotiate Indian politics, something which they did not know in the initial years when the party was founded, and they used to talk about, off with this one's head or that one's head. Sorry.
That's
Those
okay.
kind of
I think your pet is also excited about the elections. What's his name? Chandar, what's his name?
He's a pepper. He's a lab, and I'm really sorry. Yeah.
No, don't be sorry. Why should humans have all the fun, right? But it is a kind of day that journalists and politicians wait for. Can I get early reactions from Karthikeya and Shivam, and we'll turn our attention state by state with Sandeep, Frederick, and Chandar after that. Karthikeya, Punjab.
Punjab. If I'm just looking at the map, Barkha, and there is no other color in Malwa apart from Aam Aadmi Party's color.
That's right. AAP has swept through Malwa. What everybody thought was the sentiment I was saying in the last election is actually converted into seats this time. But go ahead, Karthikeya.
Correct. Yeah. So one more thing, Barkha, that one has to give credit to the Congress for one thing, which is that they are doing well in Doaba. So the social engineering that they thought would work is at least working in part. Now just imagine if they had Sidhu working along with Channi, along with Mr. Jakhar, that alliance could have worked because the social base of Mr. Channi seems to have delivered for the Congress. But, it's a sweep for the Aam Aadmi Party. Congratulations to them. They've worked really hard. And I'm happy as a fact because now that the Aam Aadmi Party will have chief ministers in 2 states, especially in northern India, they are all set to take the space of the opposition.
But can you elaborate a little bit on why you think Charanjit Channi and the social engineering experiment has worked? Because clearly the Punjab Dalit vote has not gone exclusively behind a Dalit candidate, right?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons for that is that even among Dalit Congress voters, historic voters, not many were convinced that Mr. Channi was given any real authority by his party. Everybody saw him being perennially undercut by Navjot Singh Sidhu. So go ahead, Karthikeya.
But then, Barkha, that skepticism existed until Channi was anointed as CM candidate, because a lot of these voters thought that you will take the vote from us, but eventually you will make Sidhu the CM. So I think when that announcement was made, at least one block of voters did sort of consolidate behind the Congress. But what the exit polls showed, and once we see the post-poll survey, we'll realize probably what has happened is that within the Dalit vote, the Sikh Dalit vote has not consolidated as much as the Hindu Dalit vote has. So there is a difference there. And probably that's why it's not as handsome as the Congress would have expected. But I still feel that there were 3 different vote bases available to the Congress when they were in crisis. There was the Dalit vote, there was the Jat Sikh vote, and there was the upper caste OBC Hindu vote. Of these 3, they knew that Jat Sikh was the most sort of whimsical of all. They when they got rid of Amrinder Singh and they had Sidhu coming in, they could have catapulted Sidhu and they could have focused on the Jat Sikh vote, but they knew the Jat Sikh vote's whimsical attitude. So they probably went in with Channi. Well, some people say by default, but let's say it was strategy. They went in for Channi knowing that probably they were targeting the most steady possible vote bank. And what I'm saying is that steady possible vote bank has delivered to a large extent. What has not delivered were the 2 other shaky vote banks with Mr. Jakar's statements on your show. I think when he said that, I was the preferred CM candidate. And so the Hindu vote chip was went away to the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's a very interesting thing. I mean, basically you're saying Mr. Channi may have delivered, but the Jat Sikh factor and the Hindu vote has not delivered for
one
the
last
Congress.
point. It's like a three-legged chair. You need at least two legs to win Punjab. And the Congress was steady on one, I think, but they lost the plot on the other two.
And actually, Chandar, if you want to just add to that, the Aam Aadmi Party social engineering was very cleverly thought through. You had Bhagwant Mann as the Jat Sikh face. You had a very strong regional Dalit leader. They spoke about a Dalit leader possibly being the deputy chief minister. Let's see if that happens. And you had Arvind Kejriwal as the Hindu face. The Congress tried the same with Navjot Sidhu, Charanjit Channi and Sunil Jakhar, but the party imploded.
Yes, absolutely. Although I think the Aam Aadmi Party didn't do it really consciously that we are, Arvind Kejriwal is a Hindu and the others. Of course, they were very clear right from the beginning that we will project a Jat Sikh as the chief ministerial face. That is something which they have been consistently saying. Arvind Kejriwal, we say that we will give you a Sikh face for your as your chief ministerial candidate. They never said that we will have a Dalit, etc. Maybe they might have a deputy later. That's another thing. But they haven't really, because they didn't really need to overtly play the Dalit card, because the Dalits were already with the Aam Aadmi Party, wanting to see if Arvind Kejriwal can bring in the Delhi model, improve the schools and the health infrastructure, etc. That would be enough for the Dalits, because in Charanjit Channi, even though it appeared as if there was great enthusiasm for him in the initial days when his name was announced, and a lot of support we could see, but then over as the weeks passed, we could see that support dwindling, for the simple reason, one, he did not talk about Dalit issues. He didn't really seem as if he would bring up or do anything great to
because
I think he
was scared. I think he was probably scared from a backlash from the Jat Sikh vote, because Sidhu was clearly not standing in his corner.
Absolutely.
And that is actually what happened, right?
Precisely. And this is something I think even the party central leadership told him this, that you have to go easy on Dalit talk, etc. So the Dalits could see that he's really not, he's not going to emerge as a leader of the Dalits, or he's going to do anything for us. He's going to play the same old politics. And I just have one more point to make over here about the Aam Aadmi Party. In the 2017 elections, right towards the end, we saw that there was this charge which was flung at them that they are mixed up with Khalistanis, etc. And the very same strategy was adopted this time by the entire opposition, whether it was the Congress or the BJP and the Amrinder group, etc. This interview of Kumar Vishwas, which said that he wants to become chief minister of maybe Khalistan or things like that, he said. Then there was this fake letter from the Sikhs for Justice, a banned separatist Khalistani organization based in the US, which apparently said that we are supporting Arvind Kejriwal. It turned out that it was a fake letter. So all these kind of things were floated, and I think that this time around, this propaganda has had the opposite effect, because it really disgusted a lot of people, saying, what is this? Last time we fell for this allegation, but now I think part of the reasons for this huge sweep could also, this has played a small part in the sense that it has further turned the people towards the AAP instead of
it's had the opposite impact. All right, Shivam,
yes.
I want to actually bring you in a second. We need to look at the other states also, but my colleague Zafar Iqbal is on the ground trailing Bhagwant Mann's supporters, where celebrations has erupted as the Aam Aadmi Party Jhaadu quite literally sweeps through Punjab, riding on the back of a Malwa a kind of handsome landslide performance. And let's take a look at some voices now from the ground.
Celebrations have already started here in Sangrur, with initial trends saying that Aam Aadmi Party is getting maximum seats, or perhaps leading on maximum seats. You can see all the supporters of Aam Aadmi Party are really celebrating, typical of Punjab, loud music and dance, people really celebrating. आप बताइए, आप अभी तो काउंटिंग चल रही है, आप अभी से ही सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हो? सानू यकीन है जी जित दा यकीन है सर, ऐसकी आम घर दा धी पुत्त आम घर दा बड़े बड़े राजे महाराजा नू हरा रहा हैगा, ठीक है। Put up here, and all these supporters are really glued to this screen. They are all assembled here. You can see people in large numbers coming. This is the residence of Bhagwant Maan, and all of them are here. There are really celebrations that have erupted in Sangrur, where supporters of Aam Aadmi Party are really hoping for a clean sweep and the formation of the government in Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party, it's going to be a history in the making if Aam Aadmi Party wins these polls. Let's try and speak to them. आप अभी से शुरू, अभी तो पूरे रिजल्ट्स नहीं आए, अभी तो रुझान है, आप अभी सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं।
पंजाब ने, पंजाबियत ने इस बार ईमानदारी की मिसाल कायम कर दी है। उन्होंने देख लिया है कि पंजाब को बदलाव की जरूरत है और वो बदलाव के लिए उन्होंने एक पहल कर दी है। भगवंत सिंह मान हमारे कमिंग सीएम होंगे और ये आपको बता रहे हैं।
Jhaadu in their hands and they are really celebrating. क्या कहना आप?
Definitely we are celebrating. You can see that we already won 59 seats and definitely we will make our CM Bhagwant Maan and we're going to change the disaster change in our Punjab.
Really, this is the picture here at the residence of Bhagwant Maan. The celebration has started. Typical Punjabi style of celebrating, although the results are not out yet, but the initial trends indicate that Aam Aadmi Party is leading, and all these supporters holding Jhaadu in their hand are really dancing and celebrating for an imminent victory in Punjab. It's going to be a big boost for the Aam Aadmi Party and for Bhagwant Maan, who is the chief ministerial candidate of Aam Aadmi Party. A big screen that has been put up here and
Okay, you can barely hear Zafar, and I think he can barely hear himself. But what I picked up there, if you can take this banner off now, what I picked up there is in fact the Aam Aadmi Party supporters saying that our party has defeated Maharajas. हमने राजाओं महाराजाओं को हमारे झाड़ू ने हराया, and also that Punjabiyat has won. And I think this is, Chandra, to your point, that they saw that smear campaign is exactly a smear campaign. Shivam, your first thoughts, and then I'll come to Sandeep. On the overall picture, I think, can we actually, 1 second, just quickly take a look at all the other states as well? We know the Aam Aadmi Party is forming the government. Here's what Uttar Pradesh looks like. The BJP is surging ahead at this point. It is ahead in 244 seats. The Samajwadi Party is also, by the way, inching closer with its allies to the 100 mark. So that should be interesting to see. I'm told we even have some fresh leads on that, so we'll go back to the UP slide in just a moment. Let's bring up the UP slide. You can also see BJP workers there also blowing the conch and celebrating. The BJP is leading in 4 states at this hour. Can we bring back the fresh UP numbers? All right, it's a greater sort of surge ahead for the BJP. It's leading in 253 seats, and the Samajwadi Party and its allies is coming close to 97. The Congress is ahead in 4. The BSP in 6 and others in 4. Let's take a look at some of the other smaller states now. We'll come back to discussing UP and Punjab. In Uttarakhand, the BJP is holding its handsome lead ahead in 43 constituencies. The Congress well behind in 23. If these leads hold, it will not be a neck-and-neck battle in Uttarakhand. Let's turn our attention to Goa now, if we can. In Goa too, the BJP is at the moment comfortably ahead in 21 seats, despite the fact that a little while ago the chief minister himself was trailing. But at the moment, you will have to see what happens if you add up all the others. So Goa and Uttarakhand actually, strangely, despite being smaller states, may take longer to call. And the BJP, of course, is well ahead in Manipur. I'll come back to Frederick for a Goa-specific perspective, but first the national perspective. First from Shivam, then Sandeep, and then Kartikeya. Shivam, go ahead.
So I've actually worked in a lot of these states during the 2017 assembly elections, and I've handled data for a couple of these states during this election. For Punjab, it seems to be much larger than just any kind of social engineering. Last time also, there was a major desire for change within the voters of Punjab. What happened was Maharaj Amrinder Singh was rebranded into Captain Amrinder Singh, and that was new enough to generate hope in Punjab. So they ended up backing him. But the desire for change never went away. This time, what we see is that because Captain Amrinder Singh was not able to deliver on his message of change, Aam Aadmi Party stuck there as the second party who would be bringing in change. They worked over the last 5 years. They strengthened their cadre. They maintained a consistent presence. They kept doing activities. They did not essentially stop working since 2017 to right now. And that's showing its dividends right now. So I think more than social engineering, this is a vote for a change of government in Punjab. After this, I really believe Aam Aadmi Party is going to start representing an idea where it is an opposition party with a difference. It is a party that reflects something new. And wherever there is voter sentiment that wants change and voters are frustrated, Aam Aadmi Party is going to do very well. This might just turn out to be very important in the upcoming Haryana and Gujarat elections. Moving on to the other states, Manipur was pretty obvious that BJP is going to win. I was working there the last time.
You're saying the AAP is in pivot position to now replace what, the Congress as the national opposition voice, or it's too early to say
yes.
that?
Wherever people are desirous of change and they don't have a party to rally behind, AAP is going to emerge as a force. It is going to consolidate.
Can we switch to Uttar Pradesh for a second, because there's an update? But yeah, go ahead, Shivam.
So yes, Uttar Pradesh, that way, very interesting election. Yogi Adityanath definitely doing very well and almost sweeping the elections. This, I believe, is actually a mandate for Yogi Adityanath working on the ground in Uttar Pradesh. What I saw was all the dissatisfaction was limited against the central government. It was on price rise, it was on unemployment. But if you talked about how the chief minister is, people reported him as being very honest, very responsive. People really praised a lot of the government schemes. We hear a lot of talk of women voted for Yogi Adityanath on law and order issues. I haven't seen the data yet. That can only happen after the elections are done. But what I did see was that the UP government is running some very innovative schemes just focused on women. They have this thing called banking correspondent Sakhis, where they've impaneled 52,000 women to become banking correspondents in every panchayat in the state. So 50,000 women have gotten employment just through this scheme. Other than that, if you know about the panjiris that were distributed in Anganwadis, in UP, it used to be owned by Ponti Chadda, the liquor baron earlier. That's all moved to women self-help groups. So what Yogi Adityanath has essentially done is that he's creating these centers where women self-help groups are going to be making this. It's about 250 to 300 crore enterprise. Just through schemes like this, a lot of money has gotten into people's pockets. You talk about farmer scheme, then 6,000 rupees is going to farmers. The free ration distribution did a lot to counteract the price rise issue that people were facing. So just the direct benefit transfer in UP is just phenomenal. And I think that has a large part to play in this. Obviously, there is the Hindutva vote, which was going to go with BJP and Yogi Adityanath anyways. But this incremental vote is why they're winning so handsomely.
Okay, let me bring in the national perspective now. We have a reasonable idea of what we're looking at right now. If the UP numbers hold, and by the way, Sandeep, if you just want to come in at this point, the Samajwadi Party is actually not doing so badly when compared to their previous performance, is what I mean. It's all relative, of course, in politics. But Keshav Prasad Maurya's tweet is here, nahi hawa hai, sapa safa hai, bewaja Akhilesh khafa hai. You've got to love the heartland politics because it has an idiom that the Angrezi walas just don't have. Ye to manna padega. Can we just take that tweet again? It was so enjoyable. I just want to read it out one more time. Nahi hawa hai, sapa safa hai, bewaja Akhilesh khafa hai. Akhilesh is doing quite well compared to his previous performance, but he's going to need another election to keep building his party back. I think that's quite clear right now, Sandeep. But when you hear Shivam saying that the anger was against the central government and not against Yogi, that kind of reverses conventional tropes. Conventional tropes have always been it's Modi's win, not Yogi's. In 2017, it certainly was because Yogi Adityanath was not the chief ministerial candidate. Whose win would it be this time? It seems clearly headed for a BJP government.
See, Barkha, these are kind of, I might say, with due respect to Shivam, it's a retrofit logic which we are trying to do. All these facts about, beneficiary schemes and everything was known, but all experts were then talking about the caste dynamics. Now, what I think Punjab and UP shows, when there is a real cause or people feel convinced about a party, then this caste dynamics disappear. So all that was said about the Dalit chief minister candidate and the rest of it in Punjab, or here as we are seeing the trends from Western UP, at least what indications we are getting, it's defying those caste trends. And it would be, I think, uh, at this point in time, quite meaningless trying to retrofit logic. Maybe things will come in later. But I don't really buy the fact that anger was against center and not against Yogi and the rest of it. In fact, if at all anything, they said Yogi has his followings in UP, but he had also his detractors both within the party, among other caste groups, etc. Whereas Modi had maybe Modi's additional appeal this time was lower, but Modi has an universal appeal across them, and especially the women segment and the rest of it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So that, I think, Barkha, is not the point. Akhilesh will have to do, if he wants to be in the game for 2024 or the next elections, he has to do a lot of introspection and build his party differently. A lot of people are saying, oh, Akhilesh was not seen at the time of COVID-2. If he was 2.0, if he was there, things would have been different. But one person's photo ops don't make a difference. If BJP has made a difference, defying trends, is because they also had ground workers. So they have, Akhilesh doesn't have, or Samajwadi Party doesn't have a service-oriented cadre base. As Naresh Agarwal said, he is the lone soldier. What he is surrounded by are all pygmies. Nobody could really, he carried, the stuff. But BJP had, apart from the star campaigners from Delhi, Modi, Amit Shah, and Rajnath Singh and the rest, they also had their local satraps. So these are things which they'll have to see.
Okay.
And by the next elections, dynamics will change. As you were saying that,
I think it's quite clear that he needs another election to make his mark. But I just want to make the point that Aam Aadmi Party's Jeevan Jyot Kaur is leading against Navjot Sidhu in Amritsar, actually leading ahead both of ahead of Sidhu and Bikram Bajithia in that high-profile Amritsar seat. And I'm sure Dr. Aluwale will have things to say to that. But we've got to stay on UP for a moment. Kartikeya, if you want to come in on UP, can we get the latest UP figures? Look, the Samajwadi Party has significantly improved its performance. It's crossed that 100 mark compared to how it did last time. But it's all set, if these leads hold, to be a BJP government. Kartikeya.
Barkha, 2 points. One is that, if you are a Samajwadi Party person, you were used to winning elections at 30% vote share.
Yeah.
But polity in UP has fundamentally changed now. This election proves it's a bipolar polity, and now the threshold is now 40%. So despite all their effort, the Samajwadi Party alliance, if they get to 30 or 36%, for them, by their standards, it's a big achievement, but not by the standards that the BJP has now set in Uttar Pradesh. I'm not going to retrofit any logic, but I'll maintain what I've been saying for a very long time. I don't think this is only a vote for Hindutva. I think there's a lot of things that this is a vote on. For example, if this is a vote where the women have actually supported the BJP in large numbers, and it has to do with the beneficiaries, the Labharti, Barkha, one implication I see nationally.
And the free rations.
Yes.
Please let us not forget I'm glad you brought it up.
Including the beneficiaries.
We've been saying throughout that the free ration is an undertold story of this election. We say that literally on every program we've done on Uttar Pradesh.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Kartikeya. Yeah.
And so, but you will like this point even more than Barkha, because my point now is, if this is a formula that's working for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and now for the BJP in UP, you are going to see a fundamental shift in India's larger political economy state by state. You will see that despite there being a lack of dynamism in the economy where jobs are not being created, there is unemployment and there is inflation. A lot of that the governments will try to blunt using these freebies, which means we'll become a more expensive welfare state at both the state and the central level. At the same time, the absence of the dynamism in the economy will have its own socio-political economic ramifications. For instance, if the exit polls are to be believed, then whereas the Samajwadi Party and the BJP were doing neck and neck on the male voter, the BJP sped ahead in the female voter category. The male voter was more disenchanted because there was not enough economic mobility, and that was being attributed to poor governance. So do you see the dichotomy? This dichotomy, if it persists, it's going to play out in really, funny ways, which probably we don't know. But one thing is for sure, that till the time governments are unable to work out how to resuscitate the economy and bring back the animal spirits that we saw in the first decade of this century, the welfare state will keep on expanding, and there will come a point when its sustainability will be questioned.
Okay, I need to actually shift to the other states, but there's one data point that leapt out at me, and I'm sure Sandeep and Shivam will want to come in on that, and that is that the BJP is sweeping West UP. And why this is so important is because this is the area which was the seat of the farmer discontent. The Prime Minister withdrew the decision to go through with the new farmer legislations well ahead of the elections. We now don't even know if that was a core issue at all, but this was the gut of the farmer protest. This is where very voluble Jat voices spoke in favor of the RLD and the SAPA, the Samajwadi Party, and we'll have to get a data breakdown to know what's happened where. But sugarcane farmers were angry, protesting farmers were angry. The conventional knowledge was that West UP had been a big disaster for the BJP. At the moment, the BJP is leading in 83 out of 134 seats in West UP. Sandeep, any thoughts? Shivam, any thoughts? Who wants to go first? Sandeep, go ahead.
Yeah, Barakha, as I said, this puts upside down all these caste equations which people are predicting. I think this the Jat numbers were in any case exaggerated. It's only 20%, and then the geographic split between the Braj area and the northern part of Western UP, all that was understated. Essentially, again, going back to the point, Barkha, I think once people have some core issues in mind, which they're voting for, and which could have been in this case, as we are saying, law and order, the free ration, and the rest of it. Other things, I think people take this caste factor too seriously. I keep quoting Dipankar Gupta, who had written very detailed thesis to say that whenever, if you look at even in UP 2012, 2017, and now 22, it has cut across. When they voted for BSP, they've done it as a swing. In 2017, they've done something, and even today. So that's how things are working, and Punjab is showing that. And one last point to Karthik's thing about the welfare state. All of us have been saying this, but I do believe that BJP will try to minimize that impact, as they have tried to at least cut losses through these DBTs and other things, because if they are looking at a longer term rule, they'll have to ensure that their exchequer doesn't get too stretched. It's much easier for opposition people to go and commit freebies and probably not come to power and get away causing the damage. But I think BJP will act more responsibly in a fiscal way, as their own budgets have shown.
Okay, can we ask Shivam and Karthikeya to quickly comment on what you're seeing on your screen? The BJP is leading in 83 seats in Western UP, where it was conventionally believed was the maximum anti-incumbency against the central government in relation to the farm laws, against the local government in relation to sugarcane prices. We'll also have an update from you for Lakhimpur Kheri. Lakhimpur Kheri, where the BJP is ahead. Please remember that's where the farmers were crushed under the wheel of the Home Minister, the junior Home Minister, I beg your pardon, son, who was then imprisoned. Shivam, any early thoughts on this?
So one early thought is that looking at Uttar Pradesh elections over the last 15 years, I would say the discontent of sugarcane farmers was the least this time. The payments had been made this time much more than they were in 2017 and before that in 2012. So that wasn't as large an issue. On the point of caste dynamics that Sandeep Ghosh keeps making, the caste dynamics is actually very favorable for BJP. If you look at the Samajwadi Party, then all you see is that they have the Muslim vote, they have the Yadav vote, they have some Rajbhar vote, and they had some Jat vote in Western Uttar Pradesh. And even the amount of Jat vote they have in Western Uttar Pradesh seems to be overstated. After the farm laws have been removed, it seems that the Jat vote has split in Western Uttar Pradesh, and a significant chunk has come to the BJP. So saying that caste dynamics does not matter, or that,
but you know, if you look at 2017, Shivam, if you look at the numbers you're seeing on your screen for 2017, it looks like if the leads hold, the BJP may even do better in Western UP than it did in 2017.
Yes, so that gets explained just by this, that the BJP has able to consolidate the other voters. Mayawati was not a factor at all this time. Mayawati used to be a major force in Western UP at one point of time. This time she is essentially conceded the elections. So the Dalit votes that she used to get is only now limited to the Jata vote. If Mayawati contested very strongly, it's very possible that some Dalit vote from the BJP would have shifted to her. And because of that, Samajwadi's 31-32% would have been enough. This time though, since all of that vote stays with BJP, plus it has all the other caste groups except Muslim Yadavs and a percentage of the Jats and the Rajbhars, they are sweeping ahead.
Okay, I want to turn my attention to the other states now. Keshav Prasad Maurya is already declaring victory on Twitter. Nahi hawa hai, Sapa safa hai. The Sapa actually has handsomely improved its performance from the last time, but it doesn't look like it will be placed or in a position to actually form the government. Let's turn our attention to Goa for a second. Once again, those are the latest. Can we go back to UP for a second? The Samajwadi Party is now leading in 120 seats, the BJP in 246 seats. The Congress is down to leading only in 4 and the BSP in 5. So it's going to be very interesting to see where that final score actually settles. This is a huge state. Counting is going to take a little bit of time. So we have to wait to see what actually happens. How much does the BJP drop by? Because at the moment, it's quite clear that the BJP looks like it's dropping. In Uttarakhand, the BJP is handsomely ahead, leading in 40 seats, and the Congress is now well behind the Aam Aadmi Party, leading in only 1 seat in Uttarakhand. Let's turn our attention now to Goa, if we can. Goa. All right, the Goa election, Frederick, you were warning us that this might happen. Can we get the breakup of the Trinamool and its ally, please, to have a clearer sense, because this is not very clear. I asked for this earlier also. The BJP in 18 and the Congress plus in 14. Frederick, that gap has narrowed. Frederick, do you want to come in on Goa?
Barka, it's our job as political pundits to create explanation for these numbers, but the fact is that the numbers hide more than they reveal. Okay, until we get the actual breakup of who cut into whose votes where, we won't get an understanding of why this result in that sense. But it hides a few other facts also. I also, with due respect to the AAP person, he made a point that AAP has a hold in Goa. I'm sorry to say, but in Goa, politics is very regional. So whoever takes hold of a national party is using it as clothes. Like, they are putting on these clothes as long as it suits them. And tomorrow when it doesn't suit them, they'll junk the clothes. So even AAP in that sense, if there was one candidate leading at one stage, that's because of local factors. If I'm not mistaken, TMC, I think all 5 are MGP local leaders. The MGP was the ruling party in Goa between 1963 and 1979, almost 17 years. And 15 and a half years, sorry. And they actually had managed to use this AAP support and probably the money power also to get a kind of revival. The story that is not being told here, I think it's not coming out in the figures. 2 or 3 points, 2 or 3 very clear points. Yeah. One is that the BJP has had an alliance with almost every other party and a whole lot of politicians in the state. And over the years, they've shown their inability to work with these local players. So today you have a whole lot of guys, whether it's at the party level or at the individual level, who are quite upset with the way the BJP treated them. That's point number 1. Point number 2, the unpopular decisions that the government has been taking, particularly on the environment front, on the economy, on a whole lot of other things, it has been building up that has made the party quite unpopular in that sense. And the last point I want to make is that in the 2012 election, when Mr. Parrikar actually engineered this fantastic re-engineering of local forces, I was just looking at the election results, going back to 10 years, and I found 2 or 3 factors there. The first thing was the split of votes, which was very effectively calculated at that stage, and it really worked. So they were, if you put, it's not so simple to just add two candidates.
So is it your sense, Frederick, that Goa is still up for grabs? It can be anybody's election?
See, that's my point. The elections are decided
because frankly, if you add the Congress and the Trinamool and its allies, at the moment it would be leading in more seats than the BJP.
No, Barka. See, if the Goa decision is made before a single vote is cast and after all the votes are cast. So the split in votes and those kind of factors before the elections and the governor's role and other factors after the election. So we've always everyone talks about Goa as this huge place where a whole lot of defections happen. But my argument is this: it's not that we are genetically different, where we are more prone to defections, or because we are a small state, we are doing it. But whenever there's a mismatch between the ruling and the state, between the central and the ruling parties here, you find a lot of defections happening. There have been periods where Goa has been perfectly stable with very, minority governments in that sense.
Okay, I believe we're getting
I
some
don't think.
breaking news. One second, one second. I believe we're getting some breaking news from Punjab. Can we switch to Punjab? I actually didn't hear you. You need to tell me again at the back end what you're trying to tell me on Punjab. But in the meantime, oh, Punjab Chief Minister to resign soon. Okay. Yes, of course, that was to happen. And that is Charanjit Channi to resign soon. It is going to be an Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. There are going to be a lot of questions for the Congress decision making. Chandar, if I can bring you in at this point, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and Sandeep, I know you'll have a lot to say on this, is going to be under a lot of scrutiny for two things. One, her decision to bring in Navjot Sidhu to Punjab. It was very much her decision. It had her stamp all over it. And two, depending on where the Congress core settles in UP, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was the main face of the campaign in UP. So I just want to bring in Chandar on the Sidhu decision and what it's going to say. Are we going to localize the blame only at the door of Charanjit Channi and Navjot Sidhu, or is the central party high command in Congress going to have to take its responsibility, Chandar?
Absolutely, it's actually the central leadership which did all this. And here I would like to say that a lot of people are blaming Sidhu that he's an unpredictable character and he's making irresponsible statements and he was attacking his own party and that part of the problem is this. But I would say that that the reason for his this kind of a behavior was because he was given to understand that he would be the chief minister. And if the party had, after getting rid of Amrinder Singh, if they had projected Navjot Sidhu, now in hindsight one can see he would have actually been the agent of change, which the Congress
Why do
party
you say
otherwise
that?
could not.
Why do you say that? Sidhu was clearly not a team player at all.
Yes, he's not a team player, but he's a clean and honest politician who calls a spade a spade. But yes, that's the other. That was one of the reasons why he was not put in the chief minister's chair, because he was promising to clean up the system, clean up the whole party, which half the cabinet would have had to go if that was the case. And then when Channi was made the chief minister, he brought in 2 or 3 tainted ministers, and despite Sidhu's noise, whatever opposition he could, he was unable to get rid of them. So the Congress party was projecting the same old faces. And I'd like to just make one more point here about this whole thing. It's very odd that in this election, even though Charanjit Channi's magic hasn't worked, yet caste and the whole question has become central to the Punjab electoral discourse, which was never there earlier. Despite having a huge Dalit population of 32 odd percent, it was always about religion and Sikh politics, which has dominated the Punjab election scenario and politics in general. This is for the first time that Dalit politics has come center stage. It's another thing that it hasn't worked for various other reasons, because Dalits are looking for just not token offerings. They're looking for much more.
Yeah. But I'm actually surprised to hear you say that Sidhu might have been a better bet, because the fact is,
in hindsight. In hindsight.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically saying what was described as the masterstroke move of the Congress was actually a mistake.
It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work because he wasn't given a free hand.
Okay, I want to bring in Sandeep on his favorite topic, which is the failure, I think he would say, I don't know if the others would agree, of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's twofold failure to make a mark in UP. But we have to see where it settles and how low it falls. If she manages to even keep status quo, I think it will not be seen as a failure. But certainly the decision to handle Punjab, Chandar doesn't think bringing in Sidhu is a failure. I disagree. I think the Punjab handling by Rahul and Priyanka has been disastrous. It was very symptomatic of almost no decision making, letting people quarrel among themselves, letting people quarrel in public, and basically giving no leader perceived authority. But Sandeep, go ahead.
Barkha, I won't dwell much on Priyanka Gandhi. We can go on for the rest of the day. We leave that aside, except for the fact that, Barkha, in any profession, whether it's yours, mine, or anything, you just can't, paradrop leaders or paradrop people at the top who don't have any grassroots experience. Forget of running a party, running an organization, or sometimes even running a household. So, you are, I think we were expecting too much out of any of these siblings to take the right decisions. And they take those decisions out of a sense of entitlement and some amount of whims. And there are other factors which we all know how the leadership in the states are elected. But, your point, whether the blame will go to their doorsteps, it won't. Because others will not allow them to take the blame. because if they really have to take the blame and take a back seat, then the Congress's rest of the leaders who have absolutely no mass base, they also disappear from the scene. So they all need the Gandhis as a front, as a face. So even if today Punjab, Sidhu or anybody else talks against the Gandhi's failure, you'll find so many other people coming to their defense. So unless there is a groundswell and a change, from some people of significance, it'll carry on as usual. You'll find a few more,
but as you
comments.
said, it would be interesting what voices like Manish Tiwari and others who have been marginalized in Punjab now do, Sandeep.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is their chance to speak, if they want to remain relevant in politics, and I would pin hopes on people like Manish Tiwari, who will not take the easy route out to go to another party and then fade into relative insignificance. I don't think he can be written off. Whereas if they try to do something more constructive, that is what I'll pin my hopes on.
Okay, can I just take us through all the remaining states? If you're just tuning in, Bhagwant Mann will be the next Chief Minister of Punjab. There is absolutely no ambiguity. In fact, if there's any ambiguity on our captions, we need to correct it because it's quite clear. It's a clear landslide victory. The exit polls all got it absolutely right on Punjab. Arvind Kejriwal has another state in the bag. What might that do for national politics? But let's move from Punjab. Punjab is done, dusted, it's over. Charanjit Channi factor has not worked. Aam Aadmi Party is set to form the government. Now here's UP. UP is interestingly poised. The majority mark is 202. The Samajwadi Party plus is leading in a 120 seats. The BJP is ahead in 254. So this, at least for now, the Axis poll that suggested an improvement in the BJP performance compared to last time, the numbers are not reflecting that. But I am going to keep my pause on UP because it's going to take a long time for all the leads to be in. In Uttarakhand, the BJP is maintaining a distinct lead. And it's maintained that now, by the way, for the last pretty much 2 hours. So we have to recognize that in Uttarakhand. And those are Yogi Adityanath's images of free rations. And that might be one of the many micro welfare schemes. That was the reason why the BJP is still ahead. As I said, the BJP is maintaining a comfortable lead. Let's move to Goa now. In Goa, it is getting a lot closer. Can we take the banner off for a second? I want to show you all something. The Trinamool by itself is at 0. Sandeep, I know being from Bengal, you're going to have things to say on Mamata Banerjee's expansionist attempts, and I know you will bring in at some point Prashant Kishore. So let's actually take a look at this. Trinamool is at 0. The others are at 8, which means that the Trinamool allies, the MGP is among those. The AAP is at 1, but the BJP and the Congress are quite close, right? They're quite close. This could be anyone's election right now. Frederick, I wanted to separate the Trinamool from its ally to get a sense of what was happening. Do you want to come in on this, Frederick?
Fine. See, the Trinamool's ally was the most unlikely of allies. That's the Maharashtrawadi Gomantak Party, which was a former ally of the BJP. Some of their leaders, like Mr. Sudhin Davlikar, is connected by family and through his constituency towards, hard Hindu right groups like the Sanatan Sanstha and things like that. Whereas Trinamool has been accused of being soft on the Muslim community in its state. So it was an unlikely alliance, and what needs to be seen is whether the local players keep up with the alliance or just carry on and do their own thing in Goa, because it's quite possible that the alliance might not hold and Trinamool might not have its grip over them. And politicians here tend to be very ambitious, and that the weights that are offered to them are huge. There's already a big outcry about politicians defecting parties and switching over, and people are warning against it. So let's see what happens.
Okay. But I want to come on the national picture. Karthikeya, Shivam, anyone who wants to jump in. Sandeep, I'll come to you right after that. Karthikeya, go ahead. there were two parties that tried to go beyond their fiefdoms. One was the Aam Aadmi Party, the other was Mamata Banerjee. Clearly, as the celebratory shots from Punjab show, it's worked for one, hasn't worked for the other. But in sheer numbers, Mamata Banerjee still holds more numbers, but Kejriwal now has more geographical expanse. How does this play out, Kartikeya?
No, and Barkha, I think in the last show I said that, for me, always between the Aam Aadmi Party and Trinamool, the Aam Aadmi Party has been the more sort of suitable contender for that Congress, the spot that the Congress is vacating, primarily because they happen to be a North Indian party, and that's where the BJP is getting a majority of its seats. You have a Hindi-speaking leader who has his way with the masses, and he understands the politics of Northern India, it seems, and now with this victory over in Punjab, he now becomes somebody who people will be attracted towards. So all the people who are probably not finding their worth realized in other parties will start gravitating towards the Aam Aadmi Party, much like how you saw things happened in the Northeast after the victory in Bengal last year. But just that the catchment area, as you said, for Arvind Kejriwal is much larger. So you begin with Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, and Himachal Pradesh is one state where the by-polls showed us last year there is anti-incumbency. So the Congress did well in assembly and parliamentary by-polls. With the Aam Aadmi Party entering the fray, could muddy the waters for the Congress again. Gujarat, we saw that in urban areas at least, the Aam Aadmi Party can make a dent. So my sense, and this has been my sort of stand for a very long time, that Kejriwal is better suited. In fact, when you were saying breaking news, I thought you had caught Raghav Chadha saying that Kejriwal will be PM. He's already said that. He's already said that.
That's not surprising.
Exactly.
Because of course, Arvind Kejriwal was among the first to actually contest against Prime Minister Modi when he was a newbie politician. But sorry, I think someone's trying to come in on that. But Sandeep, do you want to come in on Mamata Banerjee?
Barkha, just one last point.
Yeah, sorry.
Barkha, I think just look at the hunger that you see in the Aam Aadmi Party, and that's what I see missing in the Congress. And I think that the Aam Aadmi Party's tactics in politics seem more realpolitik than what the Congress is trying to do. For all their right intentions, I really feel the Congress is missing that Machiavellian touch, which I think the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be having.
Okay, can I just bring in Sandeep on the Mamata factor versus the Kejriwal factor? When I was interviewing Arvind Kejriwal before the results, and I asked him about this, he said very smartly, Mamata to meri didi hai, wo mujhe jo kahengi main wahi karunga, right? That is Kejriwal's new, as Chandar called it, new, mature, improved version. He's learned in a way to play the mainstream game. He's no longer just a disruptor. He's no longer just playing the politics of antagonism. He's a softer Kejriwal with his angularities, not as sharp as they were. But when you look at the Goa breakup, we now know that in those others is the MGP. So it's leading actually in 5, and the Trinamool is not leading in any seat, right? Sandeep, go ahead.
See, I would put it only this way, that Goa and all the other states has been an expensive learning for Trinamool, because in Goa especially, they, I think, assumed on this acquisition theory. They thought what everybody outsider think, that Goa legislators are up for a price tag, so you can purchase the legislators and make up dent there. I think that is the assumption which Prashant Kishore would have sold to them, and that's why they went. And you have been showing in this thing the amount of investment they made in terms of outdoors and visibility. It's crazy. Somebody told me there are more Trinamool hoardings in Goa than coconut palms. And the same thing has happened if you see in Meghalaya and other places. They got too soon and they thought they have the money and they can go and acquire. I think this will lead to some introspection, and I think Mamata has already started by putting the brakes on the rest of the people, but she will also have to recalibrate her own style to be able to take on a Kejriwal and other more, shall we say, moderate image politician if she has to go to the center.
I just want to read out, I just want to read out Raghav Chadda's quote to ANI. Kartike, thanks for the alert on that. We're Aam Aadmi, but when Aam Aadmi rises, the mightiest of thrones shake. Today, in an important day in India's history, not only because the Aam Aadmi Party is winning one more state, but because it has become a national force. We had Dr. Ahluwalia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Kartike, you missed him, from Punjab, saying pretty much the same thing. And in the workers who are dancing, that's what they said. Humne Maharaja ko haraya hai, humne Punjabiyat ko jitaya hai, and we are the force that can beat Rajas, right? So, oh, I can see Nilanjan is back with us. Hi, Nilanjan. Things are a lot, lot clearer. And Sandeep, I'll let you complete your point on just Mamta Banerjee and her aspirations. Then I'll get Nilanjan right away to take us through all 5 states. Go ahead.
No problem, Barkha. I will take your leave. As I said, Mamta will have to recalibrate things a lot. And it's again pointless discussing Congress, to say what are the things wrong with them. We should probably try to see what are the things still right, if anything, with Congress, to devote more time discussing that party. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sandeep. I know you have to go. We'll see you later in the day. Thanks very much. Nilanjan Sarkar, political analyst with CPR, is with us. Shivam Shankar Singh is with us. Kartikeya Batra is with us. Frederick Narhona, a veteran of Goa politics, is with us. All right. I just want to first give the macro view. We know that the Aam Aadmi Party is forming the government in Punjab, but we'll start there for the sake of formality. Arvind Kejriwal had asked voters, give me 80 seats. They did more than that, looking at the leads. Arvind Kejriwal had said it because there was a suggestion that Punjab might have a hung assembly and it might become AAP versus the rest. None of that happened. The Congress is down to 13 and the celebrations have begun. There is absolutely no ambiguity at all in who is forming the government. Bhagwant Mann is the next chief minister. Raghav Chadda, who is tipped to possibly be the deputy chief minister or one of the deputy chief ministers in Punjab, has told ANI that Aam Aadmi Party will become the Congress's replacement. He's also said that we have now become a national force. And Arvind Kejriwal will definitely be seen in a bigger role, that of the Prime Minister, soon. So this is what Raghav Chadda has said, no surprise to ANI. Now turning and we knew this would happen, that Punjab is the springboard for Kejriwal's national ambitions. All right, these are the latest numbers from Uttar Pradesh. The BJP is ahead in 256. The Samajwadi Party in 120. The Congress is holding at 4 and the BSP at 6. We have leads in for 389 constituencies, but of course the counting is still on and it's going to take a little while longer before we actually know where that number settles. It doesn't look like the polls that suggested an improved performance for the BJP were correct, at least not right now, but it does look like, nevertheless, Yogi Adityanath will form the government, making history as being the chief minister of a second consecutive term. Even in Lakhimpur Kheri in Uttar Pradesh and West UP, where the media suggested was the maximum anger both among farmers and among the Jat voters, the BJP is actually doing very, very well. It's leading in 83 of 134 seats in Western UP. Turning our eye now to Uttarakhand. If we can move to Uttarakhand, the BJP is maintaining a handsome lead and it actually hasn't budged from this. The state was predicted to be a neck-and-neck battle, at least in the leads. It's not reflecting a neck-and-neck battle at all. And I was talking earlier about Harish Rawat's complete demoralization, and that seems to be reflecting in these numbers that we are seeing. Let's move on now finally to Goa. Goa has become really, really interesting and tight. And Frederick has been warning us of this. The BJP is ahead of the Congress as the single largest party. The Trinamool is at 0, but the others, the others actually include the MGP, which is leading in 5 seats. And, so that's quite important. The MGP was in alliance with the Trinamool, but Mamta Banerjee's expansion experiment in Goa has failed to take off. And let's finally look at Manipur if we can. The Manipur was forecast to go to the BJP, and that's exactly what happened. So the picture is unclear in Goa, but at least going by the leads, Nilanjan, it's quite clear the AAP will form the government in Punjab. And we do have obviously Adityanath poised to become the chief minister again, but we do not know how much of a hit he's going to take from the last time. And Goa is unclear, but at the moment it looks like it will be a BJP government in Uttarakhand as well. Smaller states do change on a dime, so we're being very, very careful with this. Nilanjan, as we go through the states, your overall impressions?
So I do think, I've been following the vote results closely, and I think the vote shares have broadly converged. So I think I mentioned to you earlier today that looking at UP, the vote shares were converging around 42 to 43% for the BJP and about 35% for the SP alliance in UP, which projects to about 2/3 of the seats for BJP alliance and 1/3 of the seats for SP alliance. And broadly, that's what we're seeing, right? Even in the leads. So I suspect that that'll continue, but obviously things can move a bit this way or that. I think the larger lesson from today, I'm going to talk about Punjab last, is that when we are looking at BJP and Congress head to head, that rot that we were starting to see in national elections, right? The BJP has had more than a 90% strike rate head to head against the Congress in the last two national elections. That's starting to now show itself in state elections as well, right? When the BJP and the Congress have to go head to head, perhaps this is the Modi factor doing its magic, and the ability to make BJP versus Congress elections somewhat national in nature. But it looks like the Congress is systematically doing a little bit worse than it should be, and the BJP is doing systematically better than it should be in those elections. I'm going to try to say something new about Punjab because I think a lot of people have been focusing on Punjab. It is an Aam Aadmi Party sweep. Kejriwal has shown a lot of fight. We didn't know if they'd come back after 2017. I think one of the most impressive parts of what has happened is that after 2017, there was a view that Aam Aadmi Party had really messed up and they were not going to be able to ever really break into the Hindu vote in Punjab. Right? Punjab, people forget, is nearly 40% Hindu, nearly 60% Sikh. And we know that in 2017, the Aam Aadmi Party basically didn't get any votes from the Hindu population. Fast forward 5 years, it of course has been helped by the fact that there was a reservoir of BJP voters now that the Akali alliance has fallen apart, who were looking for somebody to vote for. But we met a lot of Hindus who had been voting for the Congress who were also switching to the Aam Aadmi Party. The reason why this is important is that Aam Aadmi Party is a modern party. It has fashioned itself as a new kind of party. And it is showing that certain kinds of identity-based labels, which work so well for the BJP against its opponents, don't stick so well against the Aam Aadmi Party. So I think that's a big lesson going forward as AAP tries to expand its reach across the country.
Okay, Nilanjan, I want you to come in on UP now. The AAP expansionism point is well taken, and please, I'll come to the others right after Nilanjan's take on Uttar Pradesh. Can we switch now to the latest numbers from UP? Yeah, so we are beginning to get region-wise details, but this is the overall picture. The Samajwadi Party and its allies are ahead in 123, and the BJP in 254. So those predictions, if these leads hold, Nilanjan, that the BJP could improve or maintain its performance from last time, at the moment, that's not happening. There has been, and even the suggestion that the SP was only taking votes from the BSP, that is not true either. There is a certain amount of anger that has reflected in support for the Samajwadi Party alliance, looking at these leads.
I think that's right. I mean, on one level, the SP alliance held up its side of the bargain. It is still, the alliance is holding pat around 35% of the vote share. Most of us had them 35, 36, 34, right? What has worked out, obviously, for the BJP is that its vote share didn't drop. In fact, you'll see a slight increase, although perhaps not the kinds of increases that Axis was predicting. And the question will be, where is that extra reservoir of votes coming from the BJP? Where have they consolidated since 2017? I'm still waiting for a region-wide analysis. I think it'll take a little bit of time before those vote shares firm up. But one set of questions is, there was still a large reservoir of BSP voters from the fourth phase onward. People forget, among non-Jatav Dalit communities. So if you visited in around Lucknow, Barabanki, these kinds of places, you would have seen these voters. Now, one view is that the popularity of Prime Minister Modi and ration schemes particularly appeal to these communities. And perhaps that's where we're seeing some of the vote switching. Now, we'll have to go back and see. In Western UP, obviously the alliance had tried to make some ground, but we can't forget that that's where the BJP already had the largest margins coming into 2022. So even if they performed worse, they would still have come out in a number of those.
Sorry, states. I'm not able to hear you guys.
Yeah, sorry. I think that's a guest trying to join. Let's reconnect. Let's ask him to reconnect and let's come out of this. Sorry, Nilanjan. I think that was one of our panelists actually speaking. So we'll come back to you. Can we take the banners off and let me actually introduce our guests now? I can see Dr. Shruti Kapila from Cambridge University joining us. Nilanjan Sarkar with the Center for Policy Research is with us. Frederick Nerona, veteran journalist from Goa, is with us. Shivam Shankar Singh, political analyst, is with us. And I think that was somebody from the Aam Aadmi Party trying to join us, and we'll reconnect to him. Shruti, before I come to you for a kind of macro picture, Nilanjan, yes, the Axis poll, the scale is not correct, but I just want to let you give an overview of the political situation right now in terms of all of the states looked at together. Nilanjan?
As I said, I think the big takeaway is that leave Punjab out of it because the dynamics are a bit different, and what Aam Aadmi Party means for the opposition is a separate set of questions. But we are sort of seeing that this sort of BJP versus Congress head-to-head dynamic, is not working for Congress. Congress seems to be underperforming in a number of places where it should have been close. The BJP seems to be overperforming where they're going head-to-head against the Congress. That seems to be a general takeaway across all of these states. And it's going to be a big question for Congress because, as I mentioned earlier, where the Congress fades away, it very rarely comes back. And it's a question about whether this rot that had started at the national level is now trickling its way into systematically all of the states in which the Congress had been competitive. So that's my big takeaway in terms of the national picture.
Okay, Shruti, let's bring you in at this point as we go through all of the states. It's 10 minutes past 11. We have a clear sense that the BJP at this moment is leading in 4 of the states, that is other than Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party is forming the government. Let's go through all of the states one by one. The Aam Aadmi Party at 89, Bhagwant Mann to be the next chief minister. That state is done and dusted. Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party is putting up an improved performance from its last performance. Its Samajwadi Party and allies ahead in 123 seats, but the BJP has also since then improved its numbers. It's now at 261, and we have to see what happens in the next couple of hours. Usually, if there's a significant gap, the victor actually improves in the last mile. We have to see if that happens here, but it quite clearly with these leads is going to be a Yogi Adityanath second term. And the Congress is down to 3. So the Congress wipeout in these elections could well be the big national story, alongside the rise of Arvind Kejriwal as now a natural claimant to the pivot of the anti-BJP forces. Raghav Chadda, his deputy, already telling ANI that Arvind Kejriwal is now a natural contender for the post of Prime Minister. Let's switch now from Uttar Pradesh to the next state. In Uttarakhand too, the BJP is maintaining. It has maintained this lead. It hasn't actually budged, significantly ahead of the Congress, where Harish Rawat, a crestfallen Harish Rawat, had said that the party failed to declare a chief ministerial candidate, and the factionalism within the Congress had also hurt. Let's turn our attention to Goa now, where the election is somewhat tighter. This is a very, very tight election. The BJP is ahead in 18 as the single largest party, but the others are at 9. And the MGP within the others was an ally of the Trinamool Congress. Will it remain so? We have no idea. The Trinamool Congress has failed to open its account in Goa. And Manipur, of course, has steadfastly maintained its vote. If we can just bring up the Manipur slide, it has steadfastly maintained its vote for the BJP. So other than Goa, at the moment, it looks as if the BJP will be forming governments in the next 3 states. Devendra Fadnavis, Frederick, this would interest you, has already called the MGP, which fought as an ally of the Trinamool, the BJP's natural ally. It is a right right-leaning party, which has been an ally of the BJP in the past. Let me introduce our new guest now on the program. We have Advocate Ravinder Rajpura, Aam Aadmi Party leader, joining us from Punjab. We have Dr. A.K. Verma, political analyst, joining us from UP. We have Dr. Shruti Kapila joining us from Cambridge University this morning. Let me start with you, Ravinder ji. राघव चड्डा कहते हैं आप केजरीवाल जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लायक है, कंटेंडर हैं, आपको मुबारकबाद, कंग्रेचुलेशंस, इट्स अ हिस्टोरिक विन फॉर द आम आदमी पार्टी। पर मुझे याद है आप मेरे पुराने प्रोग्राम पे जब आए थे आपने बोला था सभी हमारे खिलाफ हैं, ये सभी इट्स आप वर्सेस द रेस्ट। तो आप लोगों ने तो साबित कर लिया दैट यू वर बेटर देन द रेस्ट इन द माइंड्स ऑफ द वोटर।
एक्चुअली पंजाब एक बहुत रिबेलियस स्टेट है बरखा जी। यू आर ऑल्सो पंजाबी, यू बिलोंग्स टू पंजाब, और आपको पता है कि पंजाब बहुत जल्दी, और हिस्ट्री भी रही है फ्रॉम लास्ट 53 इयर्स, कभी एक जिसको लंगड़ी विधानसभा बोलते हैं, दे हैवंट गिव दैट हैंकी पैंकी मेजॉरिटी और हैंकी पैंकी लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली, और क्लियर मैंडेट दिया हमेशा से, और यही इस बार भी पंजाब ने किया है। All the conventional party, all the three conventional party looted the Punjab. I'm using the word looted. They've looted the Punjab in a very big manner from last 15 to 20 years. Whether it's Akali Dal, BJP, Congress, any of the party. तो पंजाब के लोगों ने उसके खिलाफ भी एक जो मतदान किया है, वोट किया है, और सबसे बड़ी बात केजरीवाल जी की ईमानदारी को, दिल्ली के डेवलपमेंट मॉडल को वोट किया है, और भगवंत मान जी की जो परफॉर्मेंस थी, सड़क से लेकर संसद तक जो पंजाब की आवाज उठाई है भगवंत मान जी ने, उसके ऊपर वोट किया। और तीसरी बात जो आप सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आप बोल रहे थे कि डू यू फील एनी डाउट दैट केजरीवाल इज नॉट कैपेबल फॉर बीइंग एमपी ऑफ दिस कंट्री। जब मोदी जी आए थे तो गुजरात मॉडल की बहुत बात होती थी। केजरीवाल प्रूवन हिज मॉडल इन दिल्ली, एंड वी आर अप टू प्रूव आवर मॉडल इन पंजाब आल्सो, and you're going to see within 2 years Punjab is on the way of very massive change. बहुत बड़ा चेंज होने वाला है। 6 महीने में ही धरातल पे आपको बहुत बड़े मैसिव चेंजेस जिसको बोलते हैं वो देखने को मिलेंगे, और 24 के अंदर टफ फाइट देगी आम आदमी पार्टी 24 के एमपी इलेक्शन में। और केजरीवाल जी पंजाब के नहीं, दिल्ली के नहीं, भारत के बड़े लीडर बन के उभरेंगे। मार्क माय वर्ड्स।
यही आप कह रहे हैं, यही आज सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कह रहे हैं कि अब केजरीवाल जी की नेशनल जर्नी शुरू हो गई है। And we can see in this that it swept Malwa. I think we don't really need to focus on the regional breakup of Punjab at all. It's a clear election. We need to focus on the other states and what it means for national politics. Ravinder ji, if you want to add, and then I'll bring in Shruti.
इसमें 2-3 चीजें और हैं जो पंजाब के लोगों ने, देखिए पंजाब का इतिहास आप उठा के देखिए बरखा जी, पंजाब वो स्टेट है जो क्रांति को शुरू करता है
जी। तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये एक क्रांतिकारी शुरुआत है। एंड लेट मी ब्रिंग इन श्रुति नाउ। कैन वी टेक दिस banner slightly off? One of the things that Raghav Chadda has said, Arvind Kejriwal's deputy, is that Mr. Kejriwal is now a contender for the post of Prime Minister. Obviously, the national repercussions of these elections are fast and swift. Can I bring you in for early comments on Punjab? I know it's your home state, and then we'll, of course, get you to comment on the other states as well. Go ahead, Shruti.
Hi, good morning. It's not even 6 a.m. here. So just to say that what Ravinder ji is saying is in some ways correct, that Punjab has always been ahead of the curve. So while Nilanjan thinks it's exceptional, actually even in Indira Gandhi's time, okay, those were very violent opposition to the kind of centralized authority, but Punjab has always kind of, certainly in the last 30-40 years, shown the way forward, as it were. It's a weather vane, not like for like, but it tells you where things might go. And I think it's a really impressive result for the Aam Aadmi Party. I, on your show, had always said that it was Congress's to lose, or Congress was in pole position. But actually what Aam Aadmi Party has done is that it has made a very impressive presence in Punjab to actually become not just a party of power, but it will now possibly extend. I can't speak for its national footprint just yet, but I think it's a superb result. Part of the problem is precisely because actually Amrinder Singh was not taken out of the Congress politics much earlier. So the Congress is actually paying for its inability to push a new kind of politics ahead of time. and the Aam Aadmi Party has actually easily replaced what was, as it were, the Congress world. It's actually very welcome news for Punjab, where actually the contest had been between the Congress and the Akalis, and the Akalis have now been on the back foot now for more than 10 years, which is a very interesting story, because has been this party of the region now for since independence. So yeah, I mean, what can one say apart from saying, well, well done to AAP, but what does it portend nationally? I think that we'll have to pause.
We'll get into that. I think we need to look at all the states.
We can't. Yeah,
sorry,
we can't talk about it. But I think it is a significant defeat for the Congress in Punjab, because this is the main state for the party that it held, and to screw up there is to actually show that the internal party structures and leadership and internal politicking is not going to the leadership's plan either.
Okay, let's turn our attention. I think, Shruti, you're right in saying we can't understand the consequences for national politics till we look at actually what happens to the 4 other states. Kejriwal supporters are definitely getting up and saying, take a look at us. We're here. We're the natural national force now. Each supporter, from Punjab AAP politicians to politicians based out of Delhi, are making that comment. Raghav Chadha has already declared Arvind Kejriwal to be a prime ministerial contender. The BJP is ahead in 261 seats. Samajwadi Party in 126, the BSP at 6, the Congress down further to 3. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra led a campaign almost solo in Uttar Pradesh. She is going to be questioned for several things: the decision to put Navjot Sidhu in Punjab, her brand in UP, if in particular if the vote percentage falls further. Dr. A.K. Verma, can I please bring you in for your first thoughts on what we're seeing in Uttar Pradesh? Verma, sir.
It's very much on the expected lines, and the kind of study that we had conducted, and we released the data only yesterday of our post-poll studies. What is surprising is that the BJP's vote share was very high, and if you look at the vantage of 2017, BJP got 41%, and if you look at the vantage of 2019, it was 50%. So we were expecting that BJP would probably stand at the 2017 vantage, but in the survey data, what we found was that there wasn't any downslide in the BJP's vote share. Actually, there was some kind of accretion in the BJP vote share, and the 9% vote share that you see in between 2017 and the 2019. We can call them just Modi voters, because they were accretion in the name of Modi. So those Modi voters, they haven't gone away from the BJP, and they have stuck to that position. That's why in our survey data, the vote share of the BJP was showing very high, 49%. And additionally, the interesting part was that there was a simultaneous accretion in the vote share of the SP also. SP was also showing a vote share of 5-6%. So we were absolutely sure that in spite of very good mobilization in the rallies of Akhilesh and all, the difference between the vote share of the BJP and the SP was so very high that it was a foregone conclusion that the BJP is going to replicate its 2017
Can you elaborate on
performance.
that? Because can I ask you, and I'm sure Nilanjan has reactions on this as well. You're saying this is along expected lines, but where the BJP has fallen, what are the issues that it has fallen on, according to you, Dr. Verma?
There was much of a hype about the Jat and Muslim vote share, and you were speaking earlier about this, that this is a riddle. It wasn't a riddle for us, actually, because the data speaks for itself. And in our data, what we found is that there was a 20% downslide in the Jat vote share from as compared to 2019. In 2019 survey data, 91% Jats had voted the BJP, but this time we found that 71% Jats were voting. But if you go back and further to the 2017 data, you find only 34% Jats had voted the BJP, and this time 70% Jats have voted the BJP. So vis-a-vis 2017, you find that there was almost double the support of the Jats to the BJP. From the vantage of 2019, it has gone down to by 20%. But compared with 2017, it has doubled to the its support to the BJP. So that was one. Secondly, the Jats were, not very convinced about the RLD SP coalition, because they had complaints about the Jayant abstaining from extricating them from the plight of the cases that were planted on them post 2017 riots. Their complaint was that most of the cases against the Muslims were withdrawn by the chief minister on the askance of Azam, but their cases continue to linger and they had to go court kachari, do the court kachari, and that trauma of carrying forward the court kachari and legal battle for the last 5 years, they have convinced them. They have the pain and the fear and the torture of those days, they still stick to their imagination, and that's why there wasn't much of a downslide so far as the BJP support, their support.
So where
to
is
the
the
BJP was
downslide?
concerned.
There is a downslide. So where is that
Yeah,
downslide? Where is the
yeah,
BJP been
yeah.
hit, Dr.
A
Verma?
very interesting downslide in the BJP is that BJP hasn't suffered a downslide. It is the SP which has gained some accretion, and I will share with you where is the accretion. There are a very interesting accretion is from the Jhaadu vote share. I have been into the field studies for the last 25 years, and we had seen that the Jatavs, 85% of the Jatavs were voting for BSP. In our survey data this time, it is very surprising that only 40% Jatavs said. Earlier we were apprehensive about the quality of the data, but the results are very, very indicative that only 40% Jatavs have voted BJP, voted Mayawati this time. So 45% of the Jatav support, which was there earlier with the Mayawati and BJP, it has been divided. 24% Jatavs have moved to the BJP, and about 15% Jatavs has also gone to the SP. So this is a component which is an accretion. This is first accretion in the SP vote share. The second accretion in the SP vote share is about the Muslims. Earlier, 18% Muslims were voting Mayawati, and about 65% Muslims were voting Samajwadi Party, and 9% Muslims were voting BJP. This time, it is a very massive 80% Muslim support to the BJP and about 13% Muslim support to the 80% Muslim support to the SP and 13% Muslim support to the BJP. So the additional accretion that SP is seeing in its 2017 vote share has come from a very substantial mobilization of the Muslims, which are reflected in the data, and which is a substantial
That's a very
mobilization of the
interesting point.
Dalits.
I mean, yes, that's a very
That is
interesting
also
point.
reflected
Muslims
in the
formed
data.
18%, 18%. So the Jatav vote and the Muslim vote could explain what we're seeing in UP. I do want to focus a little bit on the politics, but I want Nilanjan to add to what Dr. Verma has very interestingly explained to us. Nilanjan, would you agree with Dr. Verma's analysis that the BJP has taken no severe hit? Possibly the SP's increase is explained by somewhat of a Muslim consolidation putting its weight behind the Samajwadi Party.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have access to independent survey data.
Yeah, we need a little more data to the breakups of the data, but yeah, please go ahead.
But I mean, broadly, I think that's correct. I mean, if you just look at the aggregate vote shares, it does seem, as I said earlier, that SP did what it had set out to do in terms of where it's reaching in terms of vote share and where it has reached in terms of consolidations. But the fact that the BJP didn't see cracks, and in fact, with the BSP falling apart, some of those votes going to the BJP, simply just created too high a mark. I think the large question for UP politics is, as we move to a bipolar contest, do we see a party that is constructed like the Samajwadi Party ever being able to reach 40% vote share? Because that's where the BJP and its alliance is really sort of going to start getting into trouble, right? When another party can start hitting 40%. Right now, we're not seeing that. And so I think that's what I would say. The BJP's vote share has been held as it has been as it is held. It's not working on very specific community-based consolidations the way the Samajwadi Party is. And there's a question about whether a party that is focusing on very specific community-wise consolidations like the SP can ever reach such large vote shares without having a broader appeal.
Okay, Shruti, can I bring you in now on the national politics as we start looking at it? Frederick, apologies, we'll come back to Goa in just a moment. Obviously, the trope that is going to emerge today is the rise of Kejriwal and the decimation of the Congress. We do not yet know if the Congress has a fighting chance in Goa. It's unclear, but all of the other states, I'm just going to quickly go through them once. Can we take the banner off so we can see the graphic more clearly? There's the AAP, that's done. Can we move on to the next state, please? As we look at Uttar Pradesh, still holding at the same numbers. The SP ahead in 127. The Congress further down to 3. In Rai Bareli 2, you have the BJP candidate Aditi Singh ahead. That seat is irrelevant because, of course, it's Sonia Gandhi's pocket borough. I beg your pardon. Can we move on to the next state? Uttarakhand, the BJP maintaining its lead there. And Goa, if we can get the latest figures now. And that is a tight state. But other than that, Manipur has already gone the BJP's way. There is a national picture here emerging. The Aam Aadmi parties, for the Aam Aadmi party supporters, it is that Arvind Kejriwal is now the fulcrum around which they will want to organize a play for 2024. But the real story is also going to be questions now for the Congress leadership. Would you agree? Or do you think not? In some ways, there has been a kind of inevitable set of results here. Shruti, go ahead.
Thank you, Barkha. No, these are not inevitable results. Punjab is a disastrous set of results for the Congress, where the vote share has been totally wiped out. It's not simply the seats. And that will bring up questions as to why Sidhu was allowed to kind of really spoil the Congress story, or why Amrinder was allowed to stay on in power for such a long time. And I think it also shows that whatever Rahul Gandhi controls in the Congress is not enough, and it's too little to impose even his writ on the party. So I think the Congress has an internal crisis because, as you pointed out, this is very much about also how Priyanka Gandhi has handled both UP and Punjab. And I'm talking here about Punjab and Sidhu. Having said that, I think it's also a bad time for India. I should say it very, very openly, where I think conviction politics is lacking. So you really have a kind of party of identity politics, which has really taken over, radicalized the entire electorate, and that's the BJP. Because after all, winning in UP is post-COVID. And these results should give us caution that actually nothing, even disastrous governance, is going to trump the identity politics and hyper-nationalism that has now animated Indian voters. And the Aam Aadmi Party, all said and done, is not a party of conviction. It is a populist party. And I think India's democratic story now is going to be very hard for not just the Congress, but anyone who wants a politics of conviction. So it is game, set, match. The entire future now belongs to the BJP in some ways. And that should worry Indians a little bit because the BJP is also very good at doing welfare politics, which is what has been also the Aam Aadmi Party's strong suit. So I think it'd be interesting. We are only getting shades of populism in India rather than conviction politics. Rest assured to say that India is now a very strong Hindu majoritarian oriented polity.
Right. Now, Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, saying the Kejriwal model is now national. What's very interesting here, Nilanjan, and then I'll come to Dr. Verma and Frederick, I'm not sure if Shivam Shankar Singh is still with us, is that there used to be the Gujarat model, and in many ways, Arvind Kejriwal does little dips and borrows and readapts them from the Modi playbook, right? Cult of personality, a flexibility in picking up public mood and changing positions. Also, this, the Gujarat model used to be the trope of the BJP. The Delhi model is now the trope of Kejriwal. And he's correct. In Punjab, we met any number of voters who said, "Hame Delhi ka model chahiye." It's true. They didn't care about identity. Shruti, you made a reference to identity. Actually, the Punjabis didn't care about it. They kept saying, we want this Delhi model of governance. Nilanjan, if you want to come in on that.
No, absolutely. I always sort of tell people that one way they think about what the Aam Aadmi Party is that in some sense it's a concentrated, reified form of what the BJP is. The BJP still is a national party. It has links to the RSS. It has a team on the ground. What Modi and Amit Shah have added is that cult of personality, as you mentioned, and the ability to brand and advertise around it. It's a high-tech party. Now look at Aam Aadmi Party. Forget about the party workers. It has a cult of personality. It's an extraordinarily high-tech party, right? Extremely good advertising and branding. So when we were in Punjab, I was like, how are you even learning about Aam Aadmi Party? He said, oh, well, we Facebook, WhatsApp forwards. I mean, that social media revolution. Punjab is, of course, a cosmopolitan state. It is a more well-off state. But it shows the ability to use these techniques to devastating effect, right? I mean, let us think about the enormity of what has been done. A state like Punjab, with the level of local corruption and local wealth that exists with the party cadres and the candidates, and their capacity for patronage, to be able to completely subvert that using the kinds of techniques that Aam Aadmi Party did is not just a template for how to win in Punjab, but as the country modernizes over the next 5, 7, 10 years, it's a template for how you fight even parties like the BJP, which have patronage and financial advantages on the ground.
Yeah. Dr. Verma, I know you want to speak about UP, so I'm going to turn my attention to UP. I think Punjab is a very interesting consequence for national politics. But in UP now, we have leads available for 400 out of 403 seats. So the picture is getting increasingly clear. And the BJP is ahead in 265. The SP and its allies are ahead in 123. The Congress is down to 3. Dr. Verma, if you'd like to talk a little bit about the Congress wipeout here, especially in terms of vote shares, we'll have to wait to see what the vote share is. But go ahead, Dr. Verma.
Barka, I am very clear about the Congress, and it's not surprising at all. Because you see, Congress party has not been taking Uttar Pradesh seriously, and the cosmetic politics, the days of cosmetic politics are over. Now you have to be round the clock, full time, 365 days, professional politician to win over the people. And people in 75 years, they have quite matured, and they are not that, forgetful of many things which the Congress has done to them. So I think I have a very clear vision about this, that the party has completely collapsed on the ideological, organizational, and the leadership count. These are the three very important components of to carry forward any political output. And on these three counts, you don't find the Congress, in spite of a very brilliant, bright, and long history of the Congress party. And it wasn't a party actually; it was a national movement. So each and everybody was a Congressee. If you look back to your Dada and Pardada, everybody, each one of us was Congressee, or our forefathers were Congressee. But that was a national movement. The moment you attained independence and Congress got converted into a political party, there was a very, great contradiction in Indian politics. And that's why Gandhiji probably advised that the Congress be disbanded into a Lok Sevak Sangh and let's start afresh. Congress did not heed to that. And for that, the Congress is now paying the price, because for some time the people were with the Congress, but at the earliest moment, because the greatest tragedy of the Congress leadership is that because the Congress party was an umbrella party or a rainbow coalition, the party was not able to give the social denominations who constituted the umbrella a very respectable and due position in the leadership structure. So you cannot expect that you have the cakes and you eat it too. If you really want to be an umbrella party, if you really want to be a rainbow coalition, that rainbow coalition must also get reflected in the leadership structure. So not only the organizational, functional, and the cultural aspects were flawed with the Congress, there wasn't any vision of keeping intact that coalitional thing. And believe me, that even today there are Congressy people in each and every constituency, and for that I can give you a logic from Uttar Pradesh itself, and that I will refer to the election.
I'm just going to pull out, sir. In fact, the vote shares that the Election Commission is reporting on. I'm sure Nilanjan will want to add to that. But I was looking at some extraordinary vote shares that are now available. Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is over 42% of the vote share already. And Nilanjan, I think you made this point earlier. Samajwadi Party is not too bad in terms of the vote share. It's a 31.4%. The RLD is under 4%. And I'm just waiting to see Congress, which should be coming up in the next update soon. Nilanjan, if you would just want to talk a little bit about these vote shares, we'll have them on the graphics soon as well. The UP vote share for the BJP is at 42.5%. The SP is at 31.4%. And the Congress is at 2.5%. This is a shocking decimation. You see, the vote share, Shruti, I know you wanted to wait for the vote share. We have the Congress vote share in Uttar Pradesh is currently at 2.5%. This has a huge message because, the Congress has always argued that even if its vote share doesn't convert into seats, it has this sort of across state, pan state vote share. That's no longer happening. Nilanjan, if you want to come in on the vote shares, please.
Yes. So, I think that these vote shares are exactly what should be reported right now. That has converged. I've been looking over the last hour and a half. They're just shifting 0.1 this way or that way, right? Seats will move around, but this is sort of where we are. These are going to stay near final. And the Congress is decimated. As I said, the SP alliance actually did what it said it was going to do. It hit 35% vote share, right? You hit right around 35%. That's what everybody predicted. The BJP just got a much higher number. Now, the question about Congress, you spent time in the field. I spent a fair amount of time in the field. Congress doesn't exist in the field. Let's be honest, right? You don't see them. I think I saw one thing somewhere, right? Now, in a modern politics, if you don't have party workers that get to somebody's door, and nor are you a high-tech party like Aam Aadmi Party, then what do you really have when it comes to direct voter outreach? One of my colleagues was telling me, we saw the connection that Modi has with female voters over ration and so on and so forth. What was the feedback mechanism within Congress that suggested that this was the place and this was the state where you wanted to make a show of women's politics, but in Punjab, where you're actually in the contest, there, of course, you're not going to put up women candidates, right? This reeks of really having lost ground presence, losing feedback mechanisms and information on the ground. And, you just simply can't compete in modern Indian politics if that's going to be your situation. I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah. Shruti, I want to bring you into something that Nilanjan said. Now that we have the vote shares, and I'm just going to repeat them, and we'll have them on our screen soon. We know that the Congress is now under 3% of the vote share in Uttar Pradesh, and it's down at the moment to 3 seats. The Samajwadi Party is holding on and improving its vote share. It's almost 32%, and the BJP is a little over 42% at this time. I think in these vote shares lies the story of what's going to happen to politics. I'm also seeing Parvinder Singh Sethi of the Akali Dal joining us. Sat Sri Akal, welcome to the show, sir. Shruti and then Dr. Verma on these vote shares. Shruti, go ahead. It's a decimation.
Hi. Yeah, I quite agree. I don't have much to add on the voter story, but I think the interesting story here is what's going to happen to internal Congress politics, because the AICC is dominated by UP. So Priyanka Gandhi's outreach in UP has probably less to do with the voters, but with maintaining, as it were, its kind of party official structure for the nature of the party itself. So I think this is a bad moment for the next generation of leadership in the Congress, whether it's the brother-sister duo or the younger lot. And I think time will tell whether the AICC delegates from UP will want to kind of weigh in, sway, what have you, or what's going to happen there is a story to tell. But yes, the Congress is I wouldn't use the word decimated, finished, but it now no longer exists in any meaningful way in India's oppositional world.
Yeah.
And what does it mean about Indian politics? I think that also should be on the table. Because the other thing that is clear, that one had thought that perhaps there are 2 or 3 ways of doing national politics, or 2 or 3 ways of thinking about the future of India. And that's no longer the case, in the sense that the BJP is doing exactly what the Congress did, as someone said earlier, in the 50s, 60s, being the dominant party of power, and will have smaller regional forces, whether they are Aam Aadmi Party or whether it's the SP, which will give them local contest. But the BJP has nothing really to worry about. This is despite COVID. This is despite dismal governance for the last 3 or 4 years in India. And I think it should give people, pause to thought.
Yeah.
Like, what sort of world are Indians entering? And it's clear that it's a majoritarian society. It's very, very clear. You can no longer now speak
Isn't that
about.
a judgment? Isn't that a judgment of the voter? Isn't that like a
Exactly.
Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables moment for Trump? I mean, when you say it's a majoritarian society, you're actually judging the voter
But there's
instead
still
of
one
judging the failure of the opposition
both.
to defeat Modi. Arvind Kejriwal has done it in Punjab. I know it's not
Well,
a
I
good
think it's a bit
example
of
because the
both,
BJP
and
was
I
never
think
a force
Punjab.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I'm not denying that the Congress has screwed up big time in Punjab, and that is to do with the way I've said it. It was Navjot Singh Sidhu. I mean, they had to put Channi in place for at least 18 months. He's a popular figure.
Yeah.
It is a Dalit state. You don't take charge of new social movements. And Nilanjan made a good point that actually, if you want power in India, you need to fashion yourself either as a social movement, whether you do it through technology or do you do it by feet on the ground. And the Congress has not done that. It can see that it needs to do that. It had its kind of eye on the right prize with Dalit politics, but you
Okay.
can't, it's too late. And I think it's part of the internal structure of the party now is disallowing
Well,
for it to move forward.
Well, Rahul Gandhi had once told me, and I've written about this, so it's not a private conversation, that he thought the Congress needed to be raised to the ground before it could be built up again. And actually, what we're seeing right now, I don't know about the building up. I don't know if the Congress is still in denial. Is that raising to the ground moment actually happening? Though the BJP celebratory shots coming in from Uttar Pradesh. If you have just joined us, can we please give you the big picture? I'd like to take us through the vote shares of UP. The BJP is ahead now in 274. The BJP vote share is at 42.5% in UP. The Samajwadi Party at 31.4%. Now let's look at the other two smaller parties, the RLD at 3.5% and the INC at 2.5%. That slide, Dr. Verma, the Congress vote share is less than that of Jayant Chaudhary's regional party. That is what has actually happened here. Despite the Congress campaign being led by a Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, that brand of Priyanka's politics has obviously completely flopped. She was very much the face of the campaign, and the Congress vote share is presently less than Jayant Chaudhary's party. Dr. Verma, and then I'll come to Parvinderji. Dr. Verma.
Barkha, we have to understand the UP politics is going through a very unique kind of transformational phase. And many Western analysts and other foreign analysts would continue to look at Uttar Pradesh with the traditional frame of analysis. My findings are a little different. And what we are seeing on the ground is that the kind of vote share that you see here in the BJP retaining its 2017 vote share and in fact making some accretion in that vote share. And by the time voting counting would end, probably there can be further accretions, which had come in our data yesterday. So what I can see is that there is a transition from exclusionary to inclusive politics. There is a transition from caste to class politics, and there is a transition from identity to aspirational politics. And all this, has translated in parties, getting into a bipolar model and people aligning with these two poles. Even the Dalits, you see, who are now shifting to SP and the BJP, they have now come to realize that probably the BSP has become irrelevant for them. And this class consolidation or the class orientation of the UP politics is a very silent phenomena for which many would probably not agree. But this is a phenomena, and I will explain you that why this inclusionary trend is so much reflected in our data. In our data, we find that 10%, 11% gender has moved towards the BJP. In 2017, 41% women had voted the BJP. This time, 51% women had voted the BJP. The Jats, of course, I told you. Even the Yadavs, you see, which are in the first category of the OBC in Uttar Pradesh, 16%, 16.5% Yadavs have voted BJP. And most interestingly, the Ashraf Muslims may not have increased their vote share, but the Pasmanda Muslims, 4% more Muslims have moved toward the BJP. This is our data finding.
So,
And
Dr.
this
Verma,
shows,
I actually find it very interesting that your perspective is absolutely the opposite of Dr. Shruti Kapila's perspective, who believes that this is a majoritarian society. You actually believe that there's a kind of a greater inclusiveness in these results. What is clear is that COVID handling, farmers' protests, Lakhimpur Kheri have not been significant vote-changing factors in Uttar Pradesh, and we'll examine those in a little more depth. I just want to bring in our guest from the Akali Dal, Parvinder ji, and if I can turn to the Punjab vote share, it is an astounding historic victory for the Aam Aadmi Party. But yeah, we have the Punjab slide, and Bhagwant Mann is the next Chief Minister. Please do bring us the vote share slides as you have them. Parvinder ji, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? How do you understand the results, sir?
देखिए, जो पंजाब की जनता या देश की जनता जो भी मैंडेट देती है उसको सिर झुका के और हाथ जोड़ के उसका सम्मान करना चाहिए, उसको एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए, पहली बात। दूसरी बात यह कि हर पार्टी को या अकाली दल को या दूसरी पार्टी को एक अपने ऊपर दोबारा से अपने आप को आत्ममंथन करने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है कि कहाँ हमारी कमियां रह गई। लेकिन हमने अपनी तरफ से देखिए, आज के समय में जो चुनावी जो प्रक्रिया है या चुनाव को लड़ने का, चुनाव को जीतने का जो एक सिस्टम है, वो बिल्कुल एब्सोल्युटली चेंज हो गया है। हमारे देश के अंदर अगर मनमोहन सिंह हार जाते हैं या अरुण जेटली हार जाते हैं तो कोई हैरानी की बात नहीं है। अगर हमारे देश के अंदर, पंजाब के अंदर जब हरमंदर साहब के ऊपर टैंकों पे अटैक होता है और 84 का जेनोसाइड होता है, उसके बाद कांग्रेस पंजाब में आ जाती है, तो उसके बाद कोई आगे हैरानी वाली बात नहीं है। लेकिन इसके ऊपर बड़ा आत्ममंथन और चिंतन करने की बात है कि देश की जनता को जिसको भी मैंडेट देना है, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी को बधाई देना चाहता हूं और मैं ये अपेक्षा करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में वो पंजाब की डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर काम करेंगे, पंजाब के रोजगार के ऊपर काम करेंगे, पंजाब की किसानी के ऊपर काम करेंगे और जो एक बॉर्डर स्टेट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी लेंगे, इन सारी चीजों का ध्यान रखेंगे। देखिए, सत्ता आती रहती है, जाती रहती है। ये चुनाव में एक आदमी जीतता है, दूसरा हारता है या कमी आती है, लेकिन देश नहीं हारना चाहिए, जो स्टेट है वो नहीं हारनी चाहिए, उसकी डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए और ये सभी पार्टियों की कलेक्टिव जिम्मेवारी है।
1 मिनट आपको वोट शेयर पे वापस ले जाना चाहती हूँ। पंजाब के वोट शेयर पे अगर हम वापस जा सके तो 42% है पंजाब का जो वोट शेयर आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ गया है और कांग्रेस का 23% और अकाली दल का 17%। तो अकाली दल और कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर में इतना बड़ा गैप नहीं है, लेकिन जो हिस्टोरिक विन है वो आम आदमी पार्टी की है। परविंदर जी,
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, जब पिछले चुनाव हुए थे तो हम तीसरे नंबर पे थे और आम आदमी दूसरे नंबर पे थी, लेकिन हमारा वोट शेयर उस समय 29% था, उनका 24% था। जब लोकसभा के चुनाव आते हैं वो उनका वोट शेयर बिल्कुल गिर जाता है। जो उनके देखिए 4 मेंबर पार्लियामेंट आते हैं, 3 पार्टी छोड़ के चले जाते हैं, 20 एमएलए आते हैं जिसमें 11 पार्टी छोड़ के चले जाते हैं। और आज के समय में जितने भी उन्होंने टिकट्स दिए हैं, जो अकाली दल या कांग्रेस पार्टी के नकारे हुए या जिन लोगों को टिकट नहीं मिली उन लोगों को दी है। मेरा कहने का भाव ये है कि अगर मैं अकाली दल में हूं, दूसरा व्यक्ति कांग्रेस में है या भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, वो इसलिए है कि हमारी विचारधाराएं अलग है। हम एक विचारधारा को लेकर राजनीतिक पार्टी चलाते हैं।
अगर आपको एक सेंटेंस में बोलना हो कि आम आदमी पार्टी इतनी हैंडसमली क्यों जीता है, तो आपका अपना एनालिसिस क्या होगा परविंदर जी?
नहीं, देखिए, मेरा एनालिसिस तो कुछ नहीं। मैं ये कहता हूं कि जो जनता को जागरूक होने की जरूरत है, जो डेवलपमेंट दिखाई जाती है, जो फिल्म दिखाई जाती है, उस फिल्म में कितनी सच्चाई है उसको जानना बहुत जरूरी है। जो भी उन्होंने दिल्ली मॉडल की बात करें या पंजाब के अंदर शराब माफिया है, उस शराब माफिया को दिल्ली में ले जाया जाता है और यहाँ के जो सरकारी वाइन शॉप बंद करके उसके ऊपर हजारों करोड़ का स्कैम है, वो जांच का विषय है।
मैं आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ। कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह is trailing in his own seat by actually a very, very significant number. So it doesn't look like he's even going to score that victory. And that's the point Shruti was making, that maybe one of the mistakes was not removing him quick enough, not giving Charanjit Channi enough time, allowing Sidhu to undermine the authority of Mr. Channi. I can see Madhavan joining us as well. Madhavan Narayan, veteran journalist. Dr. A.K. Verma is with us. Nilanjan is with us. Nilanjan, Nilanjan, I'd request you to do an overview of the numbers of all states, and then we can actually get political comments from everybody else. Punjab is done, 89 seats for the Aam Aadmi Party, over 42% of the vote share. Let's move on now to what UP is actually looking like. And right after the leads, please do give me the vote shares as well. The BJP ahead in 272, the Samajwadi Party ahead in 119. So it's dipped just a little bit. The BSP at 4, the Congress at 3. How does this break up into the vote share for the different parties? The vote shares really do tell a number, a story, I beg your pardon. 42.5% for the BJP, 31.4% for the Samajwadi Party. And the next slide will really blow your mind. The Congress is at a lower vote share in Uttar Pradesh than the West UP-based RLD. So what you're trying to say is that the Congress has performed pretty much worse. Can we actually add the BSP vote share as well to that slide? It would give us an interesting perspective as to whether the Congress has the lowest vote share of all parties in UP. So let's add that. Let's move on now to the next state, if we can. Uttarakhand. It really does look like, though we've been very cautious with calling this out, Nilanjan, the BJP has maintained its lead for a really, really long time now, and we will have the vote share for this state as well shortly. So it looks like Uttarakhand is definitely going to the BJP kitty. Now let's come to Goa, where there's still a question mark. Goa living up to its reputation of the election actually being decided well after the votes are counted. So here is the Trinamool failing to open its account. The Aam Aadmi Party now leading in 2, and others, which has the MGP, which has previously been a party of an ally of the BJP, this time an ally of the Trinamool, leading in 5. The BJP is still the single largest party in Goa, so might enjoy the political momentum there as well. That's usually what happens. Is also the party of governance in the center, which will help how many people come towards it. The BJP also going to win Manipur. Nilanjan, does it pretty much look like, other than Punjab, the BJP is going to form the government in the other 4 states? Can we call that now?
I think other than Goa, we'll just have to see what happens in that mess. I mean, I think my instinct is the same as yours. The party that has the money power and the power of the center probably has an advantage in these negotiations. But at least the way the numbers hold, in principle, MGP and TMC could stick together and go with Congress or something like that, right? So it is still plausible that Congress, with the mess of other parties that are there, forms government instead of the BJP. But yes, the other 3 I think are pretty clearly gone for the Congress. For instance, in Uttarakhand, I've been looking at the vote shares for a while. They've also stabilized with about a 5 percentage point lead for the BJP, and I think therefore the seats may move up and down a little bit, but that seems to have stabilized as well. I think BSP is also stabilized around 13% vote share.
Yes.
So yes. UP is also.
So Nilanjan, that would actually mean that the Congress party has the smallest vote share of the UP vote of all parties.
And it's not even close. Yeah, it's
not even close. Yes.
Of course, because less than RLD. I know RLD was an alliance, but it just tells you that even a regional player acting in alliance is getting greater UP-wide vote share than the Congress party. So it tells you sort of where, and the reality is I traveled around Rai Bareli and things like that. And even there, people are just simply, they said, look, the Congress just doesn't have it anymore. We have to move away. And BSP faced some of that as well. When you're no longer a player, there are strategic hangers-on of any party. Unless you have some independent strength, it's very hard for you to survive. And at least the BSP does still have a core ideological or social base. The Congress doesn't. It was built on putting together factions, making deals. Now, once those deals have fallen apart, it's very hard for Congress to find a core identity, particularly in a state like UP. And so, what I will say, one thing that's very sad for the Congress is that you actually do meet a lot of people who say good things about the Congress. It isn't the case that everybody is bad-mouthing the Congress on the ground, but they just say, the Congress doesn't have any juice left, right? I mean, that's basically it.
So
So yes,
actually, I'm so sorry. I'm actually seeing, and I'm just going to add her there. I'm actually seeing Nimi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party joining us. And before, I know we're having to shuttle a lot between states, but that's the nature of election results. While we're talking about the decimation of the Congress in Uttar Pradesh, we must also reflect on the Aam Aadmi Party's leaders already talking about Arvind Kejriwal being a natural contender for Prime Minister. The Aam Aadmi Party is now asserting itself nationally. Nimi, welcome to the program. Congratulations on the historic win in Punjab. What do you think this does for national politics, Punjab politics? Of course, it's a historic win. Arvind Kejriwal asked for 80 seats. The voter of Punjab has given him much more. But what does it do for national politics, according to you?
Well, on this glorious day, I can say with conviction that since people have accepted us and it's an endorsement for the Kejriwal model of government, overwhelmingly by people of Punjab. So our hands are strengthened and our own belief in ourselves becomes stronger, that whichever state requires us to resurrect their education system, their health system, and all the other wonderful thing that Aam Aadmi Party is doing, we will go and make our presence felt. And we are there to cover every nook and corner of the country, from Kashmir to Goa to Gujarat to Kerala. Sky is the limit for us now.
So sorry, I was saying, Nimi, that when you say the sky is the limit, it actually really captures what the Aam Aadmi Party is feeling today. But what makes you feel that Punjab will be the springboard for other states, Nimi? What gives you that confidence?
You know, our path and our political narrative is uniform and it is steadfast, and it is not hollow. We have results to show. So people of Punjab are very smart. They don't go after hollow promises. So our own whole narrative is backed by solid evidence in Delhi that we have managed to achieve, and that's what a common person wants. They want decent quality of life. They want equal opportunity at education and health. These are very basic things that every citizen of every state deserves. So if it can be achieved in a state where we only had 50%, think of the impact once we have full rains, 100% rain, we will be able to deliver all the promises to 100%.
So you are confident, like Raghav Chadda has said earlier today, that Mr. Kejriwal is now the natural face of the opposition. Is that what you're saying, of the national opposition, I mean?
See, I was on the other channel and somebody commented, when AAP wins large, as in big, and they have already started calling Arvind Kejriwal sir the delivery man, someone who can be accounted for, someone who fulfills his promises, someone who's standing there at every step. So yeah, I mean, he's a strong leader. Has a strong personality, and we mean well. People of Delhi resonate with us. People of Punjab are now resonating with us. So that really boosts our confidence.
Okay, let me stay with us. There's a lot to talk about. I want to bring in Madhavan now. Madhavan, here's what we know. Punjab going the Kejriwal way, the Aam Aadmi Party, as you just heard, saying the sky is the limit for us now, clearly putting Kejriwal as a national face of the opposition on a day when the Congress vote share has fallen to under 3% in Uttar Pradesh. Madhavan, what's the big story according to you?
Well, I have lots to say, Barkha, because I'm very excited about a personal victory for me, because things have happened exactly as I had sort of thought they would, in spite of not being being a reporter on the ground anymore. Okay, so I have to congratulate myself, but in a very peculiar way. Let me begin by commenting against the tide on Priyanka Gandhi. Everybody is calling her a flop. Everybody is calling her Congress defeat as a disaster. But I'm not the least surprised, and I have this feeling that neither is Priyanka Gandhi herself. I have very solid grounds. Even as early as 1991, when there was even a assassination of Rajiv Gandhi to give a Congress wave in the UP, I had colleagues telling me, Yadav colleagues, and I was also traveling in the interior UP at that time. a lot, hell of a lot. I know more that than about Tamil Nadu, where my parents come from. And I've heard that at that time, this thing was Congress number 4 par chal rahi hai. Congress is not running at number 4. There was the Samajwadi Party, there was the BJP, and even BSP was doing well at that time. So it's 30 years on, and Congress has nothing to show. It was like a Zamindar's family, as Sharad Pawar rightly pointed out. So, but why am I in that case not surprised? Because Priyanka Gandhi was herself in a town hall with a TV channel, ABP, recently, and she made absolutely no claims whatsoever about Congress winning big. Usually the political style in India is to say we will win and then lose. There's a very Kshatriya style, as I call it. Whereas Priyanka adopted a different style. She just said, let's see. The other thing, smoking gun for me, is that she made no attempt whatsoever to strike alliances. I was looking at Chandrasekhar Azad's Azad Bharat Party as a political ally. She made no attempt. It was almost as
but
if...
why is this smart? Why is
Exactly.
it smart too? Why is it smart? I mean, why are you
Exactly.
presenting
No,
this as if
this
she
is
did the
very
right
interesting.
thing?
Let me use a Silicon Valley metaphor here. There is something called failing fast in the Silicon Valley, where some startups experiment because they know that they're not going to make it, but they want to understand the space better. So Priyanka had no illusion, and she made what you would call a pilot project by aiming at aspiring women and girls and trying that as a vote bank, because she knew that she was not going to form the government anyway, and she was not comfortable with Samajwadi Party
But
or the
Madhavan,
BJP.
their vote share is under 3%. It is smaller than the
Exactly.
RLD. So what
Exactly.
does that prove? That she knew
No.
that they were going to be this much of a disaster?
Yeah, I think she was trying and attempting something.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. I just request you,
No,
I
no, no,
urge
I'm
all
not.
of you. I can see Dilip and Jill back with us as well. Welcome, everybody. Please look at the vote share. The story of this election is going to be in the vote share. Actually, can you add the RLD slide here? Because we really need to show that Jayant Chaudhary's party picked up more votes, a higher vote percentage than the Congress. Go ahead, Madhavan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to, I'm giving slightly out of the box insights here.
Yeah.
My insights are based on qualitative factors because I want to see dynamic social change as a factor in Indian elections. And I'm beginning to see that in both UP and Punjab, but in dramatically different ways. I have loads to say on this, but I'll have to be brief. First of all, I think UP's literacy rate is only 73% compared to Punjab's 84%. So whenever you try aspirational politics in India, you will have to be very carefully calibrating the nature of the needs and the aspirations of the electorate, because statistically speaking, there is the mean, median, and mode. And mode value is what determines electoral victories, whereas Priyanka Gandhi was trying the median value. She was talking pilots and courageous women in a society in which even the average literacy rate is 73% and female literacy rate is even lower.
I'm sorry, Madhavan. I know you have a lot to say, but I really do have to interrupt you because I do have to introduce our other guests as well. Nimi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us. Dilip Cherian, analyst and commentator, is with us. And Gilles Vernier, political analyst from Ashoka University, is with us as well. Can we take the banners off so we can get a closer look at this graphic? And I want to start by getting the overview from Gilles at this point. This is what the vote share, but this is combining the Samajwadi Party and its allies in the vote share. We also have a standalone breakup. Is it possible to take the standalone vote share as Gilles gives us his early responses? What we do know, Gilles, is that while the Axis exit poll that predicted an improved performance was not true, largely the exit polls seem to have got it right. It is going to be a historic second term for the Yogi Adityanath government. And there is the individual breakup of the parties. BJP at 42.5%, SP at 31.4%. And, the other slides really tell you a story. This hasn't added the BSP. We need to add the BSP. The BSP is at 13%. The RLD at 3.5%, ahead of the Congress, which is the lowest at 2.5%. Gilles, go ahead.
No, that's right. So what we see is that by and large, the exit polls have shown the right sense of direction. This is getting confirmed by those estimates. The SP is throwing its best performance ever, but that is insufficient given the fact that the BJP also increases its vote share. It's not entirely surprising when a multipolar contest becomes bipolar that the transfer of votes lift basically the boat of the two major parties, which is what we are seeing here. And so, despite the fact that the SP became a competitive challenger to the BJP, it is still not sufficient to challenge it, helping the BJP to win a historic second term. And for the first time since independence, really a consecutive win for a chief minister in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this is a very.
I was saying in the morning to Dilip, and I think that we've been right on that. And Dilip was also making this point that the two men of the match, as it were, and they're both men, so I'm using the word men, are Yogi Adityanath and Arvind Kejriwal. Gilles, would you agree?
Oh, yes. Yes, sorry. I thought you were addressing that question to Dilip.
No, I'm going to Dilip in a moment, but I just want your take on that.
Of course. I mean, the BJP is clearly ahead in 4 states. And Punjab, as usual, is an outlier state and with a massive victory for the Aam Aadmi Party. And it's quite significant when we put these elections in perspective with recent state elections. We see the BJP being challenged when it has a solid opposition that mobilize, a broad base of the electorate and not narrow segments of the electorate. That's what we've seen in the South. That's what we've seen in West Bengal. That's something that was missing clearly in Uttar Pradesh. And in Punjab, I think we have to look at Punjab as a unique election. There is an extraordinary revolt against the Punjab political establishment, not just from Congress, but also from other traditional parties, including the SAD. Thinking that Prakash Singh Badal may lose, after serving 10 terms in the assembly, it's truly an end of an era. And so what you have is a really strong anti-establishment vote.
And Captain Amrinder Singh is trailing, or was last check trailing in his own seat.
They're all trailing. The chief minister.
All trailing. Yeah, can we have the updates on that, please, on the individual seats? Yeah. Can I just bring in, can we just step back in this hour and look at the politics? I mean, the Nimi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us, and she's already declared, Dilip, just before you joined, that the sky is the limit for us now. Raghav Chadha and Manish Sisodia have already said Arvind Kejriwal is now a national force. He is now a prime ministerial contender. You're juxtaposing this with Goa, where Mamata Banerjee has failed so far to open her account. So you had two leaders trying to replace or dislodge the Congress with their national ambitions, going beyond their fiefdoms. One succeeded, the other didn't. Dilip, the larger political picture.
To my mind, Barkha, the larger political picture is actually slightly more complex than that. Arvind Kejriwal is definitely going to make a bid for both Haryana and Himachal very soon. And there is no reason why he will not find space or the appropriate faces or the general drowning off of the public with the established parties. So this is what is going to happen first. The second thing that we need to focus on is that any number of seats above the threshold of 240 is a Yogi victory, as opposed to the national consensus that these are all Modi victories. So you're going to see that if, and by the number that, at the moment it looks very comfortably above that, but any number above 240, I'm just using 240, you can put your benchmark at 220, you can put it at 200, whatever it is, but above 220, 240, I would say that the man to watch is Yogi because of national politics. Not so much only for UP politics, but both these individuals in terms of national politics are going to have very interesting plays and will be determining factors in the 2024 elections. So remember that we are now in the heats of the 2024 election, and this is really the big one.
Yeah, I think you make a very interesting point that Yogi is also, while we're talking about Arvind Kejriwal appearing as a person on the national stage, you're saying so has Yogi Adityanath, Dilip.
Absolutely. And this is a this is also an inflection point as far as the BJP is concerned. Because when you have a chief minister repeating himself, and at the level of the victory, this is a personal victory in addition to the victory for the party. So that is the big message that we need to focus on.
And I'll come to UP and Yogi Adityanath in just a moment. But Nimmi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party, I want to go back to you. You said the sky is the limit. Which are the states that the Aam Aadmi Party will focus on next? And in Punjab, are we going to see Bhagwant Mann as an authority unto himself, or will it be a Delhi model that is remote controlled, as some of the other parties have alleged, from Delhi by Mr. Kejriwal? You're on mute, Nimmi? Yeah, go ahead.
It's a huge historical win for us, but that in all its humility, we accept that it has entrusted upon us with great responsibilities. And Barkha, I believe that in politics, our kind of politics, there's no shortcut. You got to slog it out. You got to connect with people. You got to have a plan, and you have to deliver. So if we could do it in Delhi with limited rights, you can imagine that if we are able to govern a state like Punjab with heaps and heaps of problems, this will draw the attention of the rest of the country. And our own organization is getting stronger and stronger in many states. Of course, Uttarakhand and Goa, we contested elections with good candidates, and the other states will be. We will start planning in the states where the presence is slow. And of course, Gujarat is on card. Haryana is very much on cards, but it all requires a lot of hard work, lot of dedicated, concentrated approach to connect with the people there, analyze the problems. What do they want? People are fed up with the political rhetorics. So we want to kind of establish an example where what we say specific to that state, we deliver. So Delhi model will be largely applied. Of course, the leadership of Bhagwant Mann, but there will not be any compulsion or anything to follow it verbatim. If there is a specific customized problem of Punjab, we will try to find indigenous solutions. So we believe in first analyzing the problem and then finding the solution using technology, using best practices.
But the Delhi model has clearly become your sort of, in a sense, political selling point. What's interesting is all the Arvind Kejriwal, there was George Fernandez, Madhavan, and then I want to bring in Shruti and then Gilles and Dilip. George Fernandez was once called the giant killer. Today, that name might well be used, Madhavan, for Arvind Kejriwal. All the biggies of Punjab's establishment politics and parties are trailing. Can we just put that up on the banner one by one? You have Captain Amrinder Singh trailing. You have Charanjit Singh Channi trailing. Navjot Singh Sidhu, the contest is tight in Amritsar, but he is at the moment behind. You have Channi trailing, by the way, in both seats. It's tight. The counting is still on. He may pick up one of those seats, but at the moment he's trailing. Is Arvind Kejriwal the new giant killer of our times, Madhavan?
Absolutely, but it's not necessarily the only one. But it's very important that he comes from a Hindi-speaking background in Delhi, and therefore is potentially capable of seizing the advantage and reaping the whirlwind in the Hindi belt. Because I think India is having what I call the leadership moment, in which people like no-nonsense leaders. And I enjoyed listening to Nimmi Rastogi saying things I had observed myself, which is that they have a specific plan for each state. They capture the aspirations of the moment, and I use literacy as a benchmark or a boilerplate to understand the nature of the aspirations. Now, Yogi, in a 73% literacy state, uses rations and law and order as an aspiration point, whereas in Delhi, Kejriwal used education and health, which was a non-issue in UP because they had a lower level of hierarchy of needs. Whereas Aam Aadmi Party has cracked a big formula that you need to measure aspirations state by state. And Nimmi put it very well, like a political scientist, actually. The other thing is that if you look at MK Stalin's victory in Tamil Nadu, which I observe very closely because I also speak, read and write Tamil, the point is that Stalin also has his own agenda, which he now calls the Dravida model. So between the Dravida model and the Kejri model and what I might call the Yogi model, although Mr. Modi may not have agreement with me on this, there is a certain level of mapping, a certain state level aspirations, and then putting a strong leadership behind it.
Okay.
Biju
Let me
Patnaik
just.
has done it in Odisha. Let's
That's
not
right. Not
just talk
Biju,
about.
Naveen, his son.
Oh,
Yes, but
sorry,
you're right. Yes,
Naveen.
but
Biju
you're
didn't say
right
that.
in a very interesting point of personality meets welfareism, meets a
Exactly.
certain kind of identity politics. It's a very, very interesting welding together of different ingredients. Shruti, do you just want to come in there and then I want to go through all the states with Jill and then get Dilip on the larger political picture? I think Dilip made
Yeah.
a very interesting point. We're all focused on the advent of Arvind Kejriwal on the national stage, but Yogi Adityanath, his rise within the BJP ranks, the fact that Amit Shah certainly will not be, this is one chief minister that cannot be replaced or displaced from Delhi's BJP high command.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say actually a lot is going on between the internal structures of the party, and what is clear is that the new leadership in the Congress is not in charge. Because the defeat of Channi and his led campaign, it was too late for the Rahul Gandhi led Congress to make a dent. Just the same way, I think the BJP is seeing a change of guard or a contestation to its leadership with Yogi Adityanath. So that is really the big takeaway here. In some ways, also the fact that the BJP has managed, and it is historic for the BJP to win a second term in Uttar Pradesh. It's never been done since independence. So that's the key takeaway. The second takeaway is that yes, India is a Hindu first society, like it or not, with kind of knobs on of populism, of welfareism. Thirdly, the AAP will now significantly face troubles. It cannot simply just say what it does in Delhi can easily be transported to Punjab. For a start, it will run out of excuses on the pollution problem that it has always been blaming on the door of Punjab in North India, winter after winter. So we will actually now see a much greater challenge, governance challenge for the AAP. AAP is actually works really well in the sense that AAP, and I've always argued that AAP and BJP are on the same political ideological map, and as a result, it really
Why do you
shows
see
us
them?
well.
Why do you see them as similar ideologically?
Yes,
I
because
want
they're
Nimi
both
to respond
populist
to that.
parties. They're both populist. The AAP has not made any significant noise on India's declining secularism. Its decline. I mean, it's totally talks in terms of governance. It thinks that actually politics is identity free. It is far from identity free in India, and so I disagree with the earlier. I think it was Mr. Madhavan or someone who said that this is all now aspirational politics. Let's not forget that Modi in 2014 used the bogey of aspiration to bring in a very assertive Hindu idea of India. And I think that is the problem in India, that there is no counter ideology to the BJP. This other, you might have yourself seen there are lots of people who are uncomfortable with it. And the AAP works well because it's silent on it. And it delivers in a small state. As it's all very well for Modi, for Kejriwal now to project himself, but there are several other regional leaders who could be contenders, not least Mamata Banerjee.
Okay, you still think Mamata Banerjee's in Doha,
Absolutely, it's a
Goa
big
experiment?
state. I mean, it's a big state. I mean, you can't write off Bengal overnight.
Let me get Nimi Rastogi to respond to this. Nimi, when I had put this question to Arvind Kejriwal in an interview, he was very careful. He said, Mamata Banerjee is my Didi. Whatever she says, I will do. But clearly, the AAP workers today believe that Kejriwal is that national aspirant. Can we come out of this, please, and stay on pictures? Can I ask you, Nimi, to respond to Shruti Kapila's argument that AAP is on the same page as the BJP and the AAP refuses to take ideological positions to counter the BJP?
Well, I would refrain from comparing the two personalities. They are two strong, great leaders. But I know about my house in the sense that my own party, that we are a extremely dedicated, well-meaning party. Little bit of populism, of course, comes very handy, but our approach is very focused. So what I admire about this thing that we are almost compulsively looking for solutions that bother people. So our path is kind of backed up by our constant endeavor to
But how do
make
you
lives
respond
of
to the
people better.
criticism that you do not ideologically take on the BJP anymore?
Our ideology is clear, and that is development. That is like model of governance, and we don't waste our energy on caste, religion, social status. No, we rather would work towards connecting with the person on the ground and finding out as to do you have job, do you have a facility of a mohalla clinic or a doctor around you, how are your kids studying, are they getting good education. So we don't we channelize our energy into the actual practical problems that people have, and we have seen that this works in Delhi very well because people are sick of these
And
political
I actually
zigzags.
think, yeah, and I actually think you make a very interesting point, and I want to take this back to the panel. We also have Kulsum Mustafa, senior journalist from Uttar Pradesh, joining us. And Jill, can I first ask you to start as we go through each state one by one? But I think Nimi makes a very interesting point. Most opposition parties have figured out that if they try and contest the BJP on ideology, the BJP does better. If they make ideology the center stage of the contest, Shruti doesn't agree. She says the failure is actually the failure of a counter ideology. So I want us to go through all the states now. We're done with Punjab, but the vote shares tell their own story. Can we have the other slides, please? Those are the jalebis being made. Celebrations are afoot, but can we come back and go through all the states one by one? Can I go to Uttar Pradesh? Yes. Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is now ahead in 270 seats. The Samajwadi Party at 120. The BSP holding at 5. The Congress in 3. And for others, it's 3. The Samajwadi Party's vote share and the BJP vote share, Jill, is very interesting. There's at the moment, okay, that's not Samajwadi Party alone. I'm sorry, I should correct myself. That's Samajwadi Party plus its allies. And individually, it's a little less. It's close to 32%, but it's still a significant improvement on its last performance. Now, let's take a look at the other states. Uttarakhand, we have Goa next. Now, this is again another interesting story. It's a tight election, Dilip. The BJP is ahead in 19, the Congress in 11, the AAP in 2. The Trinamool has no seats at all so far. The MGP, which is an ally of the Trinamool, but previously an ally of the BJP, has 8% of the vote share and is ahead in 3. And Uttarakhand, if we can quickly take a look at Uttarakhand and Manipur quickly. Uttarakhand, the BJP looks like it's taking Uttarakhand at this point. I think we can call it. We've been careful because it's a small state, but nothing seems to be moving or changing there. And finally, Manipur has already gone, I think, the way of the Manipur slide. Manipur has gone the way of the BJP. Jill, if you want to come in on this, this is the macro picture. Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, I mean, the macro picture, and to rebound on what was said before, I mean, the parties that can actually offer a challenge to the BJP are not necessarily those who can imitate, its ideological content or entirely ignore it, but incarnate some form of broad-based appeal, which can be based on a regional identity, which is what we've seen in previous state election, and which is something that we're not, seeing here. And so we have a party, the BJP, whose strength derives from the fact that it can mobilize on multiple registers, giving voters an array of reasons to vote for it against opposition parties that struggle to, build up not just one narrative to counter the BJP, but multiple narratives on which they can also have credibility. And that's something that we've seen, missing, particularly, of course, in the states where Congress and BJP are, head to head. The Congress has no possibility as of now to defeat or to challenge seriously the BJP, but also in UP, where it would seem that the Samajwadi Party and its allies have not entirely succeeded in becoming the kind of broad-based social coalition that is required to challenge and defeat the BJP. But in the case of Punjab, I really think we have to underline the unique character of Punjab. And of course, we can depict, Mr. Kejriwal as a giant killer, but those giants, shot themselves in the foot on multiple occasions, over the past year or so.
This is
and
true.
So this is as much a self-inflicted defeat and if you consider that turnout or participation in Punjab is actually low, what you have is possibly a sweep by AAP, but also by virtue of having a lot of disaffection from other party supporters. And so you really
what's actually astounding though, Jill, I just got this detail. The BJP is leading in Lakhimpur Kheri as well, where we saw those farmers being crushed.
Not only
Yeah.
Yes,
And in West UP, where there was an assumption that there was maximum farmer discontent, and which is why the Prime Minister actually took back those new legislation. It's leading in Hathras, where you have seen those incidents of sexual violence. And it will be very interesting to see the breakup of how Dalits have voted. There seems to have been perhaps a Hindu consolidation. I'm not sure. But Madhavan and Dilip, I want you to come in. Okay, it's official. Captain Amrinder Singh has lost Patiala. Shruti, I know that will interest you. Nimi, I know that will interest. I mean, it interests all of us, but in particular for those who come from Punjab, who are following Punjab, the captain, who was the chief minister till not so long ago, has lost in his guard of Patiala. Dilip, first thoughts there. Dilip, hang on. We need to unmute you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not surprised that he has lost, because here was a man who didn't realize that he was well past his sell-by date. Not just, I'm talking of, I'm not being ageist here. I'm just saying that he had lost the plot as far as governance, leadership, any of that is concerned. In fact, the biggest opposition to Amrinder Singh was coming from within the ranks of those who were allegedly closest to him. And that was something that resonated everywhere. The other thing that's coming through, which I think we need to see in a broad sweep of both Manipur, Uttarakhand, and Goa, is the fact that when you have a Modi effect in these small states, the result is that when you are going against a non-leader, in any of those states, the BJP will sweep ahead. And that is what you're seeing very strongly. Arvind Kejriwal is the kind of leader who can take on the Modi image. I'm not saying he can take on Modi, and he's very careful himself not to position himself like that. But in terms of image creation and image build-up, Arvind is as good, if not better, than Modi in terms of just extracting the most mileage out of whatever he does. So both Manipur, Goa, and Uttarakhand, the BJP is grossly unpopular. But people who are not willing to give up the BJP, because it was Modi who's seen as leading the BJP, and Modi is the person who they are in a sense voting for. This has lessons also for 2024, mind you.
Dilip, lessons for 2024, please add what might those lessons be. But Arvind Kejriwal, is इनकलाब के लिए पंजाब के लोगों को बहुत-बहुत बधाई. That photograph there, can we just go back to that photograph for just a moment? It's an interesting and telling photograph. And, Inqilab is revolution, of course, and it is no less actually, I think somebody from Punjab was saying, an AAP spokesperson from Punjab was saying Punjabis are very rebellious people, and they have actually shown their rebellion. And it's interesting that Kejriwal actually uses a similar word. And Madhavan, you're wanting to add to that? Inqilab, revolution.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is my clan. This is my clan, and we have a great sense of romance about all things in life. So I think you're seeing that. But
I have a nice caption for that picture that you showed, which is Bhagwan Man and Superman, because right now this shows Kejriwal's evolution from being a muffler man who was joked about as a gauche, bumbling, fumbling wannabe into somebody who delivers and does things. But while I congratulate, I want to make two quick points here. One is a small point of clarification with Dr. Kapila. See, my own observation, especially because I've looked at a lot of caste politics in Tamil Nadu and Kerala also, is that in India, caste is not about identity. It's about aspiration and also governance. So you need to know how to blend these three. And that brings me to a small point of unwarranted advice to Nimi Rastogi, which is that if you believe that you can approach politics purely like Hindustan Unilever, of just listening to people, doing market research and delivering, it won't work in all states of India. The reason it worked in Punjab is that Punjab has been heavily influenced by the UK and Canada in terms of thought processes. The literacy rate has gone up. The income levels have gone up.
But if I may jump in and add a point to your argument, we are discounting the impact of personality and storytelling in politics. You may say that it's the Delhi model, but Arvind Kejriwal worked as a personality as well. He has a good story of a self-made politician. Please do not discount the stories with which people travel to voters.
Absolutely.
And that is where I will keep saying that the Congress hasn't built itself a story.
Absolutely. I think the important point to remember is that Congress is too busy defending its lost territory that's already lost. There is a certain tragic irony, which is why Sharad Pawar's metaphor of the declining zamindar, like the Shatranj ke khiladi of Satyajit Ray, Congress is still, sort of resting on its laurels. It's not disrupting itself, to use my Silicon Valley metaphor. You need to disrupt yourself in order to succeed in a dynamic society.
Can I just bring in Nimi, and then Kulsum has joined us from Uttar Pradesh, and I'm hoping to bring her in this time. But Nimi, not that any of us should be giving you advice. Your party has worked at the grassroots, it's delivered an election. But when you said your motto is not ideology, it's governance, this is a very carefully thought out ideology in itself by the AAP, that you will not play on issues of on issues that could encourage a Hindu consolidation towards the BJP. You also don't let the BJP co-opt the nationalist space. You introduced, for example, patriotism into the school curricula. These are all very thought out things, aren't they, Nimi?
I would like to say that though a giant killer tag is a huge compliment for Arvind Kejriwal, we would still like to remain grounded and look at the action plan that has kind of won us that many votes. Other than that, I would like to say that Arvind Kejriwal can safely be called a game changer or a game spoiler or a game reformer, because people think that अगर दिल्ली में ये हो सकता है तो बाहर क्यों नहीं हो सकता. अगर एक ब्रिज जो 5 करोड़ की लागत में बनना वाला था वो 2.5 करोड़ में बन के आधे टाइम में तैयार हो सकता है, तो वो बाकी जगह पंजाब में, कर्नाटका में, यूपी में क्यों नहीं हो सकता. अगर दिल्ली के स्कूल बेहतर हो सकते हैं तो क्यों नहीं होते. क्योंकि हमारे पास तो जो हमारा बजट था 30,000 से वी ब्रॉट इट टू 70,000 बाय सेविंग penny. So we are the state is in good hand because we are not just mindful of people's need, we also use our resources frugally and deliver. So if this model works for us in 1 state, 2 state, 3 state, we are ready to evolve and learn from our experiences and then expand in every other state.
Okay, Nimi, stay with us. I want to bring in Kulsum. This is Arvind Kejriwal's triumphant tweet talking about Inqilab and thanking the people of Punjab. Those victory signs with Bhagwant Mann. Can we turn our attention to Uttar Pradesh and see the latest numbers there? Dilip, you were talking about what this might do for 2024. But let's first get a sense from the ground. Can we take this band off and look at the UP figures? The BJP at 269, the Samajwadi Party and its allies at 124. You can see the vote shares in the adjoining columns. The Congress down to 3. Kulsum Mustafa, your first impressions of this Uttar Pradesh vote, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
Well, I think the entire media was talking about these kinds of results, but I was not in that, list of people who said that BJP would perform so well. But it seems that all the issues, all the things we talked about have just been left behind. And the people from Uttar Pradesh have just thought that sab hai bardash, lekin phir ek baar Yogi Sarkar.
Sab hai bardash. Why do you think that is? What do you think people have loved or liked or endorsed in Yogi? And one other question, Dilip Cherian was saying this particular vote is a vote for Yogi. It's not a vote on Modi. Whereas 2017 was the exact opposite. Do you agree with that, Kulsum?
No, I don't agree with that. But first, like you said, issues. I think BJP being a cadre-based party, it knew the nerves of the people and it had done a lot of groundwork. And Akhilesh fighting it alone with a kind of rainbow coalition, which proved to be not something which the people liked. Like, for instance, turncoats were the people on whom BJP was, shown as they would be the losers, but it turned to be the other way around. But again, as we sit here today, we are just like, like they say that success has many fathers and failure is an orphan. And I feel the same way that the role of the media, the hype that was created, the groundwork that BJP did, despite the fact that they did not consider the 20%, they were only concentrating on 80%. So I think they managed to get this this polarization worked against the coalition. And I do not agree at all that it was the Yogi face which got them this victory. In fact, I think this is not a failure just for the opposition led by Akhilesh. I think this also sent some warnings to Amit Shah, because Yogi was always aspiring as a national leader to reach Delhi and all, and now it is a big threat. So it was never, I mean, I would not agree that the election was fought on the face of Yogi. It was the work done to show their strength.
But the fact is, Kulsum, that Yogi Adityanath will make history, as Gilles Vernier pointed out,
Right,
as the only person to get a second consecutive term as chief minister. Gilles, was it since independence? Please correct me if I'm making a mistake there. But let me, Kulsum, ask you one more question about the Congress, the performance of the Congress below the RLD in terms of vote share. What would you say about that?
Well, this was not something that was not expected by people who are in Uttar Pradesh, because Congress was never in the fight right from the beginning. It was a bipolar election, so Congress was not there. But I all credit to the lady, and Priyanka has kind of introduced issues in this time, which will go a long way, like women. She's given tickets to women, and 33%, and the dignity.
You don't think it's a write-off for her as a brand? You're obviously still think she has potential as a brand.
She was not focusing on Uttar Pradesh. She was practicing for 2 years later, 4. I mean, it was. She's looking ahead.
Yeah, ma'am, let me take your points to the others. You're saying she's looking ahead. It's a long haul fight. Dilip, first to you, and then I want Gilles to do an overview for us, and then everybody else can come in. You said there are lessons here for 2024. I think Shruti's point needs to be picked up. There is going to be a churn within the Congress. I don't know with this result if it's a 0 score for the Congress, because the BJP has already moved swiftly. It's already staked. It's going to be meeting the governor in Goa as well to stake claim. It's going to move fast. It's probably has the momentum with it as the party of the center and the single largest party and a cash-rich party. Let's make no bones about it. So, Dilip, 2024, what are we seeing the patterns emerge here?
I would say the patterns are very clear that you're going to see a personality-driven election. That's one. Two, as far as churn within the Congress is concerned, there have been multitudes of rumors as of the last 2 days that something is going to happen within the Congress. The only thing that could happen, which could be useful to the Congress, is if a personality stroke face emerges as a full-time leader of the Congress party. So that is the only thing that we need to watch for if it happens. Is Priyanka prepping for that role? Well, possibly she is. And, I think that you can use UP as a kind of crucible for your experimentation, but losing out in UP is going to be a major setback for the Congress, and it has to come to terms with that. Punjab was their cash cow, and they are going to regret deeply the fact that their own mistakes, and this is again a point in time where the churn in the Congress idea will emerge stronger, because but as far as the BJP is concerned, there is absolutely no threat to the numero uno position. It is the battle for the other positions which may get exacerbated.
So can you speak to that? Do you agree with Kulsum that Amit Shah, is where all the eyes will be? The kind of influence he would, or the power, or the authority he could assert over all other BJP chief ministers, Yogi Adityanath, it will not be possible to do so now.
I wouldn't entirely agree with that, only for one reason. You're talking of a extremely and sweepingly powerful number one. He will decide who is number two. No amount of electoral tug and tossing around is going to change that. So he will decide number two, and 2024, he will take all the executive calls. Along with, don't forget that Dharmendra Pradhan has done a superb showing in UP, and also don't forget that the BJP president, who has coordinated all these state victories. These are all people who will ensure that Yogi does not run away with the entire spoils of a UP victory.
Okay, that's very, very interesting. Gilles, can I request you before I bring in Madhavan, Nimi, and Shruti and Kulsum to take us through the states, what the vote shares are telling us? I think we should now have some individual vote share slides for almost all the states. Uttar Pradesh is on your screen. Any impressions? Anything we're missing here?
Well, no, I mean, so far, the trends have been constant. The BJP is consolidating its hold over, the four states, which it will probably, carry. It's still a little bit uncertain for Goa. It is an impressive performance, especially given the economic trajectory of Uttar Pradesh and given the internal squabbles within the BJP in Uttarakhand. And I think we have to sort of take a little bit of distance and reflect on deeper social change that is taking place in those areas over the past 5 years. What we've seen in UP is a deepening of communalization of society, which has reached a point where the BJP does not necessarily need to make these overt provocative appeal, but can use coded signaling to express where it stands, and there's growing adhesion to a style of politics that it incarnates, a mix of religious and populist appeal, communal signaling, but also strongman politics. And what determines the fate of the BJP? It's very consistent, and that's the model that it tries to apply, everywhere, either through the prime minister or sometimes through a stronger, chief ministerial figure, like in UP. And the question really is, what kind of alternative can be projected? And if we look at, 2024, things looks actually quite dire for the opposition if no alternative or no challenge can come from the Hindi belt, right?
So what do you Raghav Chadha, they're saying people used a vacuum cleaner, not a broom, already pitching Arvind Kejriwal as that opposition face. Gilles, what do you say about that? And I'll get Nimi to respond to that.
I think Delhi and Punjab are very unique states. It's going to be very tough for AAP to replicate, those performance in states where the BJP actually is not part of, the rejected establishment, or not yet part of the rejected establishment. It's going to try to, make a way through, in Gujarat. It has done so already in municipal elections. But in urban seats in Gujarat, it's facing the BJP and not the Congress. It's a very strong adversary. And in other states, this kind of apolitical brand of politics, which is so appealing, to urban middle classes, may not necessarily meet all
Why do you call Kejriwal's brand? You and Shruti have both kind of alluded to this apolitical. I want Nimi to respond to it because it sidesteps, positioning itself as an anti-BJP force purely through ideology. You believe it's apolitical? Is that the correct word, Gilles?
I'm not calling AAP apolitical. I think there are consummate politicians, and they've done so ever since they transformed, they muted it from a movement into a political party. In many ways, there are conventional political parties. Their brand of politics is to claim a certain apolitical stand where we focus on the issues like, good technocrats, focus on good governance, and we don't let ourselves being bogged down by matters of, identity and caste and secularism and so forth. But the kind of politics that it promotes, yes, delivers results in terms of governance, we see that, but also promotes a political class that is very elitist, right? AAP is not a diverse party, certainly not on gender. They don't do better. They're basically in the average. And, caste-wise, if we look at, the caste composition of AAP in Delhi, it's mostly upper caste and dominant OBCs. And so projecting an apolitical image is also a very, useful vehicle.
Very political thing to do, yes.
Push certain these identities that are real, that exist, within the party, while claiming of, ignoring them.
Can I get Nimi to respond, and then Madhavan, please do feel free to come in. Meanwhile, the BJP is leading in 7 out of 8 segments in Lakhimpur Kheri. For all of us who wondered why the BJP had not sacked the junior home minister whose son's car crushed farmers to death, there may lie your answer. But Nimi, if you want to respond to some of the comments about this very conscious, apolitical, performance-oriented, what Madhavan called a kind of Unilever approach to politics, what would you say?
Yes. Is a question for me?
Yes, Nimi, it's for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was listening patiently, reflecting upon my own association. I must say that arrogance and overconfidence has never been part of our political attitude. Never. I mean, now we are a proud national political party with a huge win that can make our head spin. But I would still say that we are a responsible, relatively young organization which has its heart in the right place. We have our ideology, we have our ambitions intact, but it is not marring the whole effect of our party that is taken as a party that governs, that delivers. So that will remain the stronghold. And as far as Modi versus Kejriwal, I must say that there's no jumping the gun. It's all slow and insidious. If people want that, लोग अगर ऐसा चाहते हैं तो ऐसा होगा. It's all up to out in the open for people. We are grounded and we are very humble, and at the moment almost grateful to people of Punjab to give us this kind of work.
But Nimi, Modi versus Kejriwal has happened before. It has happened right in the beginning, and then you had to kind of go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, so as I say, there's no shortcut. There is nothing like that. So we have matured, and we now think that it's the work that people count. It's if you are improving the quality of life, that's what matters. All these narratives and rhetorics can be constructed and deconstructed, but what remains true to the ground is actually how you're able to resurrect the lives of people. And Punjab has huge problems. Heaps and heaps of problems. So our plan is solid. We are ready. In fact, we are already thinking of implementing few things right in the first week.
Okay, very interesting. Madhavan, just please go ahead, and then I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the state of the Congress and what we might think may happen as we get the segments from Rai Bareli, where the BJP is leading, as well as in Amethi, and we'll have that up in just a moment. Go ahead, Madhavan.
Two very quick points. It's very clear that if you want to win Uttar Pradesh and you're not BJP, you have to get a Bihar-style Mahagathbandhan in place, which means a grand alliance in which everybody recognizes that if Yogi's 80-20 politics is to be defeated, it has to be 80-20 from the bottom, in which the kind of politics that VP Singh aspired for but could never practice when he was trying to challenge the Congress as well as the BJP together. So that is one takeaway, and anybody not reading this into this election victory by Yogi will be very naive or foolhardy. But they don't have a face for this in UP, and Akhilesh is a good-looking face, but there will be a lot of ego problems for the Congress or Mayawati to accept this. But that's the only way to go unless they have some magic formula that I'm not aware of. As far as the rest of the country is concerned, I still want to keep Stalin and Naveen Patnaik in focus. They have shown that there is a model in which you can blend identity politics, governance, and aspirations together in a single thali meal, political thali meal. And if Aam Aadmi Party, I agree with Jails that they are a bit simple urban middle class in their style. And as they go more and more into rural politics, especially in the areas with
look at the Congress headquarters. This is the Congress. This is what the Congress headquarters looks like. It tells its own story. But go ahead, Madhavan.
Yeah.
Can you just play the picture again? And yeah, Madhavan, go ahead.
Yeah, and a quick point on Congress. Congress is still mired in three things: Dalits, Muslims, and poverty alleviation. India has moved on from this. Identity politics has to be interpreted in terms of governance and aspirations. And the persons who have done it are M.K. Stalin, Jagan Reddy to some extent, and Biju Patnaik. So unless you know the art of blending science with art, as in knowing a bit of Unilever style is a good thing to listen to, but you have to understand that there is also a huge amount of hinterland sentiments based on identity and tradition. And I love the work of Dr. M.N. Srinivas, who has done a lot of work which has not been properly recognized in mainstream Indian politics because of too much of Ambedkarism. There is too much of Ambedkarism out there. And unless you understand Dr. Srinivas in the next phase of Indian politics, you're not going to win. Simple as that.
We can explore that thought a little more deeply. Right now, we're still on the numbers, and they're telling an astonishing story about the wipeout of the Congress. I know Nimi also has to leave at 1, but we have a few more minutes. We'll go back to her. Gilles, you were wanting to respond to that. In the meantime, we need the updates on. We can bring you the updates rather on Amethi and Rai Bareli, the pocket boroughs of the family. Rahul Gandhi already lost Amethi, so I'm not sure it's even correct to define it as such. But even in Rai Bareli, this is a knock to the Congress. It is decimated in Uttar Pradesh. But go ahead on the larger picture.
No, I mean, let me start with the with the larger picture for the Congress party, because I mean, the rout is almost complete in the major states. It's been a while that the Congress party actually succeeded in holding the seats, the assembly segments of Amethi and Rai Bareli. And I mean, I hear the argument that the Congress party is basically trying to use the UP election as a form of experiment for rebuilding itself for the future. But quite honestly, this is something I've been hearing in UP for the last 15-20 years. And you cannot build a future by accumulating defeats after defeats. And so for the Congress party, the situation is actually quite dire. I don't predict a complete collapse or a split, because the Congress doesn't have anyone to take leadership and to take the initiative of that split. But what we'll see is something that has started actually long ago, which is a slow ongoing erosion. In Goa, for instance, the BJP is likely to win, and a quarter of its candidates actually came from Congress. In UP, the Congress has lost a few large figures, people like Imran Masood, people like RPN Singh, that it had left, and so that erosion is likely to continue, which again is to the advantage of the BJP in the multiple states where the Congress remains the only
and
opposition.
yet you believe that the Congress is not going to. I agree with you that there may be no leadership challenges within the Congress, but what more would it take to define this as a complete collapse?
No, it is. I mean, in terms of performance, it is a collapse. But in terms of party, in terms of organization, it's going to keep going and slowly eroding. I mean, no one really dies forever in Indian politics, but that's a process that can take a very, very long time. And keep losing elections in the name of experimenting well-meaning ideas about how to transform politics in India is not, what is going to help them change direction.
Okay, let me, you'll stay with us. Let me just get last comments from Dilip Cherian and Nimi Rastogi. If it's okay with you, Dilip, I'll just give a quick word to Nimi and then have you to wrap up this hour for us. And Nimi, you've been very, very cautious, like a consummate politician, to not say one inappropriate word. And I actually think that does show the evolution of the Aam Aadmi Party from a tempestuous, angry party to actually a party that has learned to be quite comfortable with political power. How would you say the Aam Aadmi Party has changed from the days of India against corruption?
Evolving,
Sorry,
we are kind of
yeah,
becoming more poised and stoic, but at the same time, our the approach is the same, and actually everybody should learn from their mistakes. So I wouldn't call them mistakes, but maybe a little error of judgment. But I'm very candid to accept that we have kind of accepted, learned from our mistakes, but at the same time. I don't want to sound overconfident as of now, even with such a major win, because there is a task at hand and people will test us. Now we are a national party, responsibility is 10 times more. So I would rather conserve my energy and think ahead as to how we can expand our basis to other states with our stellar performance.
Okay, Nimi, thank you. That's very candidly and graciously said. We thank you for your time. Dilip, the 5 takeaways as we hit 1 p.m. of what we know so far.
the biggest takeaway is what we just talked about, that in the heats for 2024, the BJP has shown that it is not making any misstep. The second thing is that Arvind Kejriwal, as his spokesperson, Nimi has just said, is a man who is cautious but methodical and clever. So you're going to see him plotting his next move, not announcing it, and he has seen the power of the blitzkrieg. Number three, I would say that the man to watch is Yogi. As I said, what happens within the BJP will inevitably be decided in electoral terms by Narendra Modi, but there will be a lot of action which we may not catch on to immediately, because there aren't that many people who can penetrate the froth of what goes on in the BJP after victory. Number four, I think we've seen the pattern of the small states. No leaders and no regional parties with conviction have emerged in these states, and many of the parties which have emerged, meaning like in Goa or even in Manipur, have been a bit like butter. Can be put on a paratha or can be put on bread, and no one has any, and no one believes in the character of it, and that is how butter will melt. And the fifth one and the last one is that people of this country have probably decided that at the end of the day, it is personality that matters, not prices, not panic around the COVID, not worries about jobs. And that is an important lesson for India, that going forward, Mr. Modi will have to figure out whether this pattern can continue to hold as it seems to have held for 10 years now, almost 10 years now.
And it does, in a sense, change the playbook. Thank you, Dilip. I know you have to leave as well. We have many more guests joining us as we continue our special analysis. Madhavan, do go ahead.
Dilip said, Barkha, which is that he summed it up very well. So I only have to add a couple of points, which is that the elephant in the room has suddenly become the economy. Because after the Ukraine war, and inflation is a major issue. I just wrote a piece on it yesterday for the Quint, which is that we are looking at a combination of unemployment and inflation going ahead. So although the BJP can celebrate today, I think management of the economy is going to be very, very significant to keep where they are. Because you cannot go on the Chaukidar theme for too long, because people also want some kind of a performance, which brings me to Aam Aadmi Party, which has shown what is governance. So people love the leadership plus governance plus face formula, in which it seems to be holding well in several states in India right now. And we have to interpret it for each state, which is where I think Aam Aadmi Party has to do a lot of work. In terms of vote share, I still feel that the BJP is not as strong as it seems, because there's a lot of floating votes, which bloats the vote share in every election. India has now a huge underbelly of voters, particularly in UP, where you're looking at the non-Yadav OBCs, for instance. So anybody who can woo the floater voters, as I call them, by a personality cult and a combination of governance, either in performance or in promise, seems to be poised better. Whichever party tries to do this is likely to be a winner.
Okay, Madhavan, stay with us. Jill, I know you have a concluding comment for this hour, and just do go ahead. I think it's quite clear that the BJP has won Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Manipur. The Aam Aadmi Party has won Punjab, and how? And you have Goa, where the BJP is already staking claim as the single largest party. That is where we are. Abhishek Sudhir, Samajwadi Party supporter, is with us on this wheel, but I'll give Jill a quick closing comment. Jill?
Yeah. No, what we see also is that, confirmation of a longer trend, which is, a consolidation of major players. What we call the floating electorate of voters who would, vote, for small parties or independents, are actually fewer and fewer. If you look at the main parties in UP, they get more than 90% of all the votes, which means that clear choices are offered to voters, and they go really for major candidates. At this stage, what we can say is that the BJP is consolidating its hold over four states, despite poor overall economic performance. UP is the only state in India where per capita income has actually decreased over the past 5 years. It has a huge unemployment issue. And so it has, for now, found an electoral formula that sort of help it, win despite those problems. But we should not necessarily derive from that governance doesn't matter, that the economy doesn't matter. It's the backdrop on which in which elections are fought. And in the case of Punjab, it is also a punishment against the mismanagement of the state. Punjab is the most indebted state in India. It has the worst unemployment among major states in the country as well. And so in one state we see an incumbent being punished for having mismanaged the economy, but in another state we find an incumbent who succeeded to beat anti-incumbency by not necessarily addressing those key or structural issues that have to do with the economy, but by providing other tropes of mobilization, other answers, or compensating by through welfare schemes and so forth.
Okay, I'll leave it there with you, Gilles. We'll see you again in the evening. Thank you for your perspective and your analysis. It is a little after 1 o'clock, and if you have just joined us or been hiding somewhere or sleeping through the morning, you have missed a cataclysmic election result. The Aam Aadmi Party has made history. Its Jhaadu has quite literally swept through Punjab. The Raghav Chadha called it a vacuum cleaner and not a Jhaadu, to explain the velocity with which that win has taken place. In Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath is set to make history, taking a consecutive second term in Uttar Pradesh with the BJP at 271 seats in the lead. The Congress is decimated in Uttar Pradesh. Its vote share is less than that of the RLD. In Uttarakhand, the BJP has maintained its lead and is all set to form the next government with a significant lead over the Congress party. The only state where things look tight and anything can happen, as has always happened historically, is Goa, where the BJP is ahead in 19, but the others are also fragmented, but the BJP is already talking about staking its claim to form the government. And finally, of course, there's Manipur, which has gone the BJP way. So the men of the match, as it were, are very clearly Yogi Adityanath and Arvind Kejriwal. Let me introduce our guests in this wheel. We have Athar Zaidi of the Aam Aadmi Party with us. Congratulations, big day for you. Let's introduce him and welcome him to the program. There he is. Madhavan is still with us, veteran journalist. And from Uttar Pradesh, we are joined by Sudhir ji. Sudhir Mishra is a senior journalist. We're also joined by Abhishek Sudhir. He's a Samajwadi Party supporter and a lawyer. Ashwini Shahi of the BJP is joining us. Congratulations. Namaskar, Ashwini ji. And I can see Aarti, veteran journalist, with us as well. Welcome, everybody. Before I turn our attention to Uttar Pradesh and the impact on national elections, let me start with you, Athar. A historic win in Punjab, but Aam Aadmi Party abhi se baat kar rahi hai 2024 mein Arvind Kejriwal could be a prime ministerial contender. How have you made the leap from Punjab to that? And many congratulations to you. It's a historic win.
शुक्रिया बरखा जी, बहुत बहुत आपका। और देखिए, जिस तरह से आप देख रही हैं कि पंजाब के लोगों ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के दिल्ली मॉडल को सराहा और हमें वहां पर मौका दिया है काम करने का अगले 5 साल। आप अगर गोवा की तरफ देखते हैं तो गोवा में भी हम 2 सीटें जीत चुके हैं और वहां पे भी हमारा वोट परसेंटेज अच्छा खासा, शाम तक पूरी तरह पता लग पाएगा कि कितना आ रहा है। उत्तराखंड की तरफ आप देखते हैं, वहां पर भी हमारी सीट शायद अभी 1-2 पे हम लीड कर रहे हैं। तो अगर आप देखती हैं तो पूरे देश में धीरे धीरे दिल्ली का जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का मॉडल है उसको लोग एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं और उसको पसंद कर रहे हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि उनके स्टेट्स में भी अरविंद केजरीवाल का दिल्ली का जो अच्छे अस्पतालों का, अच्छे स्कूलों का, अच्छी शिक्षा का, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का मॉडल है वो पहुंचे। तो इसीलिए अब हम इसको एक लार्जर प्रोस्पेक्टिव में देख रहे हैं कि आज जो ये मैंडेट हमें पंजाब में मिला है उसके बाद हमारी एक्सेप्टेंस जो है वो आने वाले और स्टेट्स हैं उनमें भी बढ़ेगी। और दिल्ली में जिस तरह से हम पिछले 5 साल में काम कर रहे थे, आप जानती हैं कि दिल्ली एक हाफ स्टेट है, उसमें हमें पूरी तरह से जो पावर्स हैं वो नहीं है।
मैं आपकी बात मानती हूँ कि मैं पंजाब में जब घूमी तो बहुत से लोगों ने दिल्ली मॉडल की बात की, लेकिन मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आप पंजाब की जीत बहुत बड़ी जीत है, आई डोंट वांट टू टेक अवे दैट मोमेंट फ्रॉम यू, लेकिन आपके सारे ही समर्थक आज केजरीवाल जी को नेशनल रोल में देखने की मांग कर रहे हैं, उसके बारे में बोलिए।
नहीं देखिए, समर्थक नहीं, ये देश अब चाहता है कि आप देखिए अब कोई आप देखिए देश में बीजेपी के सामने अब कोई ऑल्टरनेट नजर नहीं आता। आप कांग्रेस को देखिए किस तरह से वो गोवा में पिछड़ गए, किस तरह से वो पंजाब में उनका क्या हाल हुआ। आप उत्तराखंड में देखिए कि 5 साल बीजेपी की सरकार रहने के बाद भी उनकी वापसी नहीं हो पा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश में आपको उनका हाल पता ही है। तो किसी ना किसी को तो आगे आना पड़ेगा, और जिस तरह से लोग दिल्ली केजरीवाल के मॉडल को हर स्टेट में अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं, तो कार्यकर्ताओं में भी चाहते ही, और देश में आप देखेंगे आने वाले वक्त में अलग अलग स्टेट में बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव रेस्पॉन्स हमें मिलना शुरू हो गया है। और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आने वाले वक्त में बीजेपी के सामने एक मजबूत विपक्ष बन के खड़ा होने का काम। और दिल्ली का मॉडल जो है वो आप में कहीं भी जाइए आज उसकी चर्चा है। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि आने वाले जो गुजरात के चुनाव है, हिमाचल के चुनाव है, वहां भी हमारा संगठन है, तो हम उसको लार्जर प्रोस्पेक्ट में देख रहे हैं, और उसको देखने में कोई बुराई भी नहीं है, मुझे नहीं लगता है। हमारी पार्टी के जो कार्यकर्ता है वो मेहनत कर रहे हैं।
जी, आपने अतर साहब एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही। आपने कहा जब कांग्रेस हर जगह बिछड़ गई है तो किसी को तो वो वैक्यूम फिल करना है, तो ये पॉइंट हम थोड़ी देर में और डिस्कस करेंगे। आई नो माधवन, यू वांटेड अ क्विक लास्ट वर्ड बिफोर वी लेट यू गो एंड गेट इन द अदर्स। मेक इट ब्रीफ प्लीज, माधवन, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make 2 quick points. One is that the BJP's victory in Manipur and Goa should not be considered ideological but pragmatic, which basically means that they have gone into what I call Hindutva plus politics, where they co-opt certain local groups and interests to keep themselves in power. The other interesting point, slightly in a jest, is that Raghav Chadha calls the Aam Aadmi Party as vacuum cleaner politics, but essentially in the Western mythology, India, witches ride broomsticks in India. Angels seem to be riding broomsticks. And I want to just make one point against Dr. Kapila, who spoke earlier, saying that Aam Aadmi Party is not practicing secularism. The truth is that they have ushered in what I call secularism 2.0, which means that they take into consideration all communities, but do not treat them specially as minorities in a sense of affirmative action, but look at them through welfare programs like pilgrimages and all. So it's a very Indian style of secularism as opposed to a Western style, which is something that we'll come to see in the coming days.
And we'll see you later in the day, Madhavan. Let's go now across to Ashwini Shahi and Abhishek Sudhir and Aarti and everyone for quick comments on Uttar Pradesh. Can we take this banner off? I need to look at the graphics. Yeah. You can keep it on the pictures. Go ahead, Ashwini Shahi ji, आपसे शुरू करती हूँ। नमस्कार, आपको बहुत बहुत congratulations. Celebrations की तस्वीरें आ रही हैं लखनऊ से, उत्तर प्रदेश से। आप इस नतीजे को किस रूप से देखेंगे सर?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बरखा जी। बरखा जी, ये एक कर्मयोगी की जीत है, ये एक युग पुरुष नरेंद्र मोदी की जीत है। इसमें हम कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार करते हैं। धीरे धीरे देखिए 4 राज्यों के रिजल्ट लगभग रुझान पूरी तरीके से अब साफ होने लगे हैं, जिसमें 4 प्रदेशों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनती हुई नजर आ रही है। इस जीत को हम बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मानेंगे, क्योंकि 4 राज्यों का चुनाव था और 4 राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बचा कर रखना भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए बहुत कुछ है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विरोध में जो भी है वो इस समय एक नेगेटिव नैरेटिव लेकर चल रहा है, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश में समाजवादी पार्टी हो या जो भी हो। उसको ये भ्रम जनता के बीच से हटाना था। जनता को भ्रमित करके रखा गया था, कभी किसान आंदोलन के नाम पर, कभी जो है बेरोजगारी के नाम पर, कभी महंगाई के नाम पर, कभी किसी के नाम पर। आज जनता ने ये बता दिया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में 2017 के पहले जो सरकार थी, जो गुंडा राज था, जो माफिया राज था, उसको उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी जी ने तोड़ा है। और आगे आने वाले दिनों में एक साफ सुथरी सरकार चाहते हैं लोग, प्रदेश में साफ सुथरा माहौल चाहते हैं। हमारी माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां जो घर से निकलकर बाहर जाती हैं, वो एक जो वर्ग हमने तैयार किया है, उसमें जाति की राजनीति नहीं की है बरखा जी। हमने धर्म की राजनीति नहीं की, हमने पंथ की राजनीति नहीं की है। अभी भी हमारे ऊपर आरोप लग रहा है कि हिंदू हिंदू हिंदू, तो हिंदू है तो है, कोई उसमें दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन जब जो लोग जातियों पर आधारित पार्टियां बनाकर उनके साथ कर रहे थे, गठबंधन बना रहे थे, उन लोगों ने आज जनता ने नकार दिया उनको। लेकिन हमारा नारा सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास आज सर्वोपरि रहा है। ये देखिए भगवा लहरा रहा है। भगवा के नाम पर क्या क्या चीजें नहीं कही गई। एक ने कहा कि चिलम का धुआं उठ रहा है, सनातन का अपमान किया। दूसरे ने, उनकी पत्नी ने कहा कि जो है भगवा का रंग क्या होता है, ये जंग की तरह होता है, लोहे में लगा हुआ जंग। लेकिन ये नहीं पता था कि लाल टोपी उनकी और पीला जो उनका गठबंधन था, दोनों रंग को मिला दीजिए तो अरुणोदय भगवा ही होता है। वो उसका रिजल्ट आज है, भगवा के रूप में है उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता, जिसको हम बार बार धन्यवाद देते हैं। और 3 अन्य राज्य जो है, उत्तराखंड, गोवा और मणिपुर की जनता को भी।
हाँ जी, आपने ठीक कहा कि उत्तराखंड में भी आपकी जीत और आपकी सरकार तय है, और गोवा में भी आप गवर्नर से मिलने जा रहे हैं और अपना क्लेम स्टेक करेंगे। यू आर द सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी इन गोवा। लेकिन अश्विनी जी, आपसे मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगी, ये योगी जी की जीत है कि मोदी जी की जीत है? क्योंकि 2017 में तो योगी जी नहीं थे नुमाइंदे, ही वाज नॉट द चीफ मिनिस्टरियल कैंडिडेट। ये किसकी जीत है अश्विनी जी?
बरखा जी देखिए, इसको अब फिर से हम लोग बांटने की कोशिश न करें, क्योंकि विपक्षी दलों ने 5 साल बांटा है। योगी जी दिल्ली तलब किए गए, उनको हटाया जाएगा, मोदी जी नाराज हैं, शाह साहब नाराज हैं। मोदी जी हमारे सर्वोच्च नेता हैं, योगी जी हमारे प्रदेश के नेता हैं। ये दोनों की मिलकर जीत है, ये किसी एक की जीत नहीं है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी परिवार की जीत है, जिसमें योगी जी की मेहनत, कर्मयोगी जी की मेहनत और माननीय मोदी जी का जो आशीर्वाद है, उनका मार्गदर्शन है, ये सबका मिला जुला असर आज चारों राज्यों में देखने को मिल रहा है हमको। ये न मोदी जी की जीत है, न योगी जी की जीत है, ये भाजपा परिवार की मजबूती की जीत है।
ये तो आपने बहुत एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बोली कि ये भाजपा परिवार की जीत है। बिफोर आई कम टू अभिषेक सुधीर, आई जस्ट वांट आरती टू कम इन विद एन ओवरव्यू, एंड दैट इमेज काइंड ऑफ सेज इट ऑल। द ड्यूअल इंजन सरकार, as it were, the dual engine win, but there will be a lot of decoding, Aarti, on what this means for dynamics within the BJP. And of course there's also the AAP's historic win. Athar Zaidi is with us. The Aam Aadmi Party very openly now talking about Kejriwal leading the opposition into 2024. Aarti, your first comments, and let's unmute Aarti first. Go ahead, Aarti.
Yeah, so, Barkha, firstly, I think that the victory in UP, I mean, it is really incredible that the BJP has won a second term, despite all the negativity that we heard about COVID, the handling of COVID, the pauperization of the poor because of the economic slowdown, the farmers' agitation, and so on. So it is an incredible victory. But I think that, it is difficult to separate who can take the credit for it. I think actually it is a combined effort of both the PM and Yogi. The Modi-Yogi combo has worked very well. As you know, Modi addressed 4 more rallies this time in UP than he did 5 years ago. And Yogi addressed 200 rallies all across the state. So I think the two combined very well to present this picture of strong Hindu leaders. And that, fed into this Hindu feeling that has grown and consolidated under 5 years of BJP rule in UP. I think that's a very strong factor. And of course, the fact that there were free rations and, and the free ration package was very interesting because it wasn't just grain, but it was also edible oils and dals. That's a very unusual kind of package to give the poor. And I think that offset, that welfareism offset the, the sort of the negativity of the COVID mismanagement and the fact that there's no jobs, no job growth or anything. So, the combination of strong Hindu leader and welfare, welfareism worked very well for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, can I ask you also, as the Aam Aadmi Party wins its first seat in Goa, to talk a little bit about the AAP moment? We have Athar here with us from the Aam Aadmi Party. The AAP is making no bones about the fact that they have arrived on the national stage, Aarti.
No, it's a very, very long process. Remember, firstly, this is their second, attempt in Punjab, and finally, they have made they've struck gold with their second attempt. Secondly, in Punjab, they're not up against the BJP, which is a formidable electoral machinery with, Modi as the leader and so on. They were up against a decrepit Akali Dal and a completely, sort of a Congress party which was just disintegrating. These were two easy forces to knock over. I mean, you could knock them over with a feather. So while the AAP victory is extremely creditable, and no question that AAP has finally managed to break the barrier and move beyond Delhi, but I think for it to, posit itself as a national alternative, these are very early days yet, Barkha. Very, very early days. The national alternative at the moment, that whole national space at the moment is occupied by the BJP, because at the end of the day, it's the BJP that dominates the Hindi heartland. And that's
So
where
let's
the
talk
bulk
about,
of states come from.
sorry, I'm interrupting you. So let's talk about the Hindi heartland, and we'll go back to the AAP and the opposition politics later. I want to get Abhishek Sudhir and Sudhir Mishra also in. Abhishek Sudhir, last night on my program, you said that if there is a BJP win, we will not accept the results. I hope you have changed your mind about this. The Samajwadi Party has dramatically improved its performance. You can't be talking about an EVM theft जब आपकी अपनी पार्टी ने ही इतना अच्छा performance deliver किया है compared to the last time. It just wasn't enough to take on the BJP. Abhishek Sudhir. One second, you're on mute. Go ahead. Let's unmute you and then go ahead. Yep, sir. You're muted at your end, sir. You need to unmute yourself. Okay. All right. We'll bring him back. I think he was just trying to fix his shot. Sudhir ji, आप किस तरह से देखेंगे इन results को? Sudhir Mishra.
बरका, जैसे आप मेरे एक पहले शो में भी मेरी बात हुई थी कि जो सबसे बड़ा कारण है, जो यहाँ पे जो जातियों का बंधन जो टूटा है 2014 में, 2019 में, 17 में और फिर तो 14 वाला तो एक अलग इलेक्शन था, लेकिन उसके बाद से जो उत्तर प्रदेश में इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं, वो जो वेलफेयर स्कीम्स हैं, वेलफेयर स्कीम्स जो नीचे तक जा रही हैं, जो लोगों को मिल रहा है, जैसे कि कांग्रेस के वक्त में राजीव गांधी जी ने कहा था कि हम 1 रुपया भेजते हैं और 10 पैसे पहुंचता है, लेकिन जो डायरेक्ट कैश ट्रांसफर है और जो अनाज है, ये जीत का सबसे बड़ा मंत्र है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, जिसकी वजह से जातियों का जो स्ट्रक्चर नीचे जितनी भी गरीब जातियां हैं, आप मायावती का परसेंटेज देखिए 12% पहुंच गया है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं पे सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी का जो अब सबसे बड़ा वोटर है, जो पहले कहा जाता था कि बनियों की पार्टी है, मिडिल क्लास की पार्टी है, अब वो सबसे गरीब तबके की पार्टी बन चुकी है। तो इस वजह से ये नतीजे आ रहे हैं और हम लोग पहले से ही देख रहे थे और लग रहा था कि ऐसे ही नतीजे आएंगे, इसी तरीके की चीजें आएंगी। दूसरी चीज है कानून व्यवस्था, जो कुछ बड़े मामले जरूर हुए, लेकिन जो एक नॉर्मल, जैसे मैं बुंदेलखंड में बात करूं या मिर्जापुर में और तमाम जगहों पे, एक फील ऑफ सिक्योरिटी लोगों में था कि अगर कोई ज्यादा मतलब खासतौर से लड़कियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर या इस तरह की चीजें जो थी, वो लोगों में एक पहले के मुकाबले ज्यादा सुरक्षा की बात थी। दूसरा ये कि और अगर हम समाजवादी पार्टी की बात करें तो ये इस इलेक्शन से बड़ा मौका उनके पास कभी नहीं होगा, जितना बड़ा, मतलब बहुत सारी समस्याएं थी, पशुओं की समस्या थी और बेरोजगारी की समस्या थी, इतनी बड़ी महंगाई थी, कोविड में लोग इतना परेशान हुए। अगर इस चीज को समाजवादी पार्टी कैश नहीं कर पाई और जब पब्लिक उनको चुनाव लड़ा रही थी, अखिलेश यादव को पब्लिक अपना इतना जन समर्थन दे रही थी, जो लोग नाराज थे बीजेपी से, लेकिन फिर भी वो 35% तक पहुंचे और सीटों की स्थिति उनकी अभी 125 तक है। तो कहीं ना कहीं नेतृत्व को, समाजवादी पार्टी नेतृत्व को सोचना पड़ेगा कि कैसे, कहाँ कमी है और क्या केवल एक खास किस्म के माई कॉम्बिनेशन से हम जीत सकते हैं, जब तक कि उसमें सारे लोगों की भूमिका अच्छे
नहीं,
से
आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं। I'm hoping Abhishek Sudhir can hear me now. Abhishek Sudhir, please go ahead. You were not wanting to accept these results last night, but I was making the point, and you're still on mute, so please unmute yourself. I was making the point last night that and it's borne out now कि आपकी पार्टी की भी तो अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस रही है compared to last time.
Barka, can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes. Look, Barka, the Samajwadi Party media has put out a series of tweets. So I'm going to give you the party's official position, as I don't think the spokespersons are yet going on any of the channels.
Yeah.
The party's official position is that the margin of leads, right, in a lot of the seats, it's very tight. So as of now, they are saying, the Samajwadi Party media, that do not leave the counting centers, do not lose hope. They believe that the television channels, this is the party's messaging, I'm just giving that to you, Barka, saying that the television channels are building a narrative that this election is over, that the election has been called. The last channel I was on called.
Abhishek, look at the gap. I just want to show you the numbers again, right?
Yeah.
Can we just come out of these pictures? We'll show you the Samajwadi Party tweets as well. But if you look at the numbers, the gap is just too big to be breached, right? Look at it. 124, great improvement on the last time performance for the SP. But 270 leading for the BJP, the gap is too big to breach, don't you think?
So can I answer your question assuming that this is the final verdict of the people?
Yes.
Basically, that's legalese. As a lawyer, that's plausible deniability. So assuming that this is the final verdict of the people, this is a stunning performance by the Samajwadi Party because the vote share has grown by 13 to 14%. And this is the idiocy of the first past the post system, that you get 35% of the vote and 124 seats, whereas if you get 43% of the votes, you get 270 seats.
But that is some philosophical comment on the first past the post system, right?
No, it's not a philosophical comment. Barka, it's very simple.
Look at your verdict last time.
Let me just make my point.
I don't know why we're on last time's vote, but it's instructive to compare it, right?
I'm just saying,
you've gone
Barka,
up from
I'm just saying 35% of the people, 35% of the people have voted for us, 43% have voted for the BJP. So if the Samajwadi Party has to play the role of a strong, constructive opposition, that is what the Samajwadi Party will do. The big story, if you ask me, is that Behenji Mayawati's career is effectively over today. She has got 3 seats, but look at the vote share, 13%. She has dented the Samajwadi Party in every seat. She has done the bidding of the BJP. You can write the epitaph of Behenji Mayawati. She will no longer be a player. She might get her protection from the CBI cases, but her political career is over. The Samajwadi Party will
Hold
live
your
to
thought.
fight
I want to
another
go to
day.
the vote shares. Okay, that's the Samajwadi Party there taking their official position that Abhishek was speaking about, that they're still waiting for the results. But Abhishek Sudhir made a very interesting point about Mayawati and her vote share, and he claims that she effectively did the bidding of the BJP. If we can bring up the vote share graphics now of UP, Ashwini Shahi, मैं आपका comment इस पे लेना चाहूंगी कि मायावती जी की 13% जो वोट शेयर परसेंटेज है, उसने इफेक्टिवली आप लोगों की इसमें जीत में मदद की है. आप इस पे क्या बोलेंगे?
देखिए, हमारे लिए, मैंने पहले भी कहा बरखा जी कि हमारे लिए हमने जात धर्म पंथ मजहब का मामला हटा दिया था. एक हमारे पास आधी आबादी का वोट आया है, वो मायावती जी का भी है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी का भी है, वो ऐसा कांग्रेस का भी है. तो मेरे ऐसा नहीं है कि मायावती जी का जो वोट है उनके पास रहा. मायावती जी का वोट कम हुआ है तो कहीं ना कहीं गया होगा, वो हमारे पास आया होगा, समाजवादी पार्टी में भी गया होगा. मायावती जी की पार्टी जो 20-22% पिछले चुनाव में था, वो वोट आज जो है 13% पर आ रहा है. तो लगभग 8-9% वोट उनका खिसका है, तो वो हर जगह बटा है. आज जो है वो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जुटा है, और ये जुटा है पिछले समझ लीजिए कि 2-3 चुनाव से. 17 के चुनाव में हमारे पास, 19 के चुनाव में और 22 के चुनाव में वो देखने में आया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नीतियों में भरोसा रखते हुए वो वर्ग हमारे साथ जुड़ा है और वो वोट हमारे पास आया है, क्योंकि हम उनके लिए सुख और दुख में खड़े रहे हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको सुरक्षा दी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको लोक कल्याण की नीतियों से जो है नवाजा है, और उनके तक जो उनकी मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं थी वो उनको दिया. जो इसके उलट समाजवादी पार्टी में, जो समाजवादी पार्टी ने उनको जो है 17 का जो उनका ऑरा था वो उससे वो निकल नहीं पाए. समाजवादी पार्टी का एक गुंडाइज्म की छवि, मुस्लिम यादव कॉम्बिनेशन, ये सब उनको लेकर जो है उनको लेकर रहा, इसलिए जनता ने उनका साथ नहीं दिया.
Ashwini ji, Lord Meghnath Desai is also with us. I know we can't see him very well, but we'll try and go across to him. Ashwini ji, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि समाजवादी पार्टी की जो गेन्स हैं वो किस वजह से हुई हैं? I know you're a BJP leader, you don't want to talk about your challenger, पर इनकी भी तो ड्रामेटिक इंप्रूवमेंट हुई है.
हाँ, जरूर है. इसमें जो है कहीं कोई वो नहीं है. 20-22% के ये लोग भी थे, आज 35% पर है, तो वोट शेयर इनका बड़ा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं से तो आया है. अब वो एक वर्ग जो बना था, जो भाजपा का विरोध कर रहा था, वो वर्ग कौन था? वो उस वर्ग के कितने लोग उधर गए, वो कितने लोग किसान आंदोलन से प्रभावित हुए, कितने लोग इनकी अच्छी नीतियों से प्रभावित हुए, कितने लोग भाजपा के विरोध में गए, तो वो सारा फैक्टर एक साथ हुआ होगा, और वो जो इनका वोट शेयर बढ़ा है वो उसमें उनको दिख रहा है कि उनका वोट शेयर बढ़ा हुआ है.
Okay.
जी.
let me, yes, Ashwini ji, हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Let me go to Aarti and Meghna Desai now. Lord Meghna Desai, if you can hear us, your first impressions of this big win. There are only two winners today, BJP, Yogi Adityanath and Arvind Kejriwal. And of course, as Aarti made the point, for the AAP is already talking about a national arrival for Arvind Kejriwal. But Aarti made the point that it's going to be a long and arduous journey. And Athar Zaidi of the AAP is still with us, and we'll come to him. Go ahead, Meghnad, if you can hear me. No, I don't think Meghnad can. Aarti, do you want to come in on that, please?
Sorry, Barkha, would you repeat?
Yeah. The point here is that, the Samajwadi Party supporter Abhishek Sudhir makes the point that Mayawati's 13% and is the great untold story, because she's got only 3 seats, but 13% of the vote, and this was done at the BJP bidding. Do you think the result would have been dramatically different, had Mayawati played this differently? I'm not sure, because the gap is quite big.
Barkha, I think the interesting change in UP that this election marks is that where earlier UP used to be a four-cornered contest because you had Samajwadi Party, BSP, Congress, and BJP, and it needed just a 27-28% vote share to actually win an election. What we are now seeing is actually a bipolar. UP has become bipolar. BSP has faded away, Congress has virtually disappeared, and now it is a fight between two parties, one the BJP and the other the Samajwadi Party. And therefore, the threshold for victory has gone up substantially. You have to actually cross more than 40% to register a victory in UP. This is a big change that has happened in UP. Now, whether Mayawati was doing all this at the bidding of the BJP or whatever, the fact is that she has been remarkably silent for the last 5 years, and she was really not visible during these elections. She appeared for a couple of rallies, but she was very quiet. And you can see the 13% vote share that she's been left with means that even her Jatav vote has deserted her, because Jatavs are about 16 to 18% in UP. So even that Jatav vote has deserted her. And I think that's the younger Jatav, who is looking for options, because, Mayawati has not been able to win an election since, 2007. She hasn't been able to win an election. So she an alternative for Dalits, and Dalits maybe are looking, maybe they're going to, maybe some voters have gone to SP, maybe some voters have gone to the BJP, because maybe, scheduled caste Dalits are also looking for, to be included in this larger Hindu consolidation, which would indicate a huge change, a huge shift in Dalit politics. And I think these are, trends that we have to look for in the coming years, when we see how Dalit politics evolves.
Very interesting. I want to bring in Abhishek briefly, and then I want to go back to the AAP and what's happened in Punjab. So, Athar, give me just half a second. Abhishek, please go ahead.
Barkha, actually the Jata vote is 10%, 9 to 10%. The Dalit vote is about 19%. Jata is in half of that, basically. What the point is not about the Jata vote staying or deserting it. What she has also done in many places is, if the Samajwadi Party has not put up a Muslim candidate, she has deliberately put up a Muslim candidate. And that essentially leads the split of the vote, right? And the Muslim community gives the win to the BJP. This has deliberately been done seat by seat. I'm telling you, I live in Lucknow. This is the buzz. The buzz is the candidate list was sent to her by Amit Shah. No way of proving it, but I'm going to say it.
I'm sure Ashwini Shahi has things to say about that, but can we turn our attention from UP to Punjab for just a moment, and also Goa and also all the other states? Punjab is, look at those numbers for the Aam Aadmi Party. It's 91. It is astounding. It is, as Arvind Kejriwal called it, literally a revolution or an inqilab. 42% of the vote share, 91 seats, and there was some sort of a rumor that it could be a hung assembly, which was clearly totally off the mark. If we have the Punjab vote share slides, the vote share was on the screen already. There it's 42%. Now let's turn our attention to the next state, UP. We've already been discussing UP, so we'll come back to this. But the important point to note in UP, Aarti, is that No, this is Uttarakhand. Can we go back to UP? I wanted to make a point about the vote share. Is that the Congress vote share is less than that of Jayant Chaudhary's RLD. Let's go to Uttarakhand now. The BJP is winning, has won, not is winning, has won Uttarakhand. The vote share fight between the BJP and the Congress is quite close, but the conversion to seats did not happen for the Congress. Harish Rawat has lost his own seat. Let's go to Goa now, where the BJP is the single largest party. And it is already saying that it will form the government in Goa. The vote share is much ahead for the BJP. The Trinamool has failed to open its account, and the AAP is actually leading in 2 seats. So that is quite interesting there for the Aam Aadmi Party. And of course, the BJP has won Manipur. Meghnad, if you're able to hear us at all, I just want to make one more attempt to try and get your comments on a day we're describing as a big day. The big winners are Mr. Kejriwal and Yogi Adityanath. Go ahead,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Yes, Meghnad,
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, at least one good news is that the Congress is more or less finished. We are about on the brink of Congress Mukta Bharat. I mean, they can have Uttarakhand if they want.
No,
but
they don't have
quite
Uttarakhand.
decisively,
They don't
lost
have
Punjab.
Uttarakhand. They don't have Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand has gone to the BJP. They do not have Uttarakhand. I just want to say they do not have Uttarakhand.
Well, they got one seat in Uttar Pradesh, and they got some seats in Uttarakhand. They lost Punjab due to their own foolishness. I mean, it's very nice to see a party destroying itself absolutely deliberately. I think that's a great achievement of Rahul Gandhi.
You blame Rahul Gandhi directly.
What else is there to say?
Yeah.
I mean, Aam Aadmi Party, I'm very pleased they have got Punjab. That's a great, great victory. And so, now the thing is clear. There is Aam Aadmi Party and there's BJP. There's no third party left, which is very nice.
So, Meghnad, do you see the Aam Aadmi Party as a kind of natural alternative to lead the opposition into 2024? Or do you think, like Aarti does, that it's too long a process, nothing can be said right now? Punjab is a unique state.
Well, it took BJP 25 years to get to the top. From the time in 1980, they got themselves sort of registered as a super, different sort of name party. I mean, things take time, but Aam Aadmi Party is the only viable national alternative to BJP. I mean, TMC and parties like that are just regional parties. So you need a national party. And Aam Aadmi Party is the only national party. And they have delivered in Delhi. They have really delivered in Delhi. And I think that is a great achievement. So we need parties which deliver and not just be ideological.
And
I think Aam Aadmi Party, well, I wish them luck because...
Yeah, very interesting
Sorry?
comment. Athar, no, I just want to bring in the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson who's with us. Athar ji, Meghnad, जो जब कहते हैं कि आप governance oriented हैं, ideological नहीं हैं, some people have criticized your party also for this कि आप कोई बीजेपी के खिलाफ ideological position नहीं लेते. इस पे आप क्या बोलेंगे अथर?
देखिए, हम जब दिल्ली में आए थे तब हमारे ऊपर यही आरोप लगा था कि ये लोग राजनीति में नए हैं, इनको पता नहीं है राजनीति कैसे होती है। तो हमने एक ऑल्टरनेट दिया इस देश की राजनीति को, एक नया ऑल्टरनेट दिया कि हमने काम की राजनीति की। आप देखिए कि हमने कभी जाति की, धर्म की, कभी इस चीज़ के ऊपर हमने वोट नहीं मांगा। 2020 में भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब 5 साल काम करके आए तो उन्होंने अपनी पहली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये कहा कि अगर मैंने काम किया हो तो मुझे वोट दें और अगर मैंने काम नहीं किया हो तो मुझे वोट ना दें। तो हमारा जो दिल्ली का मॉडल है उसको लेके हम पूरे देश में जाना चाहते हैं। आज हमारी अगर पंजाब में जीत हुई है तो उसके पीछे भी जो दिल्ली के अंदर हमारा जो विकास का मॉडल है वो है। लोगों को लगा है कि दिल्ली की जो सरकार है, दिल्ली अरविंद केजरीवाल का जो मॉडल है, जब वो पंजाब में आएगा तो नशे से मुक्ति मिलेगी। जो लोग पंजाब छोड़ के कनाडा और बाहर जाते हैं युवा, वहाँ पर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। लोगों को लगा अच्छे स्कूल बनेंगे, पिंड क्लिनिक्स बनेंगे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की तरह, अच्छे अस्पताल बनेंगे। उस उम्मीद पर लोगों ने हमें पंजाब के अंदर वोट दिया है। और आप देखिए गोवा में हम 2 सीट जीत चुके हैं। हम जाति धर्म की राजनीति से अलग हटके जो दिल्ली का हमारा मॉडल है उसको लेके आगे जितने भी इलेक्शंस हम लड़ेंगे उसमें जाएंगे। और हमारा यही एक एंथम है कि जिसको अच्छे स्कूल, अच्छे अस्पताल, अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं चाहिए, वो आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट दे। और हमें उम्मीद है कि आने वाला जो इरा है उसमें लोग एक्सेप्ट करेंगे इस पॉलिटिक्स को। लोग चाहेंगे कि दिल्ली का मॉडल, जैसे पंजाब में अब हम एक फुल स्टेट मिला है, हम वहाँ पे एक फुल स्टेट का मॉडल बना के दिखाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले वक्त में देश हमारा उसको एक्सेप्ट करेगा। लोग चाहेंगे कि इस तरह का मॉडल हर स्टेट में आए और लोगों को फायदा मिले।
Okay, आपने कहा कि दिल्ली मॉडल is now a national project, and I want to go state by state, but I'll just get Aarti and Sandeep to come in with the national perspective. Aarti, you're not convinced. Meghnad Desai says Congress Mukh Bharat is here. He thinks that's good news. Is Congress Mukh Bharat here? Please let's reiterate that the Congress has drawn blanks in Amethi and Raebareli, the family boroughs. The Congress vote percentage is less than that of Jayant Chaudhary. It is the party with the smallest vote percentage in UP, and of course is decimated in Punjab. What does this do to brand Priyanka, who got in Sidhu into Punjab, who's the face of the UP campaign for the Congress, Aarti?
Well, clearly she's not the Brahmastra that the Congress thought she was. They'd been keeping her in reserve, saying that, okay, if Rahul fails, we'll bring her out, we'll roll her out. She's our, sort of big nuclear missile. And she's clearly not. And, so as far as the Congress is concerned, frankly, Barkha, I mean, I really think that it's reaching the end of the road. There's been a lot of dissensions, a lot of rumblings in the Congress, a lot of dissatisfaction, and people who were able to find spaces in other parties like Jyotiraditya Scindia or RPN Singh, Jitin Prasad, they left. Now, I think everybody else was just waiting to see what happened in these elections, to see whether the Congress was able at all to retain Punjab or maybe win Uttarakhand or something. And the fact that the Congress has been wiped out everywhere. I mean, like literally wiped out. In Uttarakhand, Harish Rawat has lost his own seat, Yeah. I mean, I actually see the Congress disintegrating. I don't know how fast or how slow, but I do think that everybody in the Congress who has some political standing is going to look for berths elsewhere. And I think there are parties like both the Trinamool and Aam Aadmi Party, which are waiting in the wings to snap up any valuable Congress leader. Because if AAP has to grow nationally, it has to grow with the help of, an established party network. And the Congress is the only one that has that established party network in the states where it would like to grow.
Do you believe that there will be a leadership challenge to the Gandhis, or you don't think that will happen? I mean, within the
party?
No,
I think people will just leave. They'll just leave, I mean, because, there are options available. And I think that, as I said, I think both the Trinamool and, Aam Aadmi Party will be waiting with open arms to welcome any Congress leader of substance. Or you could have them maybe, sort of start a regional party the way Sharad Pawar started a regional party, the way Mamata Banerjee started a regional party in Bengal, so you could have that. But I don't think anybody's going to stand up. And frankly, I think the Gandhis have become irrelevant. I mean, they are no longer vote getters. And I think, they've done the damage to themselves and helped by the BJP's, sort of constant propaganda about Pappu, Pappu, Pappu. I mean, I really don't think they have any brand value anymore in India.
I just want Meghnad to add to that. And Sandeep, now get off your phone so we can come to you. Meghnad, on the Gandhis, what would you say? And also on the win of and the rise of Yogi Adityanath. The decimation of the Gandhis, the rise of Kejriwal you've spoken about. What about the rise of Yogi Adityanath? He's making history by taking a second term.
Well, I think I had expected Adityanath not to do as well as he has done, because I was thinking there may be a split in the BJP and some people don't like him, they were leaving the party and so on. But quite clearly, what BJP has done, unlike Congress, if a chief minister gets powerful, don't cut him down to size. Encourage him. You see, Congress cut down Captain Amarinder Singh needlessly because they don't like powerful provincial ministers, because it takes away from the family. Now, the family can't win elections. Other people can win elections. So I think Yogi Adityanath having 2 terms in UP means that he is the most likely successor to Narendra Modi. nationally.
That's interesting.
I mean, there
Sandeep,
is no other rival to him.
So what happens to Amit Shah, Meghnad? What happens to Amit Shah? I mean, Amit Shah, I'm not saying Amit Shah was a rival,
Well,
but
you
I'm
know,
saying he was the number two.
Amit Shah is,
does that power dynamic change?
I think Amit Shah is actually not a politician. He is a party leader. He is an organization man. He is not a politician. Yogi Adityanath is a politician, and that makes a lot of difference. There is no ideological difference between the two. But, you
Very
know,
interesting. Very interesting.
Amit Shah is basically a party man. He's organizer. Rather like Sardar Patel. You know, he was kind of an organization man. He organized elections. He won elections. That's Amit Shah.
So to the question,
But he's not a politician.
after Modi, who you're saying Amit Shah is not a politician. I don't know what he'd feel about that. But Sandeep,
It's Yogi Adityanath.
Yeah, after Modi,
It's
it's Yogi
settled.
Adityanath. Yeah, Sandeep, if you want to add to that.
No, I think we are getting ahead of ourselves there to decide on who after Modi. It's a long way off. BJP operates slightly differently than, even if Adityanath delivers, let's say UP again at 82 or whatever, it's too early to decide. Let's wait till 2024. Let's see how UP pans out. He has to really stay, what Modi did in 12 years in Gujarat, Adityanath has to do, if not in 12 years, in 8 years to really stake his claim, become the undisputed mascot of BJP, who is not just in terms of the face, but who has a delivery record, a track record.
Yeah.
So it's a bit early, and there are a lot of people.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Bhagwant Mann is delivering his victory speech, and I have lots of questions on UP. But if we can just try and just get a sense of the flavor in Punjab, they have every reason to celebrate. And let's try and listen in. You can see him there, and let's try and get the sound up if we can.
ਪੰਜਾਬੀਓ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੋਨੇ-ਕੋਨੇ 'ਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕੋਨੇ-ਕੋਨੇ 'ਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਦਿਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਹਿਰਾਈਆਂ 'ਚੋਂ। ਕਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਵੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਮੁਹਿੰਮ 'ਚ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੇ, ਆਪ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਜੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾਇਆ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਜੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਵੱਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵੀਰੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਨੇ, ਅਰਵਿੰਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਟਿੱਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਘਟੀਆ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵਰਤੀ ਗਈ, ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਮੰਚ ਤੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ, ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਮੈਂ ਇਦੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਮਾਈਕ। ਵੀਰੋ, ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਬਾਰਕ ਹੋਵੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ, ਨਿੱਜੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀ, ਪਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਿਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸੀ, ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜਰੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੋਂ 3.25 ਕਰੋੜ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨੀ ਪਊਗੀ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਲੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ, ਜੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਈਆਂ, ਦਾੜੀਆਂ ਚਿੱਟੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਦਫ਼ਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੇੜੇ ਮਾਰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਕਚਹਿਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਤਹਿਸੀਲਾਂ ਜਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਚਲੋ ਬੁੜਿਆ, ਕਿੱਧਰ ਮੂੰਹ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਉਹ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਆਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਉਣਗੇ। ਦੇ ਆਰ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸਰਵੈਂਟਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਉਵੇਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀਓ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮੋਤੀ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਸਿਸਮਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਕੰਧਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਵਾਰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਮੁਹੱਲਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਰਜਿਸਟਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ 32 ਦੰਦ ਨੇ, ਮੈਥੋਂ ਨਾ ਕਹਾਇਆ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਛ। ਵੱਡੇ ਬਾਦਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ, ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਜਲਾਲਾਬਾਦ ਤੋਂ ਗਿਆ, ਆਦੇਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਤਾਪ ਕੈਰੋਂ ਪੱਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਿਆ, ਕੈਪਟਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪਟਿਆਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ, ਸਿੱਧੂ ਤੇ ਮਜੀਠੀਆ ਦੋਨੇ ਹਾਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਚੰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੋਨੇ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ। ਲਿਖ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵੀ 32 ਨੇ, 64 ਹੋ ਗਏ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੇ। ਸੋ ਵੀਰੋ, ਜਦੋਂ ਸੱਚੀਆਂ ਨੀਤਾਂ ਹੋਣ, ਸੱਚੀਆਂ ਨੀਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਰਾਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਡੈਮੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਹੈ, ਹਰੇਕ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਕ ਹੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੱਖ ਰੱਖਣ ਦਾ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਦੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਡਰ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਣ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਬਣੂਗਾ, ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ।
Quite a colorful speech there, and actually he goes through a roster list of all the biggies, as he calls them, who have lost. It was very, very good copy, so we just wanted to stay on that for a while. Aarti, I can see you smiling from ear to ear. That is
Barkha, I thought you would break into a bhangra, being the only Punjabi here. You know, like one of your the former colleagues did so in a previous.
I leave that. I leave that to my.
Also Punjabi, half a Punjabi, so I can also do the
also a Punjabi. So it's half for the Punjabis. For the Punjabi spirit, but we have no preference on the politicians. It's the Punjabi spirit is what we are.
For Punjabiyat. We'll make it for Punjabiyat.
No, we are indulgently smiling at the propensity of every Punjabi to break into dance and song and celebrate and eat good food, no matter what the excuse. We just need a bahana. All right. Captain Amrinder Singh says, I accept the verdict of the people with all humility. Democracy has triumphed. You saw Bhagwant Mann going through the long roster list of the big people who have lost. I'm sure Aarti and Meghnad have things to say on this, as does Athar, and then we'll, in the last 10 minutes, turn our attention back to UP. So, Aarti, you go first.
You know, Barkha, AAP has done in Punjab what it did in Delhi. You know, the first time round, it kind of got in through the door, and the second time round, it just swept, completely swept. And I think, you know, there's a story in this. In Delhi, people were just sick to their teeth of the Congress and the BJP. You know, although Sheila Dixit had done a good job the first 10 years, but I think the last 5 years, you know, the Congress just didn't perform. And the BJP was just unable to get up. And so it was just so easy for the, you know, Aam Aadmi Party to walk in. And I think the same thing has happened in Punjab. You know, the fact that the Badals have lost, the fact that Amrinder Singh has lost, the fact that Channi has lost, Sidhu, you know, Majithia, these are the names that dominated Punjab politics for the last so many years, and they've all lost. I think there's a message in it from the people of Punjab that we are fed up. We are fed up, and we are going to take our chances with a new force. I don't know about Delhi model or whatever. Yes, I'm sure maybe that also played a part, but I think they're just willing to risk. They take their chances with something new because they are so fed up of the old. And, you know, this is what parties like the Congress and Akalis and all,
and fail to understand. Yeah.
They have to understand that, you know, unless they keep reinventing themselves, they look so old and tired that people are going to reject them. The BJP looks new, it's fresh. right? Modi is offering something new. And, the great thing about Modi, I mean, whether you like his politics or you don't, he keeps doing something to look different every time, to look new, to, to sort of present a fresh face and excite people's imagination. And that's what keeps a party alive. And I think Kejriwal is following the same pattern, even in Delhi. He keeps, doing something, some drama, some shocha,
Absolutely. I just want to get Athar in, and then I want to actually focus on UP. Aarti, I agree with everything you've said actually there. Athar साहब, अगर आप कुछ बोलना चाहें, आपकी आगे क्या एक तरह से रणनीति रहेगी?
नहीं, रणनीति हमारी यही रहेगी कि जिस तरह से पंजाब के लोगों ने हमें मौका दिया है, आने वाले वक्त में हम अपने जो दिल्ली में हमारे काम हैं उनको लेकर हम पूरे देश में अलग अलग स्टेट्स में हमारे संगठन भी हैं और वहाँ पर लोग ज़मीन पे मेहनत कर रहे हैं, उसको लेके जाएंगे और लोगों को बताने की कोशिश करेंगे कि अब वक्त आ गया है एक ऑल्टरनेटिव पॉलिटिक्स को चूज़ करने का, जिसमें आपको अपने बच्चों के लिए अच्छे स्कूल, अस्पताल, इनकी बात करनी होगी। धर्म जाति से ऊपर उठकर आपको वोट देना होगा, किसी कास्ट सिस्टम के बेस पे आपको वोट नहीं देना होगा। उसको लेके हम जाएंगे और देखते हैं, हमें उम्मीद है पूरी कि जिस तरह से पंजाब के लोगों ने हमें खुले हाथों से स्वागत किया है हमारा और मौका दिया है, आने वाले वक्त पे जो और स्टेट्स हैं उसमें भी हमें मौका मिलेगा।
जी, thank you, Athar Saab. We'll let you go now. Let's turn our attention to Uttar Pradesh. I want to start with Sudhir ji, who's been waiting very patiently, and then Meghna. There are two Sudhirs there, Abhishek Sudhir and Sudhir Mishra. So let me start with Sudhir Mishra and then Abhishek Sudhir, and also there's everybody. Uttar Pradesh. Let's stay on Uttar Pradesh, and also can we have the vote share breakup? Oh yeah, it's there on the screen. Sudhir Mishra ji, आपसे शुरू करूंगी. Yogi, आपने सुना कि मेघनाथ जी ने क्या बोला? उन्होंने कहा now the number 2 national position is clear. आप मानेंगे कि ये योगी का एक नेशनल मूवमेंट है? ही इज नॉट जस्ट अ रीजनल पॉलिटिशियन. सुधीर मिश्रा.
जहां तक उनके राष्ट्रीय स्तर के नेता होने की बात है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो उनको इस बात के लिए पहले ही से स्वीकार कर चुकी थी. पूरे देश में उनके दौरे होते हैं, पूरे देश में उनकी जो दूसरे तीसरे नंबर के जो मुख्य प्रचारक होते हैं वो योगी ही होते हैं. पिछले आप कई चुनावों में देखिए, विभिन्न, चाहे वो वेस्ट बंगाल हो या नॉर्थ ईस्ट के चुनाव हो या केरल हो, हर जगह तक साउथ के चुनाव तक में वो जाते हैं. अब ये जो अभी जो दोबारा जब वो जीत के आए ना, तो निश्चित तौर पे उनका कद पार्टी के अंदर बहुत बड़ा होगा. और अब उत्तर प्रदेश में कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री लगातार दूसरी बार नहीं होता. पिछले 3 दशक में तो मैंने नहीं देखा कम से कम कि कोई इस बार मुख्यमंत्री हो और नेक्स्ट टाइम भी हो जाए, और ठीक ठाक सीटें भी आ रही हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि योगी आदित्यनाथ का कद बहुत बड़ा हुआ है, और आगे की जो संभावनाएं हैं केंद्र में उनके लिए वो भी खुलती हैं. और अभी उत्तर प्रदेश में तो जो उनका रोल है अभी वो आगे चलेगा, क्योंकि 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव पार्टी के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए. तो उस लिहाज से ये कॉम्बिनेशन को पार्टी बना के रखना चाहेगी.
आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही. योगी वाज ऑलवेज इन डिमांड एज अ कैंपेनर, पर अब वो कद और ऊंचा बड़ा है. अश्विनी शाही, इस पे अगर आप कुछ जोड़ना चाहें.
बरखा जी, देखिए, सुधीर जी ने बहुत बढ़िया बात कही. योगी जी पिछले 2-3-4 चुनावों से जो है हर जगह पूरे हिंदुस्तान में उनकी डिमांड रही है, और लोगों ने बांटने की कोशिश की कि योगी ये हो गए, योगी वो हो गए. लेकिन फिलहाल माननीय योगी जी को मैं ये देखता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश को उत्तम प्रदेश बनाने का जो उन्होंने संकल्प लिया है, वो उत्तम प्रदेश बनाने की तरफ अग्रसर हैं. और देश में उनका ऐसे ही स्थान है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के में पूरा उनका एक लोकप्रिय नेताओं में जो है, जो मजबूत नेताओं में उनका स्थान है. उत्तर प्रदेश को अभी उनको उत्तम प्रदेश बनाने दीजिए. केंद्र में तो जब उनकी जरूरत होगी तो वहां पर माननीय मोदी जी उनको बुला लेंगे या उनका प्रयोग कर लेंगे. लेकिन फिलहाल बिगड़े हुए उत्तर प्रदेश को संवारने का काम जो उन्होंने लिया है वो उनको करने दीजिए. वो अभी फिलहाल अच्छे तरीके से कर रहे हैं. जी बरखा जी.
मेघनाथ जी, बिल्कुल. मेघनाथ देसाई, if you would like to add to that, you said Yogi is the inevitable number 2. How do you see this playing out in national politics?
I was thinking that if you add up the votes of HP and BSP, they have more.
1 minute, can we unmute Meghnath? Meghnath has been muted by mistake. Please unmute him. Please unmute him. Okay, I think he's just on a bad line. 1 minute. Meghnath, can you hear us? Go ahead, sir. Okay, I think he was making the point that Abhishek.
Sorry, you're asking me?
I am asking you. We couldn't hear you the first time around. Give it another shot. No. Okay, Abhishek Sudhir, I think the point he was
can't
trying
hear
to
you.
make was about, yeah, we'll come back to you, was about the vote share of the Samajwadi Party and the BSP. I know that's where he was getting. And can we please put up the UP vote share as we look at that? Abhishek Sudhir, that's the point I think you wanted to make. Go ahead. Can we
Can I be unmuted? Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Barka, I will look at this now. When I started your program, SP was at 121. It's 136 now. 15 seats in 1 hour. Okay, am I saying that we're going to get to 262? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm just saying 15 seats in 1 hour. And if we go to the future, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party is now going to subsume the BSP and the Congress. The Congress might as well disband the UPCC, because all their workers, or what's left of them and what's left of the BSP, will join the Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party is now going to mount a serious challenge to the BJP, right? Every day for the next 5 years, we are going to give the BJP hell as the principal opposition party, if that is the verdict of the people. That's exactly what's going to happen. The BSP and the Congress are finished. They've managed to get 3 seats between them. But of course, with the vote share, they have managed to play a spoiler this time. But the Samajwadi Party, this is a sensational performance. Almost 100 seats added, vote share of 15% added. I mean, this is a great day for us. It could even get better. Let's wait and see.
1 minute, Abhishek Sudhir. You are saying, and I think Meghnath was trying to make this point, that if you add up the vote share of the BSP and the Samajwadi Party, it tells a different story. But the fact is that Mayawati did not choose that. She did not go that direction. So, I don't think you're within reach of forming the government.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying reach of forming the government. All I'm trying to say is that the BSP and the Indian National Congress, as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, are finished. That, right? The UPCC should be disbanded. The SP will subsume the Uttar Pradesh unit. Aam Aadmi Party can take care of the states they've done well in. The TMC, of course, is there in Bengal, right? You have KCR, you have Stalin, all right? You have Jagan, you have Naveen Babu, all right? So the Samajwadi Party will sort out Uttar Pradesh for the opposition. Leave Uttar Pradesh to us. Seats gone to 136, Barka. It's gone to 136 from 121.
I think that's an absolutely fair point. And Meghnath, I think you were wanting to make the point about the BSP. I'm going to try one last time to see if you can hear me. Please go ahead, make your comment. Meghnath?
No, I think SP should now go and woo the Dalit vote, because obviously there is a gap there. If they go out and get the Dalit vote in addition to the Yadav and the Muslim vote, they could become a formidable UP party, because this Mandal has fragmented the OBC votes. So I think somebody now has to go anti-Mandal and put together an OBC package. And I'm sure he can do it. Akhilesh can do it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, actually. The Samajwadi Party has done really well. It hasn't done well enough to form the government, Sandeep, but should we not give credit where it's due? And do you see any merit in Abhishek Sudhir's argument that Mayawati has played spoiler? Because I know adding up vote shares doesn't really work because they don't necessarily convert it all into seats. But Sandeep Ghosh, outside your thoughts now on this, Sandeep?
Yeah,
Sandeep, yeah.
Barka, first of all, what you said, I'm finding Abhishek today in a very sober and somber mood and I would definitely give him that credit. What they have done is 136. If that materializes, I think it's a huge leap. UP will have a strong opposition. I only hope it didn't mean literally that they'll give hell to BJP every day. I hope that they'll be playing a constructive opposition, and that will be necessary, I think, for the image of Samajwadi Party to take on a national plan. Because I think that's where the space is created. People now, the next generation leaders, people are looking for the next generation leader, with Congress being where it is. And so Akhilesh Yadav was a person we all pinned a lot of hope in 2012, and he's still got a long way to grow. So I would expect that to happen. And his point about leaving UP to Samajwadi Party, I think that also makes great sense. Only my point of difference with Lord Desai is that I personally feel these, caste equations and those things, we are kind of, those things are sort of behind us. We should not regress into that. Instead, if they focus on positive agenda, the results will be much better. My criticism against Samajwadi Party throughout the campaign has been they have focused only on those issues and even on development, law and order, etc., which Yogi was making a claim of. Instead of putting strongly what is their counterpoint, they have also got certain things to show from the previous regime. They just try to prick holes in the claims of Yogi on those things. No, he has not done anything for law and order is actually worse, or development, we are the people who started it and he has only completed it. Instead of that, if they showcase their ability, their strength, and also capacity building. I think one of the things which handicapped Akhilesh Yadav was he was a lone fighter. If you see the people around him, people at the ground level, a point I made on another channel earlier is about the COVID-2. A lot of people are saying, okay, COVID 2.0, if he was more visible, he could have made a difference. I say no, because if he doesn't have the cadre down the line who can actually translate that into service, just photo ops would not have made the difference. So those are the things I think if they focus on, certainly Samajwadi Party has a long way to go, and they can certainly also extend their footprint beyond UP in the heartland.
Okay, let's take sort of last comments on the sort of big UP picture. I think we're all in agreement on the potential future of the Samajwadi Party. And I see Yashwant Deshmukh very much. I was going to say there are two men of the moment, and they're Arvind Kejriwal and Yogi Adityanath, but there's a third, and it's Yashwant Deshmukh. And so welcome to the program, Yashwant, and congratulations. The exit polls, have got it right. I'm sure you had a few nervous moments. So Yashwant, sigh of relief. First, as a pollster, what are your thoughts and feelings right now?
Barkha, more than the exit poll, I believe that it's a culmination of all the tracker exercise that we are doing for almost a year. And we have talked so many times, Barkha, in the last 1 year, and with understanding the basics of this, where this is heading to. I remember that we discussed that how Samajwadi Party's graph in our tracker went up from 22 to almost 34% at one point of time. But we also discussed that that's a glass ceiling they are unable to break. That is where they are getting plateaued. And I discussed this so many times that, I calculated so much that BJP is not getting below 40% come what may. They are going to poll more than 45%, no matter what. Problem was, Barkha, that the entire noise that we had to look into because of so many friends on the ground, they took the tracker into linearity. They said that if any party is going from 22 to 30 to 35, they will eventually land up at 45. And I was unable to explain that. I was trying my level best that it doesn't happen that way. There are ground realities, and I don't see the way, that there would be a swing from the BJP to the SP. The entire statistics was very revealing that the upswing of the Samajwadi Party was courtesy the swing within the opposition universe. The votes were coming from some BSP, votes were coming from Congress, but there was no swing at all as far as BJP to Samajwadi was concerned, barring the pockets of the Jat voters. And I also told you, Barkha, that Jat voters were overtly sympathetic towards RLD and Jayant Chaudhary, but they were not really excited with Samajwadi Party, and particularly not on the seats where Samajwadi Party had fielded the Muslim candidates. We were very, very clear about that, and Brahmins were not going anywhere. But having said that, these are the equations, Barkha, which I keep on saying because we are used to see UP, Bihar politics within the caste arithmetic and brackets. The fact is, it is the women of UP who have delivered this verdict. There is nothing
That's
else.
very, very interesting. And, the women, and there you can see the women ecstatic after this BJP win. Is it Hindu consolidation, or is it the welfare schemes, the free rations and so on? Or is it a marriage of both, Yashwant, in your estimation?
As far as females are concerned, Barkha, it is purely the governance and the delivery of the schemes. I am absolutely sure about it. Because, what happens is that much weightage is given to the Hindu-Muslim polarization largely because BJP also loves to do in the campaign for no reason whatsoever, because BJP could have easily won this election without doing Hindu Muslim at all. I mean, the way public was very clear, the things that they were going to vote on was the delivery of the ration, number one. Number two, the chhat they got in terms of home. Number three, the shauchalaya. And number four, the money in the account. These are the four things. And women, for all practical matters, they voted more than the male counterparts in the last three phases, for sure. And also the fact, Barkha, females do not really vote on the superficial, as I say, the binaries of Hindu Muslim or the caste lines. When females vote, they vote on the core issues which matter to them. They got when the worst of the COVID times, I know there was anger, bodies flowing in Ganga, number of people dying without oxygen and all that. But what happens is that, Barkha, Indians, I mean, we are very, very contextual society. We like to see the things in a larger context. And when there is a famine or there is a mahamari, there is a pandemic, we don't really blame any one person on one thing at large. We like to think कि सबके साथ में हुआ यार, हमारे साथ में भी हुआ.
But can I ask you to respond to two things? That's very interesting, and I agree with you, because when I was traveling through UP, despite the despair among people, I didn't find anger. And they're completely two different emotions, right? Anger, Yashwant, and despair are very different emotions. But Abhishek Sudhir was making this very interesting point about Mayawati and how he feels that Mayawati, with her 13% vote share, but 3 seats, has basically done the BJP's bidding. Now, in a first past the post system, as you know, adding up the Samajwadi Party and the BSP vote share doesn't tell you anything. But strictly speaking, a lot of Samajwadi Party supporters are saying Mayawati has delivered this election or helped the BJP deliver this election. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. Because Mayawati's vote share is now her core vote of Jatav voters, not including the Muslim voters. Muslims have left lock, stock and barrel BSP, Congress and everyone, and they rallied behind Samajwadi Party. Just like they rallied behind Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, Barkha. And if Mayawati's vote go down further, Barkha, it will be advantage BJP, because I can tell you that the non-Jatav Dalits have gone big time to BJP. And if Jatavs also start moving away from Baspa, their natural landing site is going to be BJP, not Samajwadi Party. So in other words,
sorry, complete your point.
No, in other words, probably if somebody argues that this was the election to have Mahagathbandhan, I would have agreed with that. Because the numeric strength of Mahagathbandhan would have been more than the 40-43% of BJP polling today. But in absence of Mahagathbandhan, did Muslims vote for Mayawati? Absolutely no. That's a complete wrong line, I'm telling you. They did not vote for Mayawati. They voted lock, stock and barrel for Samajwadi Party. And if there would have been Mahagathbandhan, this 12%, 13%, because they would have gone with wherever Mayawati would have asked them to go.
I just want Sudhir to be able to just interject you briefly. I have a few more questions about UP from Yashwant Deshmukh, but Abhishek Sudhir, go ahead. You had a question for Yashwant or a response?
I mean, look, he's a very senior apologist, so I will defer to him if he believes that this is not the case. But I think we need to wait for the results to come out and see the victory margins in every seat. Yes, I agree with him that you can't just add up the vote shares. Yes, the core Jatav vote is about what? 8-9% Jatavs in UP? 10% hai Jatav UP mein. So are we saying all Jatavs have voted for her? I don't think so, right? Also, but majority have. So we have to wait for the results to come to do a seat-by-seat analysis and see, has Mayawati damaged SP on a seat-by-seat basis? But Barkha, this is my last comment since I have to leave. The larger point is that the Samajwadi Party, as I've said, is the principal opposition party. You will see the SP make a play for the Jatav vote. The coming together of the Samajwadis and the Ambedkarwadis. You're going to see that the non-Jatav vote, a serious play was made for it this time. In the next couple of years, before 2024, the Samajwadi Party will try to make inroads into Behenji's core vote. The Samajwadi Party will pick up whatever is left of the Congress. And yes, we are going to face a challenge from the likes of OAC. Right? I'm pretty sure the Muslims will not consolidate en masse, as Yashwant ji has said, again in 24. They might say, can the SP deliver? They might question that. That's a concern. I accept that. Initially, I thought that they could gravitate towards Priyanka. We felt Priyanka was a bigger threat because Priyanka, yes, one seat, it's pretty terrible performance. But the concern was, could they gravitate towards Priyanka? I don't think so, because the Gandhis have now become a liability. The loss in Punjab, the inability to win Uttarakhand, elections in Himachal and Gujarat, we don't know how they do. Karnataka is a house divided. So I don't know. Priyanka has done her bit, but I think the baggage of her brother and the baggage of that family name, as Aarti Jarat was saying, are they really vote getters anymore? We don't know. So the Samajwadi Party, 35 highest ever vote share in the history of the Samajwadi Party. Yes, primarily because of the bipolarity of the contest, Barka, but nevertheless, that is still a creditable performance, because Mr. Akhilesh Yadav was able to show the people of UP, if you want to defeat Yogi and then you want to defeat Modi, you have to give your vote to the Samajwadi Party. The party will build on this narrative. I was disheartened in the morning. I was disappointed in the morning. But I think now, looking at our performance, 137 seats from 47, right, 47, right, vote share from 22 to 35, sensational performance, and we will only build from this and go from strength to strength.
The integrity of the democratic process, because actually that election process has thrown up a very, very handsome set of gains for Akhilesh Yadav. Yashwant, I want to go back to you. I know, Sudhir, you have to leave, so stay as long as you can and leave whenever you need to. Yashwant, on the Congress, the decimation of the Congress, right? Its vote share is less than that of the RLD. Abhishek Sudhir was saying in the morning that the UPCC now needs to be disbanded. What does this say about the Congress? And Sandeep, feel free to jump in if you have a question or a response to Yashwant. But let me first just get Yashwant in on the Congress.
Barka, my answer might surprise you a little bit, because my heart actually goes out for Priyanka Gandhi. Among all the opposition leaders, she was the one who really, really worked hard on the ground in these elections, and for almost a year now. And yes, of course, the results are disappointing to her. But at the same time, I believe fairly that she and Congress performance was a victim of the bipolarization in the state. That doesn't mean that she cannot get traction in the future. I am speaking this full responsibility, Barka, because people generally are now giving the split vote. They see different parties in different positioning. For example, after getting routed in the Delhi Assembly election in 2019, Congress still became the second largest party in Delhi. Sheila Dikshit managed to make sure that all 7 seats, Congress was the runner-up behind the BJP, while they were decimated in the assembly election. And they were again decimated in the next assembly election. So people are giving their split vote.
So you're not writing her off as a political brand?
No, because I feel that in many seats in 2024, the same set of anti-BJP voter might like to think that at the central level, Congress makes better sense against the policies against the BJP than Samajwadi Party. It is possible. However, it will make another sense if Samajwadi Party goes all out and takes even the Congress into the alliance, rather than getting mugged up with the idea that, okay, I am the boss now, I got 35% vote. I'm sorry. Akhilesh is a very nice gentleman. I'm friendly towards him, but I have said this more than one time, that whatever games came the Samajwadi Party way, Barkha, they were default gains in bipolarization. They were not active gains. I'm sorry to say, but Akhilesh did not even work even 10% of what his father used to work hard on the ground. His entire game he came into the campaign only 3 months prior to the election. Barkha, you were on the ground, during the entire COVID. You tell me one simple thing. Did the opposition parties forget about the common people, Barkha? Did they even visit the homes of their own?
Not at all. And I have always said this to you, that what happened in COVID, if the opposition was more willing to be seen in doing work on the ground immediately afterwards, there could have been a different perception of them. They only came out in the last mile when things had opened, when the economy has opened. And I have always said this, I agree with you fully. But I have one more question to you, and then I'm sure Sandeep has a question for you, Yashwant. And that is this. You have always said on our program that there can be no national opposition without the Congress. Today, the Aam Aadmi Party's supporters, leaders are claiming a national role for Arvind Kejriwal. Punjab is historic. You can't take away their gung-ho-ness from them. But do you still believe there can't be a national opposition without the Congress? Given the vote share decimation in UP, it is a much more diminished force. It's lost in Uttarakhand. The BJP is likely to be able to form the government in Goa. It has the single largest party and the first mover advantage. Where is the Congress? It's a zero score for the Congress.
I have said that, and I know it will sound really ridiculous. Again, I will say, but I genuinely believe there cannot be any challenge to the BJP at the national level without the Congress.
Because you still think that? You think that after today's results?
After today's result, for a simple reason, Barka. This year, we have got still Himachal and Gujarat coming up. Aam Aadmi Party is going to go bonkers like that, anything, and their vote share, take it in writing from me as on today, Barka. They are almost going to cross 10% vote share in Gujarat now. I can give you in writing. But where will that 10% come from? Of course, they will come from the anti-incumbent vote, which could have gone to the Congress, but they will now get parked at the Aam Aadmi Party's kitty. But even after that, will Aam Aadmi Party's vote share will be bigger than Congress in Gujarat? Hell no. Did that happen in Goa? Hell no. Did that happen in Uttarakhand? Hell no. Yes, Punjab happened, but Punjab, remember, Varka, I think I shared with you this on the earlier program. Probably in 2013, we did a cover issue for India Today, which was called AAP Positive. When Aam Aadmi Party was nowhere in the picture. And at that point of time, when Aam Aadmi Party was had not even contested a single seat anywhere, we had predicted that even more than Delhi, it was the Punjab which was the fertile ground for Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay.
It took them about 8 years. But the ground was there. Groundswell for Aam Aadmi Party was there. I got trolled 5 years back when I said Aam Aadmi Party is winning. Yes, it did not win at that point of time because of the last minute swing of the Hindu votes from the BJP RSS kitty. They managed to do it for the Congress at that point of time. This election, they took their votes back. And look what has happened.
Yeah.
So Aam Aadmi Party, Punjab.
Yashwant, but you're saying that there can't be a national opposition without the Congress. But the question will be that the Kejriwal supporters today are poising him to lead that opposition. Do you believe he's earned his spurs or not yet?
I think it would be fair to say that if after 75 years there is a party, only there's a fourth party, by the way, Congress, BJP, CPM. In 75 years, no fourth party has ruled 2 states. I'm not counting Janata Party and Janata Dal experiment because, as in Hindi, they say, kahin ki eat, kahin ka roda, Bhanmati ka kunba joda. That was not a party. That was way too many regional Chhatraps coming under one umbrella. But yes, Arvind Kejriwal has earned that bragging right as on today. He will go all out to grab the national land. And I said this to you in your program, Barka, that entire game plan of TMC going all the way to, that is going to flop like big time. And Mamata Banerjee is not going to scale that kind of height for a simple reason. Her national ratings of 6-7% has almost like 4% of groundswell coming from West Bengal alone because of the population that she is sitting on 42 seats, Barka. And even if you add, say, okay, we added Punjab and we add Goa and we add Uttarakhand and we add Delhi. So 13 plus 7, 20 plus 2, you know where I'm getting. Yeah. Even if you add the 5-6 states where Aam Aadmi Party is going to have immediate impact, their total number would be still less than 42 Lok Sabha seats that Mamata is going to have an impact on. But that doesn't mean that Mamata Banerjee is going to be a pan-India leader just like that because she has won West Bengal.
And in terms of perception, Aam Aadmi Party may be better poised to do that with its little presence in multiple states and also Kejriwal's, in a sense, pan-India recall. Yashwant, I know we have you for another 10 minutes, I hope. I want to bring in Rajat. We were waiting for him in the morning, but he's here now. Rajat, congratulations. The party you support and you've worked with has won. It's won in the East, in Manipur, and in UP, where I know your family is from. So big day for you. How do you read? Yashwant was telling us something very interesting. He believes the women of UP have actually delivered this win. And I asked him a question. I said, is this Hindu consolidation meets welfareism, or is there one more than the other? What would you say, Rajat?
Could you ever imagine that law and order can become a wave issue? In my sense, this was this bulldozer Baba, which became a wave. I mean, whichever way you want to dissect this victory of the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, he had a very role to sort of to play. Of course, with guidance from the Prime Minister himself and the deft handling of Amit Shah. I think it's a lot of credit should also go to Yogi. He ensured that there is zero tolerance to the abysmal situation that the state was in, and to common citizens of the state, it was this singular issue which they felt could catapult Yogi back into power. But I mean, no matter how much amount of echo chambers were created on YouTube, there were so many.
Yeah. Yes, Rajat, if you're on AirPods, can you remove the AirPods? Because I think they're creating some audio interference. But I think I got your point that law and order was also a very, very big issue. And Yogi Adityanath himself, as a brand, has really emerged. And Sandeep, if you want to come in on that, and then I'll get Yashwant to actually respond. By the way, as we're speaking, Navjot Sidhu has lost. Punjab is an extraordinary set of defeats as Bhagwant Mann went through that roster list. Sandeep, go ahead.
Yeah, one, I'd like to comment on Yashwant's observations on the Congress. His chat don't take offense, reminded me of a cartoon I had seen after the Delhi elections when Congress had 0, BJP had 3. So he was talking to somebody and saying that, oh, damn, these elections are cruel. We just lost by 3 seats from the second party, the number 2 party. So it's today a situation like that. Just where my difference with your thing is, Congress, no matter how charismatic Priyanka Gandhi may be or whatever, without a ground organization, how will they deliver? In UP, as we say, anybody who's a Congress worker now deserves to get a Padma Shri or a Bharat Ratna, because otherwise, why have to be sticking around with the party for so long? And even after that, they don't try to develop any local leadership. Even somebody was coming, Priyanka Gandhi cut them short and she moved it. And now for 2024, how many states will they have in their kitty now? They were hoping for Gujarat, Goa, they're hoping for Punjab, Uttarakhand. So only cash cow or milking cow will be Chhattisgarh. Okay,
and I think that's a very important point. I'll just let Rajat complete his point, and Yashwant can maybe respond to both together. Yashwant, I hope you've removed your AirPods. Please go ahead and complete your point. You were making the point about brand Yogi and law and order. Yeah, remove them. Thank you. Go ahead, Rajat. Yeah. 1 second. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Understanding law and order, I have never seen that becoming a wave issue. Over here in UP, I think you go speak to women, and this is what is translated into this additional delta which is coming in from the women vote. Women have voted predominantly only and only because of law and order. Bulldozer Baba was not a small theme. It was the prevalent undercurrent across caste lines, across community lines. Every single community had come out and voted. There was these echo chambers that were created on YouTube, small pockets of journalists who have moved on from the mainstream channels, calling them the Godi media, and have created these small YouTube channels who were essentially nothing better than echo chambers. They were not on the ground. They were not doing the research, only taking ideological positions and trying to create this fake momentum in favor of Akhilesh Yadav. That vote of Akhilesh Yadav was, remember, they are the most vocal people. The Yadavs and the Muslims are the most vocal voters of Uttar Pradesh. They do not represent.
I want to jump in. Rajat and Yashwant, this will concern you. There's a statement just out from the Samajwadi Party not yet accepting defeat. And Yashwant, I'd like to read this out to you. The office bearers and leaders of the Samajwadi Party alliance should not hesitate to exercise caution, keeping in mind that 60% of the votes are still to be counted and the difference in 100 seats The difference in 100 streets is around 500 votes. Please stand firm and be careful. Yashwant, can anything still change? I mean, they're reminding us that some of the contexts are close. We are reminded, of course, of Bihar, which eventually went down to the wire. Is there something here that can still happen? That could change the outcome?
What can happen? In Bihar, we had said that there were 74 marginal seats which will go down the wire. In UP, we said there are 96 marginal seats. Out of those 96 seats, they were almost like equally split, if I'm not wrong. 46 in our exit poll, we were saying that BJP has slight edge, and about 40, we said that Samajwadi Party has a slight edge, and rest were others. So what happens, Barkha, is that if you look into the vote share gap between the BJP and Samajwadi Party alliance is almost like 7%.
Yeah, let's bring up that slide. Let's bring up the slide, but go ahead, Yashwant. Yeah.
So when there is a huge gap in the vote share like that, the marginal seats generally tend to swing in one direction. Now you see over there, right now the vote share is coming like what? Yeah, 8% gap, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you see that 8% gap is huge gap to sway all the marginal seats in one direction. So if the marginal seats, all those 40, 50 seats out of those 100, whatever the numbers that are coming, if they are going in the BJP way, then you are looking at the number at 263.
Yeah.
All right. If they go the Samajwadi Party way, suppose even if 40 seats go away, I'm just giving you, even if I buy Samajwadi Party's logic, this will come down to 223 and Samajwadi Party might go up to 40 seats. That is not going to change the pattern that BJP is going to follow.
But it might change the politics, right? If Yogi Adityanath is down by, let's say, almost, from 312 to 223, that's a different verdict than 263, right?
Barkha, but with that kind of a gap, whatever experience that I have gained in the ground, I have seen if the vote share gap is huge, then the marginals generally swing in the direction of the winner. That is why you end up getting sweeping majorities. This could very well be 220 for the BJP, Barkha. I get that point, but generally this vote share gap is huge. Let's face it.
Yeah.
And when the vote
so
share
I
gap
think what I'm hearing you say is the outcome is not the question. The scale of the win or the scale of the defeat for the Samajwadi Party is in question. Would that be fair?
Exactly. And by the way, Barkha, I'm just looking at the C-voter numbers which we are getting on the ground as we are doing the thing.
Yeah.
It's about 34% for 34.5% for Samajwadi Party alliance, and still about 43% for the BJP alliance. So these numbers, I don't know, it might have come out.
We should update them.
But whatever reports we are getting is still that, you see, even if those numbers, you take my number or these numbers, eventually the gap is roughly about 7%.
Exactly. Rajat, did you want to add to that, Rajat?
Yeah, all I was trying to tell you is that this 7-8% is no small number to change. The trends cannot change dramatically. So I don't know if they're just trying to keep the momentum going. Otherwise, I don't see any basis to the claims that are being made by the Samajwadi Party. It is a largely settled issue. So this 100 seats under 500 votes is not even technically correct. So this being a challenger, sorry, Barkha, you're muted.
Sorry, I was asking, would the margin of victory change the sort of influence or impact of Yogi? He's still making history by taking a second consecutive term, the only chief minister to do so since independence. But if it were a 223, I'm just arguing for theory's sake because Yashwant gave me that figure, would it change the politics, Rajat?
How can it change the politics? Keshav Prasad Maurya has been trailing. So
yeah,
it doesn't change much on the ground. So that's the fact. See, don't expect any outlier event happening anymore. I
don't mean the outcome. I just mean in terms of brand Yogi. And today all morning, everybody has said that it's Yogi's arrival on the national stage, not just Kejriwal's. I meant in that sense.
See, whichever way you want to analyze today's election data, one thing is clear that it is going to, this day, today, 10th March, is going to shape the politics of our nation at least for the next 10 years. That much is true. Because Yogi's ascendancy, his pan-India acceptance is going to create some political sort of ripples in the BJP also. That's a fact. You cannot deny that. He's just 49. He's been, 5 terms parliamentarian, now 2 terms chief minister. In all likelihood, that's a strong CV. It's a CV. I don't think any politician, other than during the Nehru days, if you could come across somebody, but other than that, I don't see anyone matching the CV. So you can understand his ascendancy is a sure shot outcome of this. A, B, in the short term, Aam Aadmi Party's ascendancy on the national scale is going to help BJP because it further fragments the opposition voice. Now it's not just TMC or KTR, KCR duo or somebody coming in from the other southern states who are going to be the challengers to 2024 Modi's campaign. Now he's going to throw in his hat, Arvind Kejriwal. And you can see that this fragmentation is going to further help BJP because none of them is going to come into it. Largely, Goa's result is because of ambitions of these small parties who want to make it a point that they can grow beyond their home turf. And I think in the long run, BJP will have to worry about AAP because it is going to eat away into its youth-oriented narrative. It's narrative which is pro-development, doesn't have a baggage. So BJP cannot constantly, knock those punches the way it does on all the parties who have largely gained out of nepotism, gained out of family-based politics, and based out of 70 years of anti-incumbency.
Absolutely. That's a very interesting point. I'm going to close. I just want to stay on UP for a second. Those numbers are changing minute to minute because there are those seats with close margins. Yashwant, I think you've already made the point that an 7 to 8% gap would be difficult in terms of the eventual outcome. So just the big picture takeaway from you before we close here today and take a break.
I'd like to add what Rajat said about the law and order. It is just that I look at the thing from the other side of the table, Rajat. I believe that law and order issue was the most critical one for the women, no doubt about that. But the reason, more than the bulldozer, it was the toilet. Because I know for sure the maximum number of sexual crimes against female in the rural areas happen when they have to go out in the field after the dark or early in the morning. And that's a stated fact. And nobody has looked on the impact of Prime Minister Modi's Shauchalaya scheme, because whenever the studies will happen, I believe that this will be credited with the single largest point for bringing the sexual crime against rural women down. I'm telling this to you. And I totally agree with you that Yogi has its own branding, bulldozer has, but again, bulldozer thing had its own communal undertone as well. We know for sure that has appealed to the Hindutva-based masses of the BJP. That is I'm not taking that credit away from Yogi. However, I still feel that even after this victory, with probably 50 plus seats down, and a big credit of which is actually is going to land with Prime Minister Modi. Let's not forget that 14, 17 and 19, all mandates were delivered to Prime Minister Modi's name, and his campaign in the final rounds, were critical. They were important. And when the final results will be out, you will see, Rajat, that the kind of Modi dividend which actually saved the day for the BJP, regardless of the scale of victory that BJP is watching. So I'm not taking the credit away from Yogi, but I still believe that to come at the national level of where Mr. Modi has reached is still a long time, and he has to grow him and his team of advisors which he carries around, because you still have Shivraj Singh Chauhan winning 4 mandates and probably going to win 5th one. You have Rajnath Singh out there. You have Nitin Gadkari out there, and of course you have Amit Shah out there as number 2 right now. So when you look at the packing order of the BJP, who after Modi scenario, Yogi definitely has announced his arrival within that pack. But I think to become number 1 in that pack, he still has a long journey to cover.
Okay, we leave it there, gentlemen. Thank you, Yashwant Deshmukh, Rajat Sethi, Sandeep Ghosh. The counting is still on in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party wants to wait a while before it concedes defeat. It believes that the marginal seats with close contest with a gap of about 500 votes could at least change the final gap between the victor and the number 2. Yashwant Deshmukh has explained to us that yes, indeed, the scale of victory or defeat could change, but not the actual outcome. This state is going to Yogi Adityanath, and he is making history by taking a second term. We'll wait for those numbers to settle at a final score. And thank you so much. Learned a lot from all three of you. And to our audience, we're taking a bit of a pause here, but we'll be back soon with more special analysis and more special perspectives. Thanks for staying with us all day, and see you soon shortly. Thank you. It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.